Thank you for watching Fireside. If you enjoyed this podcast, consider liking and subscribing to be notified when future episodes release. Enjoy. Hello and welcome everyone to episode 3 of Fireside, a show where I yap about random shit and occasionally bring on someone far more talented than me to also yap about random shit as well. Today, I have a truly special guest, someone who is known as a fact finder and giver, someone who is distinctly not gaming, and, in this case, podcasting. Welcome, Josh. Thank you. And it's awesome to have you on. It's genuinely a pleasure to have people that are, kind of not only influential in this space, but also so talented and kind of like trend setting as well. So I love your content.
Oh, wow. Thank you. That is that's an incredibly kind introduction. I'm excited to be here. I've been ready for this all day, thinking about stuff we could talk about. I've listened to you, chat with all your other chats you and Alien Food I was listening to earlier today, and also on Sebe. I was on his podcast, and your guys' conversation. My brain was like working at like a million miles an hour. I was like, we gotta talk. And,
for sure.
Yeah. So I'm super excited for this. I also like that you promised or alluded to some rapping. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty good at beatboxing, but I can't rap. I don't have the improvisational skills. Yeah, for sure. And by the way, guys, I will quickly say there will be probably spoilers for the Yanille Chunkman series in this conversation. So if you haven't caught up to that, make sure to catch up to that. Make sure to watch the most recent episodes because, I'm going to spoil in 3, 2, 1. Congratulations on the Draconic Visage. That's so sick that you actually ended up picking it up. It was an awesome video and obviously such a cathartic moment, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. So cathartic. It was it was crazy. Thank you very much. The outpouring of support and just like people being happy for me is, I mean, I feel like you can only find that type of thing of some random account looting one random pretty like moderately useful, or in my case, completely useless item. And just having so many people be like, I am so happy for you. I felt that. Like, that is amazing. So thank you. And to anyone else who's listening to this who has shown any level of support to me on that, thank you too. It is so special, like genuinely.
Oh, I mean, I've been waiting for it. And also, well, before I even touch on what I wanted to say, I think that it's kind of like entering a death chunk, as they're called. It must be such a creative challenge, right? Because now you're kind of thinking of, well, it's kind of scary. I can imagine. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like not just scary from like a oh man, I have to sit here for 1,200 hours, 2,000 hours doing this same thing over and over and over again. But it's also kind of a challenge creatively as a content creator. Like, how am I going to make content out of killing 8,000, 9,000 dragons, right? And what kind of stories can I tell in that regard? Can you walk me through that kind of process? Because I feel like you did it so well in these chapters.
Yeah, that's a very potent question. It really does hit the nail on the head. I mean, I was talking to a friend yesterday, basically saying like, yes, I am a, in-game restricted account, but I also kind of feel like I'm like a snowflake restricted video creator, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I can't just make any videos I want in the same way that I can't just play the game in any way I want. I have these very specific parameters for what kinds of videos I can make. And I always find myself stretching that boundary and, like, how can I just like in game, like work around these really specific limitations. They exist in the creative process outside of the game as well. So it's like just like you said, like, how am I going to take this, what is quite literally just like the same repetitive thing for hours and hours? There's no way around that. How am I going to turn that into a compelling narrative or just video in general? I mean, even if there wasn't a narrative, how am I going to make that like enjoyable to watch? And a lot of time and effort goes into, figuring out the answer to that question. I know when I got this death chunk, like in December of last year, I sat there and really had to think about that question. Like, what, like, sort of try to like mentally anticipate what parts of this could make for a good sort of like centerpiece to a video, and be like, okay, can I like ration those out in a way that will, support a content release schedule over the next year or so, or however long this is going to take. And yeah, I mean, I could talk more
For sure.
specifically about how I think about it.
Yeah, I think that like, well, I will quickly butt in and say that what's so interesting about watching you, figure that out from like a meta content creator perspective and also as like a player is that RuneScape is a great game to do that in, right? One of my favorite parts of watching your series, specifically your series, and before this, a lot of the stuff that Settle does too, with Swampletics, I'm sure everyone here has seen that, is the discovery aspect of things is very unique to RuneScape, and finding those like fact finding like little niche ways to do something. Like in the most recent video, obviously you figured out the tech for the venoming the dragon and then hopping worlds while other people keep aggro. That emergent gameplay, and that's a term I've been like obsessed with for the past couple months in a lot of my videos. Yeah. It fits so perfectly onto that because it's such a uniquely RuneScape thing. I'm pretty sure that specific mechanic doesn't exist in any other game on earth. So it's just like that is just
well,
such a cool thing,
right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Like I think that's one of the things that's just so beautiful about RuneScape is just how jank and dysfunctional or like barely functional it is. And like there are so many things. I think the dragon venoming thing is just such a perfect example of why that is a positive thing. That like, and I think there are other weird things that we didn't even go into in the video that I'm trying to remember what they are now. Oh yeah, here's one.
Okay.
This is okay. For most of us, so you have monster aggression. Hopefully, people listening to this know what that is, but just a quick explanation. For 10 minutes in a sort of small area around you, you have to spend 10 minutes in there, and after that 10 minutes, even regularly aggressive monsters will no longer attack you, so you can walk around freely. It's one of the things that I have done in all of the videos where I'm killing dragons, but never really addressed. It's like, how are you like walking by those dragons that are not attacking you? It's because you've been there for 10 minutes. But something funny that kept happening, or it happened very occasionally, we get really confused, is if you have the dragon's attention, it's, venoming, you're a splasher or whatever, you're just standing there. And then someone who hasn't been there for 10 minutes, who has like normal aggression, like for example, someone who's running to the like water obelisk or whatever. Very occasionally, you spend a lot of time down there and they're running the fire obelisk or they're running the water obelisk for the diary task. They'll just run by and the dragon will actually switch aggro to that person if they're not like actively in combat with you, if they're not like, getting hits on you, even if they're staring at you, they'll just like, aggro onto somebody who ran by who has that like fresh aggro timer. And it's just like stuff like that where like you would never even be able to like intuit that or find a situation where that even mattered. But it's just like stuff like that. Like there are so many weird interactions like that in this game. And, hey, maybe in the future, that exact thing I just said will be like the crux of some bizarre, solve to a grind or something.
I mean, I guess in this way, in this sense, it kind of was, if you think about it, even though obviously it's very self-imposed, but I would say this is a solve in some ways too, which is what makes it so interesting as well. I always think back to, and it's funny because your series here is one of the, I would say first chunk. I think you were either the first or second Chunkman series I even started watching back when I started playing the game. I think I started watching around the episode before the really big fishing trawler one, because that was like a couple months into me playing the game for the first time. And I was always thinking like, yeah, this guy really reminds me. And you brought this up in like the second or third video as well in the series. But like this guy kind of reminds me of Settled in some ways because of how much effort they're putting into kind of finding an answer where otherwise brute force would be the only option, right? And I always think of like the Swampletics episode. If I'm sure you've seen the series, everyone has. But
Mhm.
the episode where he like finds a random like, was it it was a fishing net? It was a small net in like some
Yeah, small
shack.
fishing net that
Yeah,
like was added to the game just inexplicably.
yeah. It like
Yeah,
stuff like that is just fascinating. Or I even think of it's not one to one, but I even think of the Legends Guild, what the fuck? The Legends Quest
Legends Quest. Yeah,
episode
I was
of
hearing
Alien
you and Alien
Food.
talk about that
Yeah. Like I think about that
today.
and I'm just
Yeah,
like, my God, this is something else entirely. Like this is what makes the game so fascinating. It's like every step you take might be you might be treading on ground that has never been, tread on, or at least hasn't been in like 15, 20 odd years or whatever, whenever Legends Quest came out. So
yeah.
it's very, very cool. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I think my proudest moment, my Legends Guild or Legends Quest moment, now you got me saying
Yeah.
it. It was definitely the fishing trawler because this Venom thing is I think there was a lot of discovery there, or a lot of like tweaking this bizarre tech, but it wasn't something I found. I found it that another creator had found
Yeah,
it.
Randy was like doing it a
Whereas with
lot.
the yeah, Randy, there are people who do it for like Slayer, and it's like a super niche but like somewhat well documented uh tech for people in that community. Well documented if you're like one, the like 0.1% of the player base who like has
Right.
any interest in that. But I genuinely don't know if the fishing trawler thing was known by anyone. I would love to know if someone wanted to come forth and be like, by the way, like, yeah, I've been doing that for years or whatever, which I don't even know how you could do it and have it be like worthwhile and not get noticed, because you need like 20 plus people to even make it better than like, barbarian fishing or like whatever like basic, tick manipulation methods. So you had to be running like a massive bot farm to be doing it on your own. So anyway, I genuinely think that the fishing trawler discovery, where if you haven't seen that, but you're listening to this, the short version is that if you get a whole bunch of people on the fishing trawler, they patched this out by the way, so you can't do it, which
Oh,
we
did
should talk
they?
about.
I didn't even know that.
Um, yeah, if you get a whole bunch of people on the fishing trawler and have them all leave the boat at the last second. It needs to be the last second, by the way, because the game kind of scales to how many players are there. And if they leave like in the middle, the boat just sinks. But if they leave right before the boat has time to sink, the game has kind of like allocated all this fish that was supposed to be spread amongst all the players kind of based on their contribution, and instead just gives it to whoever's left. And so I found that if you brought like 50, 70 people on the boat and they all left at the same time, I think I got an XP drop of like 74,000 fishing XP in one drop,
Hell yeah.
which is just it's so
That's some
crazy.
leagues rates right
But
there. I love it.
yeah, literally, we were getting like, millions of XP per hour, um but yeah, they removed that from the game, and one of my favorite things that I think is so funny, and I talked about this with Sebe when I was on his cast, was I've got a lot of comments of people being like, "Oh, like way to pull the ladder up with you," like very rude of you to like remove this method from the game. Which, first of all, I didn't mean to remove it. I realized that it was very abusable in the wrong hands and could mess up a lot of like metas and things that are a lot more important to the game than like a one chunk man getting out of his chunk.
Right.
And I didn't even tell Jagex to get rid of it, but they decided it wasn't healthy for the game. They got rid of it. And to the people who were like, way to pull the ladder up, it's like, how was anyone else ever going to make any use of this? Do you have like 20 to 30 friends who are perfectly happy wasting hours and hours for you to get like slightly higher, XP per hour? Like I don't know. I just thought that was a really funny take on it. I get it on the one hand, but also like it's not a practical complaint in any way.
Yeah, I mean the whole method isn't practical, right? Like you'd have to kind of be a content creator to even utilize it properly. I guess the difference I always say the difference between emergent gameplay and like an exploit is that an exploit like overshadows something else and makes it something irrelevant or makes it kind of useless by comparison, while emergence in a mechanic like this is something that just kind of adds complexity complexity or depth where there otherwise wouldn't have been. Adds either another route to take, or, as I said, complexity or depth. I think of like the Olm head, right? The way you move it, doing a 1-0 Olm or something
Right.
in Chambers of Xeric. It's very emergent because it adds a lot of complexity and depth to to a fight that would otherwise A, probably not be soloable as easily, but B, a fight that has very simple mechanics otherwise. In this regard,
Right.
it's kind of unique though, because on one hand, it's like, yeah, this is definitely an exploit. But on the other hand, it's so niche and so specific that it's like, to utilize it, again, you'd probably need to like either be a popular enough streamer or, a really big content creator where you have an active Discord that's ready to hop on and kind of make some content whenever.
Yeah, it's just the average player is never going to get any use out of it, and really they're just gonna it's an invitation for botting or just other
Yeah,
sort
that's
of,
the big concern.
I don't know. Yeah, just like, do you really want there to be like like Discord you go in where someone brings their like 100 bots to fishing trawler and you get like 2 million XP per hour? Is that a good thing for the game? Like, that doesn't sound like a good thing to me. That sounds like a bad thing.
In
Because,
that,
like you said, it invalidates every other fishing method in existence.
oh, for sure. In that like regard, yeah, that could definitely be the case, right? You can have these like black market discords selling botting services for a fishing trawler, which would be crazy, but that would definitely be a concern. And it's like, by removing it, are you really even impacting anyone? Not really. So it's like, yeah, I definitely fully support that, because otherwise I'm always like pro emergence whenever possible. It's very like case by case though, I guess I would say, where I kind of wanted to ask you before I even get into this. You're currently playing your Yanille chunk. That's like the big thing, right? And I asked this
Mhm.
for Unguided, but the answer was obvious, right? He has to only play his main character. Alien Food has to only play his unguided character, because that's the whole point. He
Right.
can't play a main.
Yeah,
But do you play like a main or another iron or whatever, like as a on the side?
I have an iron that I play very occasionally, but I've never played a main in the traditional sense. I mean, I have like an account that doesn't have Iron Man status, but it's like level 46, and I use it for like B-roll and stuff.
Yeah.
So, so no, I don't. And as far as like really playing the game, um, no, like I actually, it's kind of sad sometimes. I'm like, damn, like, Doom, that looks really fun. Like, if I wanted to get my account set up for that, it would take like a lot of work, and it would be fun to enjoy all the stuff that everyone else is having fun with. But like, I can't really afford to like spend the time playing the game. I mean, that's one of the nature of playing an account like this, is that it's just time. Time is, the main resource that I have to deal with.
Yeah, you got to roll the Doom chunk,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe in a couple years. Yeah.
Worse than a death chunk, the doom chunk.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, especially if you somehow get it right now. I genuinely don't even know if for some crazy reason you were right next to that chunk. I genuinely have no clue how you would, wrangle that, considering your current gear setup. I can't even
Right.
imagine. So the reason I asked too is like, well, I guess the point is, you've obviously understood the Chambers of Xeric stuff. That's an older piece of content. I was going to bring up the Red X Baba strategy. Are you familiar with that one?
I know what red Xing is, as conceptually. I actually use red Xing a ton to pick up my dragon loot.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is stupid. But I know the gist of it. I've never done Toa, and I've probably seen people doing it, but my understanding is that it's basically just like a step under thing.
Yeah, like there's a boss, or this was a really big issue in my opinion, but there was a boss in Toa where on high invocations, very scaled up, he would constantly hit you through prayer. It was just a disaster. So people just opted to red X him the whole time. And in my opinion, that was like the kind of emergent solve for that fight that just kind of I think it broke it. Like, it just broke the fight because it clearly wasn't tuned well. And people just started doing the thing where they just skip every single mechanic and just step under, step in, step under, step in. And it kind of sucked. In my opinion, that's the kind of emergence or in quote unquote exploits that I feel warrant being removed, and then the fight be adjusted to compensate for that. And the fight was adjusted to compensate, sure. Right? They made him not hit through as hard, or is it her, hit as hard through prayer, and all that kind of stuff. So the fight's a lot more tenable now. But like that's an example of where I would say an emergent mechanic kind of flattens the fight's difficulty curve and makes it less interesting, because it's the more optimal strategy is doing something as boring as just
all right. So I have a bit of a side tangent that we're already tangenting off of. We haven't even gotten to like subject number 1 on our little sheet here, but well, I guess we have. We're on 1. But to tangent for a second, so you and I are both WoW players. I don't know if my audience knows that I am a lifelong WoW player, on and off. These days, mostly just classic WoW. And I think, people throw around emergent gameplay in classic, especially as, one of its sort of core identities, which I definitely agree with.
Guilty, yeah.
And I'm curious, so did you do endgame rating in classic? I think yes, right?
Yes.
And obviously you are more than familiar with world buffs.
Mm-hmm.
And my question to you, so I think that it's somewhat like the Baba thing, where the emergent gameplay isn't world buffs. Okay, for context, people who haven't played WoW, essentially world buffs are they're buffs that you get through these very specific like in-game events, essentially, that were never intended to be used consistently. They were more like something you'd get like once a month if someone did something really amazing in game. But these days people have figured out how to make it happen pretty often, and they increase your damage. I mean, I was actually thinking about talking about this with you and trying to explain it, and it's like, I think it's like, imagine RuneScape with no combat potions or like piety, and then versus with combat potions and piety. I think that's probably the difference that world buffs make to like damage and raids, something like that. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, exactly. And imagine now, like, if someone, I don't know, fucking solos top hard mode, they get Verzik's fucking nipple ring, and they can just like hoist it above the what is it, the Theater of Blood entrance, and then everyone who's there gets a piety level buff to their character for 2.5 hours or until they die.
Yeah,
that's world buffs.
And so, so I did a decent amount of raiding as well. I got my world buffs. People complained about it on the one hand because it's like annoying, and if you die while you're getting them, and sometimes getting them can be dangerous, or like you have to interact with other players. There's a lot of emergent gameplay in like getting them and keeping them. But my question to you is, do you think that they are worth it, given the way that they essentially invalidate a lot of the challenge, at which admittedly is already kind of low, of classic raids?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's always one I think of. And as you pointed out too, the general attitude toward world buffs has changed, and I think it's one of those things that becomes more valuable the more you think about it, like post hoc, like retrospectively. And I'm the same way, right? I think my biggest issue right off the bat with world buffs was I don't like the fact that I get them and then I log off, because you can't waste them, right? And you oftentimes get them like a day or two. Yeah. And you get them like a day or two before raid sometimes, because that might be the only drop you have time to get. You use Discord to orchestrate this for anyone listening. And then you get the 2 hour, 3 hour, whatever buff, and you log off and you cannot play that character. You often log off next to the raid, because it's like, I don't want to waste that buff. I don't want to get dispelled by some other guy who wants to remove the buff from me. So I'm just logging off by the raid.
Emergent griefing.
Yeah, emergent griefing as well. And so that's my least favorite thing about world buffs. And they kind of solved this later on in Classic with something called the Chrono Boon, I think it was called, where you could just store those buffs in them and then activate it whenever you start the raid. And that was perfect. I love that solve for it. Other than that, though, I initially started not liking them that much, and then I really grew to love the entire process. I think that I don't know if Classic is about challenge in like the retail WoW sort of way, or even in the way it's often considered games like, oh, it's reaction driven, it's plenty of mechanics to remember, it's
Mhm.
a rotation to do.
Mechanical
Yeah,
challenge,
I
yeah.
think Classic WoW has a similar challenge to a lot of like quote unquote older old school RuneScape content, where the challenge is in managing. It's getting your resistance pots, it's making sure you have everything, you know, laid out and your and a plan ahead of you. It's planning ahead of time for the world buffs to make things easier. It's planning ahead of time to make sure that you're CCing a certain pack. That's where the challenge of Classic WoW is. And whether or not you have a world buff or not, I think a world buff adds to that, right? Because as you said, it can be dangerous, it can be scary, it can be fun or exhilarating, running away with your world buff,
Mhm.
not getting ganked if you're on a PvP server. So
Yeah.
that to me adds to that the more I think about it. And maybe, and I'm sure we'll touch on Classic Plus, but maybe down the
Right.
line, if they add more content, new raids, maybe that's where the new challenge will come in, where world buffs might feel more mandatory and that might upset people. But as it stands right now, I love the idea of having just because you would, you know, a world buff was dropping like the one in Stranglethorn Vale, and you were on your mount and you saw like hundreds of people flying over and riding over to that area where they would drop the world with that little island, right? It was awesome.
Mhm.
Like it genuinely breathed so much life into that world, into the world, that would otherwise not really be there for any reason other than just leveling. And even when you were leveling, if you were leveling on alt, you might just see people, you know, like hundreds of people run over in raid groups and stuff to pick up a world buff in Stranglethorn when you're leveling. And that alone is like this awe-inspiring moment that makes it worth it. So yeah, no, to answer your question, I think world buffs are really, really cool. And I think there might be an easier way to, I wish there was an easier way to orchestrate it in game. That's always my preference. But other than that, I really love them. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Everything, a lot of what you're saying right now is giving me a slightly different perspective. My take on them is just that they are so unintended that it kind of doesn't leave room for, and this is more of like a classic plus thought than a current classic thought, because we're not gonna, changing world buffs wouldn't really change the balance of classes in classic right now. But that just my complaint is that it kind of doesn't leave room for the power of your class and your skill, and not that there's a ton of skill necessarily, but um I guess it's kind of goofy where it's like half of your output is based on
One buff or
this
multiple
outside
buffs.
thing.
Yeah. I,
Yeah.
I totally get that, by the way. And I just want to say, like, for Classic Plus, it's a different conversation. I mean, nah, man, it's interesting you bring that up because I'm thinking now, like, okay, they're going to add a new raid in Classic Plus, and it might be trivialized by world buffs, which might be an issue, right? On the other hand, do I want them to add a raid that is just like really hard in Classic WoW? Um,
Mhm.
if it meant like not having world buffs or whatever, and the more I think about it, the more and feel free to disagree with me here, the more I'm leaning toward no. I think Classic WoW, like raiding is a very communal experience in Classic WoW. It's not one that's like super like, you know, you're sweating the whole time. You're kind of just hanging out with people and having a decent time. You know, Molten Core is kind of boring, but it is what it is. And I think that uh, the speed run nature of that some guilds do with world buffs, that's its own niche as well that's opened up.
Right.
um
Which I'm, by the
yeah
way, I that's one of the things that, like, I think it's cool for that in particular. I think it's cool for that specifically. And maybe there could be some sort of tiering system. I kind of feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves in like ideating on Classic Plus. So why don't we just circle back to RuneScape for now? But
well,
I
I
feel like
will
there's a
say
lot more to say there.
one last thing I will say is that it for Classic Plus, and we will touch on that unless we yap too long about RuneScape. I will say that if I were to do anything with world buffs to kind of like try and mediate that, I would probably offset some of that power from them. Maybe even give them more of a utility purpose, like for example, a world buff that might increase your movement speed by a lot, which would be a really fun one to have in, especially in raids, right? It would facilitate the speed running. It would facilitate like maybe dodging mechanics slightly easier, but it wouldn't just be like, oh, I have the 20% critical strike buff now, like GG, right? So like,
Right.
so maybe something more utility driven or just like a lower amount of power, because I do agree it is kind of weird to play a class that's just so reliant on world buff. So yeah, anyway, we can circle back to RuneScape, but I'm sure we'll get back to that. And I'm sure also everyone listening is like, fucking hell, they're already talking about WoW, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
You know, so
honestly, that's been part of why I'm so excited, because I don't have a platform for a while, but I have a lot of opinions, and so that's one of the reasons I'm excited. But I do want to make sure that we focus mainly on RuneScape. That's why we're here. But yeah, I think part of why I feel like this is such a good spot for it is because I really want, and I think that you share this dream, to have a version of World of Warcraft that feels more like old school. And sitting down and thinking about the ways that that could happen is really exciting for me to like try to distill some of the things that could transfer between the two games. So
for
yeah,
sure.
well, let's come back to that. But yeah.
And I will say, like, my most recent video, it's by far the most controversial video I've ever made. I even just outside of my expectations of how controversial it ended up being, but it was specifically talking about what does a Classic Plus look like, because I feel like a lot of the people talking about it aren't really certain of like what is a something that is sustainable in the long term. And we will touch on this.
Yeah.
I will introduce the concept in a bit. But anyway, RuneScape, right? What are your thoughts on old school RuneScape? It seems like you're a fan. Well, okay. So because you're kind of, and I don't want to I use this word lightly, you're kind of an outsider looking in, very much like, right, you're playing this very restricted version of the game, and as you said,
I play a way different version of the game than like anyone who just plays normally. I mean, I have my finger on the pulse of the game, and like have heard of and like am aware of like pretty much everything in the game, just as I watch a lot and like love to stay educated, but I haven't done most of it.
No, it's kind of same. Although I have been trying, I'm currently on Coliseum right now. It's making me want to pull my hair out. And Inferno at some point. My goal is to get Coliseum done and Inferno done, and then maybe start a hardcore Ironman. That's kind of my current old school RuneScape thing.
Hardcore,
but yeah, so we'll see. But the reason I ask, right, is because I just want to hear your general take on the state of the game right now. Obviously, looking in, keeping your finger on the pulse here, but it's been a crazy year, right? We have Sailing coming out probably this year. We have, just this surge of new players that a lot of people think are bots, but very clearly aren't just bots. We have all these WoW streamers coming in to play the game, and many of them have stuck around and are making great content. So I just want to, I'm sure you've been aware of it, so I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to save Sailing for last because I feel like I have more of a developed take on that. But I mean, I love that people are coming from WoW to RuneScape. I think that's, to me, it's literally immediately going back to what we were just saying we weren't going to talk about, but like, it makes me hopeful for that version of like, to sort of like, Blizzard sees all of their classic players trying old school, all their big streamers enjoying it, talking about what they love, making content that really capitalizes on it. And they're like, damn, maybe we should put a couple more, resources into making our, a version of our game that's angled in this direction. So to me, that timing feels super good. For RuneScape, it's amazing. For being a content creator, it's amazing, having a bunch of new eyes. And, it's made me definitely, it's funny. I was like, I want to make the title of this video like re-explain what I'm doing, because I know that there's a lot of new people who are watching. So it's like, I'm stuck in a chunk and have to complete every task before I can leave. And it's like, yeah, duh. But if you've never heard of it, or if you just, enter the scene like a week ago, that's definitely influenced how I've treated my content. And also just like, seeing so much positivity on all of the new content. Varlore, I mean, I will say I have killed some Gem Crab on my Iron Man. Excellent new addition. I love Jagex. I think they're so good at what they do. You just trust them. You know what I mean? That's like the thing that I carry with me. And maybe I have that because I'm not a jaded old player who's been playing since like 2015 and has gotten screwed over in ways A, B, and C. But like I trust Jagex so much. I think they just know what the players want. They play the game themselves. I mean, that's I think a big part of it. They are RuneScape players. Like,
and I don't want to
yeah,
I don't want to generalize too much here, but I feel like everyone who acts like Jagex is just like totally disconnected and awful. Like, and I want to say Jagex, I don't mean like the corporate branch of things. I mean
sure,
like the developers
survey.
and yeah. Like, I mean like the actual developers and the leads and the directors and stuff. When people act like they're like just disconnected and making terrible content, the first thing I think of is like the only game you play is Old School RuneScape. Because if you have any like context to how any other developer operates in this space, you're going to be like kissing their feet by comparison. Like, it is night and day. And every WoW content creator has already talked about it, like on stream and all that kind of stuff that has come over. I've talked about it. I mean, hell, I started making videos, last year, late last year. And, a couple months ago, I got a DM on my just made my X, and I got a DM from Old School RuneScape. The Mr. RuneScape DM'd me and is like, yo, like blah 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 blah. Like, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I have at that point I had like 6,000 subscribers. Like, what the hell? So it was really 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 heartening to see that. And there are people that are 5, 10, 15, 20 times the subscribers I am, that have been making WoW content for 15 years, for 10 years, that have never been able to talk to a single Blizzard developer or a single staffer or anything like that. And to do so, you have to go through NDAs and all this kind of stuff. You have to send them it's so formal. It's so disconnected by comparison. I can compare it to Blizzard, but it is so night and day. Like, people just don't have that context. And it's so easy to be cynical when the only thing it's like a grass is greener thing, right? But it's so easy to be cynical when the only thing is like this one thing.
The grass is not greener.
Yeah, it really isn't.
Like, we have the greenest grass, like, period. Yeah. We do.
The grass has been dead for years. We are the one like Dr. Seuss house in the neighborhood that's been on fire for the past 15 years. Like, for sure.
No, they're amazing. They're so nice. I mean, I've had the pleasure of meeting a whole bunch of them in person and talking to them on Discord, and the mods and the developers are, I describe RuneScape to people who, or like Jagex to people who don't play the game, as just like a bunch of dudes. Not to discount Elaine or anything, but she's in the bunch of dudes too. Just a bunch of dudes. Like, it's not like this big, like corporate thing. It's like, there's just a bunch of dudes, like, just making a game. You know what I mean? Like, they are, they're just us. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, we could be Jagex. They're just people who care a lot and are super committed, and they just want the game to be amazing. Like, that's seemingly all they care about. And and there are things that come out, in, like you were saying, the corporate things or company structure things, like, oh, they're raising the price. It's like, I'm sure they don't want that to happen, or, like, point is, the JMods are doing an amazing job with this game and with this community, and the fact they reach out to you is it just speaks to how tuned in they are, how excited they are to have people in their community. I mean, that's a big thing, right? Like, community is like, it's so hard to find a place on the internet where there's a sense of community that is like just genuinely like uplifting and connected and happy, and not just people yelling at each other. And sure, there are people yelling at each other, but I kind of feel like I laugh a little bit at the people who like bicker on Twitter, or like, leave rage comments on like Jagex Twitter posts. It's like, you are only making yourself look stupid. Like, that's the only thing you're doing here. This game is in an amazing state. If you're bitter about something, like, sucks to suck. Like what, that's your fault. Like it's
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
That's how I see it.
for sure. And if anyone follows me on Twitter, they would probably know that I occasionally rage bait those people. It's my bad, guys. My bad. That's how I get my followers, I guess. But the no, but I completely agree. It's crazy, right? The content creator space, and I knew this before I started making content. I started playing RuneScape, old school RuneScape, and I got into it with my friend as Group Iron Man in like February of last year, and we started watching all the content. We watched Gillenor Games season 4. We watched Swampletics. We watched
Best
all this
content,
stuff.
by the way.
Yeah, Gillenor Games season 4 is, and I again, not to well, this actually furthers my point. I randomly talked to Soup like a couple weeks ago, and I'm just like, why is this dude with like 500,000 subscribers talking to like little old me over here? But it's just so cool that like, yeah, he was chilling. He see my video, and I'm like, that's so cool. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you got to know that like Gillenor Games is on an entirely different level than like anything. Yeah, it's just so like insane. And I think that you don't need to have like some knowledge of like, television or anything, but I'm fortunate enough to, that's a lot of my career and stuff like that is oriented around that space. So I'm watching it for the first time and I'm like, has this guy worked in like unscripted TV? Like, is it like, there's just, it's so uncanny.
This is my favorite part about the Gillenor Games story is that, I actually was chatting with Soup at RuneFest. We were sitting in the lobby of the hotel one night. I was eating a Greek salad, and he just comes and sits next to me with a handful of other people like Dino and some other guys. And anyway, I started like asking questions, and he was like, "Yeah, like I was just like posting like quest guides, and then I had this idea to do Gillenor Games, and then I just like did it." And it's like that's just so funny. Like imagine if just like some random channel like that just doesn't. It's not nothing like. It's like if you just randomly started making Gillenor Games.
Yeah,
I mean?
exactly.
You're like this sort of topic channel that's just sort of like just doing its own thing. And it's like, oh, by the way, like here's like the best like reality TV like RuneScape content ever. It's amazing. And you're like, what? Like what? Like, huh?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
There
is such a level, and people don't often touch on this specifically. Like, people talk about they talk about Settled, they talk about Soup in the same light, where it's like very good editors, great presenters and all this kind of stuff. But there's a kind of, artistic talent, not just to editing, although yes, but to storytelling, right? To pacing. And as a director, as Soup directs the program, there is so much like, whether it's conscious or unconscious, effort put into making the beats work. And I don't know how long he spends on each individual one, or like, I think of the moment in season 3 where like, there's that sequence of them. I think it was like a hide and seek. No, it wasn't a hide and seek. They have to like find the place to go when Soup is there. And it's like, there was the one where Bodhi got out, right? Am I thinking of the right one? It's like that legendary moment where he's panning up the mountain in the Fremnik province.
Oh, yeah. That's I think that's either the finals or the semifinals.
Semifinals, I think.
And I think it's like Bodhi thinks he's got it, but then like Foe is up there.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Like, oh. Yeah.
And it's like, how are we going to frame this, right? Like, how are we going to shoot this? How are we going to pace this? And there's so much like different layers to it. It's crazy. Like his work is insane. It's seriously insane. I think that
he's also like a painter, painting. His palette is like the incredibly jank interface of old school RuneScape.
Yeah.
Even with the power of RuneLight, it's still jank. It's like if you wanted to paint a picture and like your paintbrushes were like rocks.
Yeah,
and he
exactly.
somehow has painted like the most beautiful picture you've ever seen in your life. And you're like, what? Like how?
Yeah, I will say Gillenor Games season 4 probably played a huge part in getting me invested in the game, just because I was like so enamored by this. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Well, no, me too. Yeah. I always call myself and by the way, sorry if you can hear my dog barking in the background. Hopefully you can't. I always call myself an OSRS zoomer.
Yeah.
Like as in I'm sort of I entered the game through watching Swampletics, through Settled. I mean, I'd been playing the game before that, but I wasn't in like the YouTube scene. I didn't know anything about the creators. And Swampedics like got me tapped into that. So for a long time, I only knew, and then I immediately, got into all the other like region locked accounts like Jeoparite, who I'll talk about.
Yeah,
Goated
Jeoparite
editing.
is awesome. Yeah,
In
he's
fact,
great.
maybe too goated, but
Yeah.
that's another topic. And Dune Lord and all there was sort of that like region locked surge and then the chunk stuff. And so for a long time, I was like only tuned in to these region, restricted or chunk restricted accounts. And like I didn't know who Foe was. I didn't know who Odablock was. I knew Bodhi's name, but I didn't know why I knew his name. I always say like I use this analogy where it's like in music, like the Beatles sort of popularized this idea of the boy band and also kind of just took popular music to like a whole new level and settled as the Beatles, but Bodhi is Elvis. Elvis is like, the like bedrock of like, popular music as a concept, the artist, the singular artist. And that I feel like that's Bodhi. And so I feel like the, settled crowd, they grew up on Bodhi. They grew up looking up to Bodhi. And now I'm in the Zoomer crowd growing up, looking up to settled. And I always say like, I'm such a Zoomer. And so for that reason, I didn't know who all these other people were when I started watching Gillinar Games. And at first I was kind of like, I only know settled. Like, who are all these guys? But it introduced me to them and their personalities. And it really got me like engaging with the sort of landscape of creators. And I think it's so genius for that. It's beautiful.
It's funny you the way you contextualized it from from a music background, which makes sense. I kind of tapped into a very similar perspective earlier on as well when I started playing the game and watching all the content. But my perspective was more like generational, where I'm like, you have the kind of Gen Zero, right? Like people like Bodhi, right? Then you have like the first generation, like Settled. I would say like Settled, Framed, like these kinds of content creators that have seemingly been around for a long time and have just kind of pioneered their individual scenes with other YouTubers kind of branching out of them. And then you have people like, I would say it's like, I'm thinking of like the big four right now, but there's plenty of them. Unguided, Alien Food. I always call them Unguided, but Alien Food. Telecon.
Because Alien Food does not sound like a name.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a RuneScape
not a name
thing, Yeah, like.
Wait, here's a funny thing. I will let you finish, but we have a group chat with Alien Food and a handful of other people, and Alien Food's name, not to dox him, is Tom. His first name is Tom. But in that group chat is Agile Tom, who's obviously Tom. And so I'm like, I want to call him Tom by his name because Alien Food doesn't sound like a name to me, but we can't. So we just have to call him Alien. Like we can't call him Tom because Tom is already Tom. Anyway.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know Agile Tom too. Yes,
the Cox Chunk guy.
Yes, yeah. Oh my, yeah, I've seen his. Oh my god, yeah. But so like, and you guys are kind of the second generation, right? Like you found further niches in the broader content that is created by Settled and Framed and all their ilk as well. And you found like more specific niches, right? Like the Chunk Man, right? To me is very much like a sproutling from the region locked, right? It's like totally narrowing down on all that. Alien Food, on the other hand, I mean that man, you could write a fucking essay on what he tapped into because it's very unique. Mm-hmm. I don't know if a lot of people can really kind of. I don't even know what games can really work or MMOs can work with the kind of content that he's doing. It's very interesting. And then, totally. and then like all the different like Telecon, all these other people that are making great content. You're the kind of second generation. And it's really interesting to see the evolutions there, right? Like what is the market cap on that? Well, and the nice thing is about the game becoming more popular is that the market cap has now raised. Now we're going to see whole new people, and we kind of already have been, right? I don't know if you've seen his content yet, but one of the weirdest, like out of left field things is Sardako making like Jimmy-esque green screen video essays. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't. That's funny.
Yeah, like a Sardako WoW streamer coming into Oldschool Runescape for the first time. He's only been playing for like 3 months, and he started cataloging his journey by doing like, kind of Jimmy-esque overviews, on a green screen and all this kind of stuff. I call him idle too, I guess. But
yeah.
I was like, what the hell? He slotted in so perfectly into that. And I don't think he's ever made content like this before. Like he's just kind of like
Mhm.
through osmosis, he's just become a RuneScape essayist. It's crazy. And he's been playing for like 2 or 3 months. I mean, he's doing Corrupted Gauntlet now, by the way, 2 or 3 months in. That's crazy. But beyond that, I
Yeah,
was
that's
just
impressive.
like, that's nuts, right? That's crazy. Or even like Showback, another WoW transplant,
Yeah,
checking out OSRS. He's been
Bankai.
yeah, Bankai. Yeah, he's been on his like YouTube channel. He has an animator he works with, and they've been posting these like shorts of like different adventures that his character in the game go on, and they are really well produced. I don't know if you've seen some of them, but they are crazy. Like they're very
Mm-mm.
like anime and like they're using that kind of Blender style. But
Yeah, yeah.
I'm personally not a huge fan of the Blender stuff, but the animator, and I talked to him a little bit, the animator that he works with has really integrated more of that like janky, like jittery, Z buffery vibe into the Blender animation to make it look
Mhm.
more like
Do you know who it
not
is?
I'm forgetting his name. Pi something, I think. Let me double check 1 second.
Okay. It sounds like someone also new to the scene because
Yes,
there's a
yes.
handful of sort of like classic animators.
Yeah, he was making stuff for his WoW like videos. Like this
I've
animator.
seen his WoW, kind of like machinimas, if you will.
Witcher Pie. Witcher Pie. Yeah. And if you
Got
haven't
it.
seen some of this content, it's nuts. Like he just uploaded like a 14-minute long, essentially like episode of a television. It's goofy, but it's like so cool, and it's so RuneScape, right? Like it's so RuneScape in regard to like the kind of content it is. Very, very cool. So I just love seeing all these people slot in so well. And the game just kind of inspires you, I think, to be better as a content creator and like think better and like
Totally. I was
operate
gonna
better.
say that. It's taking these people who have existed in this environment of just sort of. I think you're talking to Alien Food about this. Like I said, I was listening to your guys' conversation today about like it's news, it's guides, it's reaction content, it's like a little bit of lore,
For
and
WoW,
it's
yeah.
like yeah for WoW, right? And it's like oh like here are so many other options for you, and seeing people like embrace that is really cool.
I'm sure I've already asked you this, but I'm forgetting what you responded. The one exception, or at least one of the very few exceptions, is Barney's series on the Scarab Lord. Have you seen that series?
So good,
It that
incredible. I mean,
that is like one of
yeah.
those. That is a one
I
of
mean, that's just one of the YouTube videos of all
yeah,
time. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like that is it's Barney is on a different level. We'll see if we get the TBC videos in this lifetime.
Oh man.
Uh
So quick
yeah.
side lore on the TBC videos. My friend and I as well, but I wasn't playing a lot during TBC and Wrath and all this kind of stuff. We were all on Barney's server, Grobulus. That was our WoW server,
Right.
the best WoW server in Classic, in my opinion. It was just the
Mhm.
best one. The Grobulus. It was a PvP. It was a PvP RP server. So the
Yeah,
PvP
yeah.
stuff was tinged with RP, which made it way cooler than the griefing kind of stuff that you would often see on PvP servers. It was incredible. But the point is that way down the line, we're talking Wrath of the Lich King now. My friend ran into Barney while playing, and we were different factions. Barney is Horde, my friend is Alliance, and I was Alliance. And they were, I guess, both farming the Time Lost Proto Drake in Wrath of the Lich King. Are you familiar with that one?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah. So very rare mount for anyone listening. Very, very rare. It has like it spawns like once every like what is it, like multiple days. It's super rare. Then it dies.
Yeah.
And you gets a really unique mount from killing this rare NPC. And my friend like wanted to clip farm essentially, I guess. So he just did something really stupid, like dismounted in the air by accident and fell to his death or whatever. So in 15 years, when we get the Barney Wrath of the Lich King video, if you see that, you're gonna see my friend Plank. I think. I hope. But anyway, that's total
That
side
is
thing.
so funny.
Yeah.
That is I love that.
But yeah, the Barney videos, the Scarab Lord videos are just are kind of one of those like I think like top 5 like gaming YouTube things like Gillenor Games, right? Everyone
Yeah,
cites
yeah. Where
Swampletics
anyone
as
could enjoy it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like
Absolutely. It's
the
just an amazing story, an amazing experience.
yeah, the editing's incredible. The storytelling again, the thing that really elevates a lot of these like kinds of series is the storytelling, like how well you can present the narrative and sell the narrative regardless of what it is. Because
Barney knew the answer way before we did, whether or not, they were able to ring the gong. And
Right.
the whole thing, you were that on the edge of your seat the entire time. At least I was. And
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
incredible.
Absolutely.
Well, talking about,
No,
oh yeah, sorry. Go.
Just to put a period on that, like I not a Scarab Lord level, but I have long considered WoW content. Try to kind of OSRS seriesify some classic WoW gameplay, and I don't know, maybe there's an audience for it now that there's some sort of the streams have been crossed, but yeah, Barney definitely was inspiring to me in that way.
It's interesting because Barney's like real success, apart from incredible editing, like pacing, all that kind of stuff, is, it really showcased the best parts of classic, right? The best parts of the Scarab Lord stuff were the emergent, the collusion, the crazy people, the griefers, the trolls, the sweats,
everything that isn't the game.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like the game is the wrapper that holds the amazing personalities, the amazing and not so amazing ones. Like at the end of time, right? Like 10 hours left, Barney had to do a fucking Blackwing Lair to finish a quest with some random pickup of these like casual, like this like casual dad guild. I think some girl in the guild like accidentally transformed her benediction. Like it was just so like
it's so good.
It's like everything about that is so driven by personality. So I would say, like, if anyone's making content about classic or World of Warcraft, that's what you're gotta tap into. You can't just go like, oh, I am like restricted to, I don't know, fucking archaeology and cataclysm. I don't know why anyone would do that. But like the thing is, it's very like, I think it's very you need to like integrate like all of that kind of stuff, which is what makes it so hard. Have you ever seen or have you been following, do you know Matt Season?
Yeah, I love Matt Season. He and I chatted a bit.
Oh, really? Well, dude, shit, hook me up, man. I want to talk to him too. So I'm a big fan of Matt Season. Been watching his videos all the way back in like 2019, 2020, back when like classic WoW was a big thing. And it's been fascinating to see his journey in Old School RuneScape. Have you been checking that out a little bit?
Yeah, I follow it. Sure.
Yeah, that's a fascinating situation there, right? Like I talked to Unguided.
Oh yeah.
Tom, Alien Food, Alien about it a little bit. And and my friends talk about this too. It's two different takes on the same concept, essentially, right? It's all unguided, but Alien Food has some context for the way RuneScape works. Matt Season has zero. So like his discoveries are way different, right? Like while Alien Food can uncover hidden dialogues in Legends Quest, Matt Season is discovering what a tick is, 20 episodes in, a year into playing. And it's just so fucking, I love the Matt Season series because it's just crazy. Yeah.
It's very illuminating for sure about like the things that are and aren't obvious in this game when you've been taught them or learned them through some mode. It's also useful for me as a content creator to watch and be like, what about this is intuitive and what isn't? Because for me, I like to make sure that I make my content approachable. And I think, for that, you kind of have to find the right balance between like, what can an audience who's never played just sort of generally intuit, and what are they going to hear me say and be like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's a great perspective, right? Because sometimes you do have to explain certain things, right? I think in the most recent Yanille chunk episode, I believe you explained, what was it that you explained? It wasn't health regeneration. I'm forgetting. But you explained like a specific concept that probably most people that play RuneScape know, but in the off chance that some don't, especially considering right now we're getting an influx of new players, tapping them into that is what's going to get them more invested in your series. But I'm forgetting what specifically.
Maybe you're thinking about me explaining what an Iron Man is.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it was. Honestly, yeah, that's probably what it was. Like it's just
I'm like,
little stuff like
Iron
that.
Man. That means this.
Yeah,
and it's
like, you can't do this.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, I think that's really important, and you take that as a content creator, and I also take things from his series as a content creator too, but in a different way, where I'm like, I'm looking at the things that don't work in the game that are unintuitive in the, bad sense, and good and unintuitive or with friction in the good sense. And that's what kind of inspires me to create content about it and discuss those things, right? Like I made a video almost entirely based on some of his issues called I think it was called RuneScape's Oldschool Runescape's new player problem.
Or something?
Yeah. Where I just talk about some of the barriers to entry that aren't like the fun kind of friction. They're the I'm never gonna play this game again kind of friction, right? Because to me, there's a difference between like putting someone on rails and just showing them that there is somewhere to go, right? Like you can't just switch off the lights you're in a pitch black room and be like, okay, have fun. Like, no, you got to show them the environment first. And I feel like in many ways, Old School RuneScape is getting better at that, but there's elements of it, especially in the early game where it's still kind of older, where that's not the case. And today, and people, some people were very critical of my video in this regard, but I think people are approaching this sometimes as like, I've been playing this game for 20 years. Why can't people just learn about this stuff? But you got to remember, like, you're not 12 anymore. You don't have 3 games on your shelf anymore.
Right.
You have like thousands of games. You have Xbox Game Pass with like tons and tons and tons of games that are calling your name right now. Expedition 33, so good. Do you really want to chop logs,
Song, it's out.
Exactly. And to me, it's like, dude, like it's a different vibe than what it was when you were a kid. No one's going to sit around fishing, shrimp for 4 hours and then be like, wow, I wonder what this means. They're going to get bored and leave. Like find the onboarding that works.
That's the important part to me is you had ages 9 to 12 or whatever it is to play the game and be stupid and not know, and then later come back to be like, what did I not know? And, sort of solve the mistakes of the past, versus these people who they're adults currently and they don't have the luxury of that time in the past to have gotten out that like sort of naive just sort of following with the game, let me smith my whole own set of steel armor, and you spend like 2 weeks doing that when you're like a kid. And then you find out you could buy it all in like 5 seconds.
It's like you have less time and more things to spend your time on. It's like both the things are pulling against one another, and it makes it really hard, right? Like, so I think someone said, some YouTube guru, maybe, I don't know, Mr. Beast or Ludwig, whoever the fuck said this, I'm sure, where like the most important part of your video is the first 45 seconds. Like it's super important to keep people invested in what you're talking about, like keep that retention going. And the reason for that is not because people have become dumber and you can say what you want about attention spans, but it's because people's attention is being pulled in 1,000 different directions all the time. And the same applies to games. Games need to have a something to captivate right off rip. And sometimes that sucks. And I would love to hear your opinion on this. Sometimes that sucks. Other times it's good. Where that sucks is a trend I started noticing back in like 2012, 2013, when like the social media scene was really rising, is a lot of MMOs, and this is such a niche thing, such a specific example, but so many MMOs, when you were creating a character back when MMOs were even made, would like put you at endgame and be like, oh my God, defend the kingdom. And you have all your abilities and you can see how much of a badass you are. And then you die, and you die, or like your character gets stripped of their power or whatever. You descend from the heavens and you're back to, wearing your scraps or whatever. I always hated that because I'm like, I don't want to feel what that's like. I just want to start as a peasant with nothing. But that's another one of those like hook moments. That's why those things were done. I have you noticed that, by the way, that like, am I saying anything relatable right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the game I played that did that is, because it's not WoW. WoW's, they've changed their new player experience a little bit, but or pretty considerably, but I don't think it ever. I mean, what it does do is it as you're picking your character, you like they show you, in the character creator, like, oh, you want to be a mage? Check this shit out, and it's like a fucking your shoulder pads are like blasting fire or whatever, and then you enter the game and you're like wearing like sacks, burlap sacks. Okay. I'm trying to think what game that I've played did that, where it starts you out and you're like, dude, I'm cooking, and then
okay, so there's now I'm forgetting its name too. God, no, I do remember its name. This is like, again, totally irrelevant game at this point. No one's playing this game anymore. But back in like 2012, it was a semi-popular MMO. Vindictus did this, and I always hated it. Like a lot of like MMOs that are trying to captivate a new audience, and they were competing with games like WoW, especially at the time, was so popular. It was like, how are we going to get that retention? But that was just an example I was bringing up. And my God, I always like, for whatever, and trailers do this now. I hate it so much. It's like, you're about to watch a trailer, bah, 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 and then the trailer starts and you're just like, and then it's like, leading in and the pacing starts and you're just like, why even show me the first 5 seconds? You just kind of spoiled the whole trailer before the trailer even started. It's a trailer for the trailer. Like, what's even going on? And it's because they want people to continue watching. I love starting in burlap sacks. That's my point. I love having nothing in an MMO. That's like my favorite thing. That's the best part of an MMO, right? Or an RPG, I guess you could say. I was going to ask you, like, obviously you work chunkin'. That's your thing. And we talked about like how you engage with RuneScape. How do you play other games? Like, I'm sure it gets boring, like, killing black dragons 8,000 times. So like, what's the, what else do you do? Or I guess what other games do you play if it's gaming?
Yeah. I mean, lately I have been doing a handful of things. I mean, I'm a MMO guy. I love RuneScape. I love WoW. Shout out to MapleStory back in the day. Haven't played that one in a while. But yeah, I mean, besides that, I would put myself in like the good indie games, Hollow Knight, Celeste, let's see, Baldur's Gate, Zelda stuff. I recently got my girlfriend, now fiance, into gaming through she started playing Breath of the Wild, and you want a very fascinating sort of case study into new player experience, watching her try to like figure out Breath of the Wild for the first time.
Oh yeah, that's probably such an interesting game to watch someone figure out because it's so off rails,
So interesting. Yeah, exactly. The freedom, she loved it. It's like her favorite game and like experience in life. But yeah, so those are the types of things I do. I've been recently leveling a shaman, my favorite class, on anniversary while doing some chunk grinding, black dragons and stuff. I also like watched the entirety of Attack on Titan, which I had never seen before. You get a lot done when you're killing thousands of black dragons.
100%. So it's interesting, right? There's a lot to talk about there. I also play a lot of games. Obviously. I would say like I'm very eclectic in regard to the kinds of games that I like. Obviously I say again, obviously, I say, obviously I love video games. Obviously I play a lot of RPGs and of the MMO variety as well. Fuck me. Clearly I can't play as many MMOs simultaneously as I would like, but I love MMOs. I love RPGs. I would say RPGs are like my big thing. This is so tangential here, but it's relevant to what I'm saying. I grew up not on Nintendo, which is interesting because a lot of people grew up on Nintendo. I grew up on Dreamcast and PS1. That was like my childhood.
Oh yeah,
2 childhood consoles. And on the PS1, I played some obscure tank game and Crash Bandicoot. And on the Dreamcast, I played House of the Dead 2 with those like fucking plastic pistols you shoot at the screen.
I was gonna say, isn't that like an arcade game?
It is, but it was ported to Dreamcast with those plastic pistols that you shoot on screen. It was awesome. It was so good. And if you ever have like 2 minutes to spare, the voice acting in that game is some of the most insane shit you've ever seen in your life. It is so bad. It's like they pulled like random people off the street. It's like they were reading things phonetically. It was wild. So if anybody wants,
I'm genuinely writing this down.
Yeah, House of the Dead 2, like voice acting, you're gonna die laughing. And the second kind of big game that really inspired me was also super unknown at the time. I don't even know if I ever brought it up on the channel. No, I have in one of my videos. It was called what's it called? It's called Draconis Blood of the Worm. That's what it's called. It was an obscure fantasy RPG, like sword and board. You play either as a knight, with a sword and shield, or as like a wizard. And it's like a full-on RPG-ish kind of thing with levels and upgrades, and that's what really got me. I think what really got me into fantasy RPGs. That's always been my favorite genre since then. And you know what's crazy about that game? That game was developed by Treyarch, who made Call of Duty. So that was like one of their first games.
Whoa.
I know, isn't that crazy?
That is weird.
But the reason I bring that up is because, from there, I kind of like really branched out. Xbox, I got it really into shooters. I still always loved my RPGs and stuff. Got it really big into MMOs, and then eventually, some of my friends say finally, got really into Souls likes. Are you a big Souls like person, or have you never really?
I haven't
dabbled?
ever actually played a Souls like. I mean, I think it's not, but I think sort of like some of the challenge bossing in Hollow Knight.
Oh yeah,
is plays into some of the similar patterns. It's not the same thing, but just, it's actually was when I was doing it, I was like, oh, this like feels like RuneScape. Like not in the difficulty way, but in the like grind way. It's like you can't beat it the first time. Like, or unless you're just like an absolute genius, but it's like it's a grind of like you have to figure out the ways to deal with this, and it just takes time and practice, and you do it over and over, and eventually you get it. And I thought that was super fun.
Yeah, I will say the challenge stuff in Hollow Knight way harder than anything in the Souls games. Like it's just not. It's like night and day. It's like that stuff is crazy. Like the people that do the really hard Hollow Knight stuff. I beat Hollow Knight. Shit, I could not do some of that like top end stuff, or at least I didn't dedicate to get good enough. I'm sure maybe I could eventually, maybe, but that shit is super, super hard. I would say nothing in the Souls games is even remotely as difficult, like mechanically. I would say that the challenge of the Souls games just generally comes from like the systems, like understanding, the navigation. In that, man, everything's kind of like RuneScape. It's kind of like RuneScape in that way, where it's all about just planning. It's very meticulous in that way. And if you ever want to explore that subgenre or genre, whatever you want to call it, starting with Elden Ring is always a high recommendation. It's my favorite game of all time, so I would always recommend it whenever I can. And considering you're a big Breath of the Wild fan, I think you would definitely find things to appreciate from a world perspective in that game. Like the way you navigate and explore that world is pretty insane.
I've heard great things. I think it's probably next on my list of game after I someday finish Baldur's Gate.
Oh,
which obviously a very different game, but
three?
Just another, beautiful work. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, beautiful work of art type of game. Although I guess maybe I should slot Expedition 33 in there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. See, I'm not a turn-based guy. I never really enjoyed turn-based games. Maybe I'm not too. I know I am too ADHD for that. I really try, but it's like watching the same animation just wears on me, which is crazy, but also not, because I also hate agility. So it fits. I could never get into turn-based stuff, but Expedition 33 does some really cool stuff with its turn-based combat with like active parries and all this kind of stuff. But more than that, the storytelling in that game. Play that. I would say play that if you do play that with like your fiance. My friend played it with his wife, and it was like it's an awesome game to play with with someone else, because it's just one of those games where you're going to get really emotionally invested, and you'd want someone there to get emotionally invested with you and like theorize with you. Like there's so many like layers
like a TV
to
show.
Yeah, man, the storytelling in that game is something special. It truly is insane. So I love that game as well. A very, very good, very, very good time. And for sure. But yeah, that's the reason I bring all of this up, is because I got super burnt out on RuneScape after Leagues. I think I might have mentioned that to Alien Food too. I got really burnt out. I was just like, fuck me. I played so much over the past couple of weeks. So I just started AFKing stuff on the side and playing through a lot of my back catalog. And it kind of like rekindled this passion of like, I can play more than one game too. But much like you, I always find myself like, I want to make content. I want to make content with this stuff because I have so much to say about it. And I still haven't figured out how to do that eventually. But my God, I have like 800 gigabytes of playthroughs right now, and I'm like, I need to find a use for this. So I try to like weasel it into random like World of Warcraft or RuneScape videos. In my next video, I'm going to talk about Wolong and like Souls likes for a little bit, and I'm sure people are going to skip past that, but fuck me, I want to do it. So
yeah.
So you dabble, you watch a lot of YouTube, you play video games. Gotta respect that. Are you looking forward to anything in particular, whether it be maybe a YouTube video or a video game coming out? Are you looking forward to anything?
Like my own video, or like something to watch?
Something to watch like down the line, right? Like any content creators, I should say, that you like really enjoy
Yeah, I
or
mean, you know, I'm a
inspired by.
huge Settled fan. I am very excited to see what his next thing is. You know, I mean, I love the content of you know, my friends. You know, I watch Tom Unguided Alien Food. His videos are great. Framed has an interesting seeming new series that just dropped. Um
And what about not in the RuneScape scene? Do you watch anyone that's not in the
Not in the
RuneScape scene?
RuneScape
Yeah.
space. Uh Let me actually go look at my YouTube and see if I have any good answers to this, because I feel like I do, but I just don't have it off the top
No,
of
no,
my
no,
head.
it's fine because for me it's like,
Oh, dude,
oh yeah.
the channel that I love. Okay, this is super niche. This is if you are a WoW viewer. Jedi Warlock. Are you
Oh, I
familiar?
am familiar. I am familiar. Yeah.
Dude, love that guy's content. There was a day where I discovered his channel and just like watched like every video, and I was like, this is like lifeblood. Like, cause okay, so for context, what he does is he like kind of I would say he puts himself in a similar camp that I put myself into for RuneScape. I kind of call myself a RuneScape archaeologist. In that I love to go in and like really dig around in these like really weird old parts of the game that like no one else really has any reason to touch, and try to derive some meaning, some, you know, discover some forgotten context about it's like, hey, why is the Yanille agility dungeon like this? That's really weird. No one goes here. Like, why is this here? Or like, wow, gee, the fishing trawler is super like buggy and messed up. Like, why is it like that? And Jedi Warlock is those are mechanical. His are much more like lore based, but for WoW, there's sort of like the intersection between lore and gameplay for classic WoW, where it's like this sort of you know, piece of content was left, you know, unfinished. But like, there's all this evidence for, you know, there were plans to make it into this, and that, and that just really scratches a very specific itch in my brain
Jedi
that I
Warlock to
love.
me, and to anyone that likes the Souls games, is gonna immediately know what I'm gonna refer to here. Is he? Well, so Jedi Warlock makes very bite-sized videos too. Generally speaking, his stuff is on the shorter
Yes,
end. And
like
it's
10
all,
minutes ish.
yeah, and it's all about just like, you know, giving you factoids about the game, an old game, World of Warcraft, that you may have never heard of before. Things that were cut, as you know, as Josh was saying, and all this kind of stuff. And there is one content creator in the Souls video creation scene called Zully the Witch. And what she does is she roots around the fucking files of every Souls game and like exports all the models and examines them and finds the most like bizarro, weird, like niche details and connects them between games and makes these like 3 to 4 minute videos with no dialogue, and just the Kingsfield soundtrack, and and it's just you know, showcasing what they've found. It's really fascinating, and some of the stuff I've learned, or just some of the ideas that were going to be added, some of the cut content that never made it, fascinating. And this is a very similar camp. So if you like Souls games and you know Zully the Witch, Jedi Warlock does something kind of similar in that vein. So it, as Josh said, scratches that itch in a very interesting way. I love that kind of stuff. I love that, like that.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like, you know, it's weird. I think of it like, you know, you're a kid and you lift up a rock and underneath there's like 37 different kinds of bugs and you look at them. That's kind of what it feels like, where you're just like, what the fuck did I just find? And that's the vibe, the mystery of it all.
Totally. Yeah, I'm like obsessed with that that feeling, that like sense of mystery and sense of like sort of like, especially like a thing that sort of implies like a time in history where like something was going on, there was a context, you know. Like here's one of my favorite things, just to do a little live fun fact, if you will.
Oh,
I think
wow.
I have not done this as a fun Yanille fact, but it's something I'll tell anybody who will listen. And maybe I already told you this in our DMs. I apologize if I did. But for the viewers, there are a lot of things in the game, in the early parts of the game, that like position like battle axes and two-handed swords as like the best items. Their rune two-hander and rune battle axe are on the rare drop table. There is a two-hander sword shop in the members area of Taverley.
Yeah.
And the Dragon Battle Axe is a reward from the Hero's Quest. And the reason for that is that in RuneScape Classic, before the engine changed to Old School, or to what was just RuneScape 2 at the time, weapon speed was not a stat. Didn't exist. Did I ever tell you that?
I had no idea, so you must have not. No. Wait. We talked about weapon speed for some reason, and I'm forgetting if we were just talking about World of Warcraft again, which might have been what I'm thinking of. But if not, I did not know that everything in classic had homogenized speed. I had no idea.
Yeah, so a two-handed sword was the highest DPS weapon because it attacked at the same speed as everything else, as a dagger, as a scimitar. It just had the highest attack and strength bonuses. A battle axe was the best one-handed option, so you could wear a battle axe and a shield if you want like a more balanced defensive setup. And so in all these places in the game, there's like, it's like, why is this like, why should I care about this? You know, why is a rune two-hander on the rare drop table? It's not even good. Like, no one would ever use that for anything outside of like free to play PKing, you know, whatever. And it's just confusing. You don't know why it's like that, because the context of that is gone, and it's not something that's well preserved, not something that's talked about or well known. There was a need at the time. So, for example, with the two-hander shop in Taverley, that was a big draw when membership was released into the game, which Classic did not start with membership. It was supported by ads at first, and on the other side of the gate, this newly added area that if you wanted to go through, you had to be a member, was a two-handed sword shop. It was like if there was, you know, just a shop that just like sold abyssal whips, you know, at the time. And you were like, holy shit, like I need to become a member so I can like get that. It was a very, you know, attractive draw for people who either couldn't afford a two-handed weapon or didn't want to smith it themselves. You know, that was also another big thing. Oh yeah, that's another big one. We might have talked about it because we were talking about smithing, which I would love to talk about if we want to divert some time to smithing. The smithing guide makes no sense at all. Why is it this order? Two-handed swords are the last thing before the plate legs and plate bodies, and battle axes are the last weapon before two-handed swords. And it just doesn't make sense. You're never going to use those. You know, a scimitar, the weapon that actually makes sense to use, is like the fourth weapon you unlock in a smithing, fifth weapon you unlock in a smithing tree.
Yeah, it's pretty early on.
And
the one bar.
So it just makes no sense in the current version of the game. But back then, you were literally working up a ladder of progressive power increase. A two-handed sword was just better than a battle axe, just straight up better than a long sword, outside of, you know, the slight variations in defense. So like stab defense or whatever. You could stab them with your battle axe. So, but nowadays it just makes no sense. You look at it and you're like, I don't get it. I don't get why it's like that. There's no explanation in the game of that. They don't tell you. It just doesn't make sense. And it's stuff like that just really fascinates me to learn.
Yeah, I mean, that is really interesting. I think that, first of all, man, I dream of the day where Jagex kind of, and I don't know if you agree with me on this, but like takes the time to maybe reconsider the value of certain items. Not to say they need to make two-handers better than one-handers or whatever, but like just give a niche to certain items that currently have literally no, two-handed.
Well, that's the direction that RuneScape is going on, is just the nichification of everything, of every item. And I think it's a great direction to go in. Another thing that, to answer your question of things I look forward to, every week I look forward to the podcasts by the lead designer of Magic the Gathering, the card game. I don't know if you're a Magic fan.
All of my friends are, so I've like absorbed information via them through osmosis.
Got it.
Yeah.
So little Josh lore here is that I for a long time, it was my goal in life to become a Magic the Gathering game designer. That was like what I wanted to do.
Very cool.
And I have listened to probably 1,000 hours of podcasts by the head designer, who just makes these podcasts talking about how they make Magic, how he makes games, how he thinks about game design. And he has coined this term called lenticular design. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Lenticular, like LEM?
Lenticular,
Len.
like
Okay.
LEN. And what lenticular is, if you look it up, is it's those things that when you hold them, it's like a piece of plastic, and if you tilt it back and forth, you see two different images. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yep. I just looked it up.
Uh huh. I don't really know a better way to describe that, but if you saw one, you know what it is. Depending on the angle you're looking at it, you see one of two images. And the lenticular design is design that is, there's depth to it if you know how to look at it, but if you don't, then it doesn't add any complexity. It's not bloat. Yeah, so, like, for example, for any Magic players listening there, a lenticular design might be a card that does something simple, but has like a very specific like creature type. Like, let's say it's a goblin. And if you know that there's a very particular deck that uses goblins, you're like, oh shit, this is a goblin. Like, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z with this. And if you don't know that, that doesn't detract from your ability to use a card. You're like, okay, yeah, it does this, cool. And so I think that if they could add some subtle changes to some of the weapons in a way that is lenticular, that's like, oh, I don't know, if you use a like shield with a long sword, it gets like, double defensive bonus or something weird like that, where it's just like, this a niche use. That's not actually a particularly good example. The funny thing is that the issue is that the attack and defense bonuses in RuneScape, which are what most of us do, are like actually a pretty bad and inflexible system.
Yeah.
And they just like don't do that much. But yeah, I would love to hear what your ideas are for how they could add sort of a nicheify the use of some of those other, weapons besides scimitars, things like warhammers, battle axes, two-handed swords.
My take, and I get a different idea every week, but my current thing that I've been thinking about with specifically like hard hitting slow weapons, I have two ideas. The first idea is to make them better at high defense creatures. Like more accurate against high defense creatures. I like the idea of having creatures with high defense, but in practice, you either have defense reduction weapons or spec weapons, which suck to use. I don't think anyone likes using them, because if you miss, it just makes the fight cringe. And now you have the horn. Regardless, you either have a spec reduction weapon to make it palatable, or you don't, like Nex, and it's just really tedious and annoying, and you have to kind of cheese it. So my idea was to make two-handed weapons more accurate against high defense creatures, which just gives a reason or a place, an avenue to use them on very specific creature types. That's the more simple OSRS solution. My theory-wise, complicating things, but in my opinion, making them more interesting solution is to add an armor break system in the game where where either by doing enough damage to a creature or by like maybe lowering them past a certain health threshold, you can equip a really slow weapon, so 6 ticks or slower, for example, and you're just guaranteed to fucking mow him for one hit, like an execute type move. That way it gives a reason to use two-handed weapons and to farm two-handed weapons, to have two-handed weapons, just for that really big like kapow moment. The thing that really inspired me for this was actually a mob from Oldschool Runescape called the Tormented Demons, which when their shield lowers, you gain 100% accuracy against them, and for the 3 ticks it lowers immediately. Your next really slow hitting attack against them, so like a 6 or 5 tick or slower weapon attack, whether it be a crossbow, ballista, or a two-handed weapon, deals like 30 additional damage depending on how slow it is. So you can have a Darox Great Axe with no Darox bonus or anything hit like 95s against them. I'm not saying they should be that extreme, but that's a really cool mechanic and gives an actual use to a slow weapon, right? Like you could have a Colossal Blade for those creatures and not feel like you just spent 5,000 smithing points on one of the most useless items in the whole game. So it's like really, really cool. I would. That's the thing. Where
unless you're planning a damageless run into the Coliseum.
That would not be ideal.
That.
It would be not ideal. And that's true. But I love the idea of like having some kind of execute weapon where like when you lowered a creature long enough. But
I guess my vision for some of these other weapons would be more like categorical for like a weapon type. Because right now I kind of feel like it's like, I guess I'm focused more on the early to mid game, kind of like sort of like Slayer. I guess that's really what I think of when I have this conversation. It's like, how can we make Slayer more interesting and give you just like way more options
Oh
than
my
just like
god.
you get a dragon scimitar and then you get a whip and then you get like whatever is after that for depending on your account type.
Dude,
You know what I mean?
I've been thinking about this so much. I have like this whole thing that I've been thinking about for Slayer, because something I talked with, and I want to say it's Mod Husky, but I'm forgetting now. No, it's Arcane, I think, in regard to Slayer. I Early Slayer, like, people love Slayer. I think early Slayer is the worst skill in the entire game. Like, up until level 75, it is
It
like
sucks.
genuinely, you're just killing really shitty creatures that are inconvenient and annoying and barely getting any experience. And you're not even getting interesting drops from it. Like, it sucks. And I'm so sorry for cutting. I just pulled a Kanye on you. Like, I'm gonna let you finish, but let me go.
No, it's okay.
But like, I had this whole thing called the Slayers Guild that I had in mind, where they do a Slayers Guild, kind of like what they were doing with the Hunter Guild and all that kind of stuff, where it's I don't know where they would put it, but it's like this big like hunter's lodge. We're talking like, having like the skeleton of like big slayer creatures adorning them. Those like traditional British hunter lodges where they're smoking pipes and like wearing monocles or whatever.
Yeah.
And in this guild, you would unlock like a reputation with them as you complete Slayer tasks, tangential to like the Slayer points you'd earn, and that would be its own like progression tree. And one of my favorite ideas that I had within this like archetype of a Slayer's Guild, right, where you're kind of working for these, Slayers, is like a Slayer's bench, or like a crafting bench you could use, where you could modify weapons that you have in the game with parts of the creature that you kill. So like every Slayer creature would have like a specific Slayer creature, like cave bugs, the thing no one kills, would have like a relatively common chance of dropping like their chitin, for example, that you can use to reinforce like a battle axe to make it really good against like fucking bugs or something, right? Or give like a unique spec to it that would only be usable within the space of Slayer, and that could scale out. I think Slayer has so much room to like be something you can customize and make your own, rather than just like equipping a helmet and then AFK and gargoyles. I don't know.
Yeah, totally. No, I mean, it's funny because we have somehow managed to like reverse engineer our way into this, but that was a big part of my smithing pitch to anybody who listened to the podcast I did with Sebe. I like sort of did this whole pitch to him, and he was kind of like, yeah, no. But it was a lot of what you're saying. It was just sort of like taking giving an avenue for sort of like niche weapon enhancements, not like weapon enhancements that change metas at, like large scale content. We're not talking about like things that are going to affect the meta, the large scale metas for raids or whatever, or like speed runs or yada yada. But like, wouldn't it be cool if you could like enchant your sword with like water effect, and now your sword has like the effects of, water spells on Pyrofiends? Like, I would think it would just be fun to be like, yeah, I got my fucking sick Pyrofiend, like, ooh, a Pyrofiend task. Hell yeah, I have my sick Pyrofiend killing, like, rune longsword. Like, I'm gonna, like, go absolutely, obliterate them because I, like, put in this time to, in my smithing pitch. In my smithing pitch, it was like, you have to unlock the, like, the recipe to make that enhancement. And then you need to gather certain materials, and it would be like a percent chance that you could do it. So like you'd really have to like sort of spend your time and invest a bit into that. And depending on what you get out of it is more higher and lower outputs. And it's like you could also to me I liked that because you could use that to enhance weapons of any tier. It doesn't have to be runes. So like, you could be doing like early game Slayer, and you're like, I'm gonna use my like like mithril longsword I have here and like give it this water bonus, and it's gonna be like way better than like my dragon scimitar against Pyrofiends. And it's just like this little super niche weapon that you have invested a little bit of time into. Also, I mean, not to get super deep into that pitch, but like you would want to do a lore weapon because there's a chance to break the weapon. So like, do you want to throw away a bazillion rune long swords until you get the one that kills pyrofiends really well? Probably not, but like you might be fine with doing it to I don't know, animate long swords. So I'm totally with you there. I also think that it would be a great way to use some items that at one time held value in the game, but these days don't have so much. So like, gems, not that they're useless, crafting experience is valuable. People buy gems, sell gems, but having another like item sync for like gems, and the things that came to mind for me were like things that there's a lot that the game provides a lot of, and a lot of times people don't even pick them up because they don't care. So like gems and bones, things like that.
Totally. I think that it's funny because a lot of what you're saying right now, like I kind of hinted at similar things with the Slayer stuff, but like I've always been thinking about that. And I think the biggest roadblock with some of these ideas is, and my God, I'm so happy I can say this because this is technically my podcast and no one else's, and everyone who's listening is like a member or whatever, at least right now is. So like, so they're not going to like dislike my video or whatever, cancel me for saying this, but I will say this. There's a lot of short-sighted things within some pockets of the RuneScape community where people are valuing like the status quo over like longevity. The biggest problem with the game, and I promise this is related, in my opinion, is itemization in the end game is like, again, my opinion, just broken. Like it is like one of those things that's teetering on the edge of collapse and has been for, I think, years, like before I even started playing.
Totally. I mean, anytime they add an item that has even the slightest amount of like nuance or like risky, use case, they have this super narrow, like, line to walk where it's like, is it useful? Okay, it breaks everything. Is it not useful enough? Okay, no one's gonna use it for literally anything. Like I feel like the Soul Reaper axe, I think it's called.
Yeah.
It's like a great example of like, I don't know where that gets used. I mean, it has value, so it must get used somewhere, but like it does, that just seems like one of those items where it's like, why does this exist exactly? Like, because they seemed like they wanted something interesting with it, and they just couldn't because the space is just it's such a narrow space.
Yeah, like every update or every upgrade, a new bis, it has to be so incremental, and it as a weapon, it can never infringe upon like the trifecta of mega rares because they need to be the best.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're so rare. Because if a T-bow is devalued and it's the rarest fucking item in the game, you kind of fucked it up, right? So like, you can never infringe on those things. So you just have the space where you're just kind of like, I always say this, it's like packing a clown car and it's already full of clowns. Like you can barely fit another clown. It's like, what are you gonna do, an 88 strength bonus now instead of an 89 or a 91? It's like, it's not even gonna give you a max hit in most situations. So then it has no value at that point, right? So there's not enough depth, or I guess width in the stats in RuneScape to facilitate such incremental
like literally
growth.
Numerically limited amount of space.
Like you guys have 4 stats. It's not, the game is not going to break for being a little bit more complicated.
Like you can't go above the, like you said, the stats of the mega rares. Like there is a literal like numerical cap to what you can do with itemization with those stats.
It's like such a tough conversation. I mean, it's tough for me because I'm a quote unquote new player. For some people, it's like, guys, I have 150 days played. It's like, I'm not that new, but I get it, right? I for an old school RuneScape, I'm new. I don't have all the understanding here, but like it's so hard to have because I can easily be dismissed as a quote unquote new player. But man, this is a problem. Like, and I was talking to Arcane about this, and he agrees. Like, this is a problem. They cannot keep designing
because he's the one who has to like juggle that exact issue on a daily basis. It makes me. We were talking about how amazing these devs are. I feel so bad for them in some ways because they are painted into such a brutal corner, and then people have these super high expectations of new content. And it's like, what do you expect? Like, what do you want? Like, do you want something better than a mega rare? You don't. I mean, you've said that you don't. Like, we know that you don't. So what do you want?
Yeah,
Exactly.
and I think he said this. I want to say I forget which like cast he said this on, but I believe he said something like the thing that he didn't expect to be so difficult is designing items in RuneScape. That's like his like big thing. It's like it's so hard. And I
Yeah.
agree. It's hard because of these limitations. And I'm not saying we should start power creeping everything. I think that there just needs to be a lot more consideration put into horizontal, like the width of the system. And there is an issue with making everything too niche because then you're just taking out a different weapon for every single creature in the game. But on the other hand, like there's a way to complexify the combat too. Like the width is which weapon do you use for which encounter. That it's that like tic-tac-toe kind of, or no, that's not what I'm saying. It's like it's the rock paper scissors
Rock,
of
paper,
some RuneScape.
scissors.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But and that's not sustainable if you go too far, right? You don't want to pull out a different weapon for every encounter. So what you do is you go a little bit broader and a little bit deeper, a little bit broader, and then eventually you have a big bucket to play in. And there's a couple niches that aren't filled, like the fact that there's like 3 relevant magic weapons in the entire game. That's fucking crazy. But, and I said this to Arcane, I'm like, bro, magic spec weapons, range spec weapons, like Melee has like 70 weapons and such a cool progression tree. And with magic, it's like Trident. No, it's Iban's, Trident, now the new Doom weapon, and Shadow. There's 4 weapons, and there's like nothing. There's not even like something you switch to. It's just those weapons. That's all you use. It sucks. And so it's like give some spec weapons, like add some stuff for the mid game that are like cool spec weapons and whatever. The point is that there needs to be a deeper, something deeper, and that's why to Sebe I pitched the parry, my favorite thing, the parry system.
Dude, I'm so hip to the parry. I think that the parry with the right pitch and the like really the right vision, I think that parry as a prayer could so easily be in the game. And just again, it's one of those things that it feels lenticular like the other one, less in that it is less in that it's not complex or that's hiding complexity, but more so in that it is optional. It's like purely like, do you want to do this? If so, go for it. It would really need to be in the right niche where that option is actually like a relevant choice. Because one thing we were talking about when I was listening to you and Sebe talk about it was like, is there a world where you want to be like prayer flicking? Like, let's say it's like somewhere where you can get like, 20 to 30% DPS increase, which like maybe that's beyond what you guys are talking about, but it sort of was like loosely what was being said in the podcast. It's like, would it really not be worth doing for Slayer? Like increase your Slayer's like kills per hour by like 20 to 30%. That's a lot. Like you're talking about like saving, dozens of hours on the way to 99, if not hundreds. And it's like, I don't know how fast Slayer is actually, but definitely dozens. And do you really want to give the player that choice? Because it's kind of like a bad choice to put into their hands.
Yeah, I always think about this. I completely agree with you. I think that, on a more like in a harsh way, like that choice already exists. You can literally one tick flick the entire slate. You can pull a settled with gargoyles, like you can do that.
Right.
It's not ideal. You're gonna hate your life, but you can. And to me, this is just adding. This is my way of adding a one tick flick that can actually have a game mechanic attached to it because it's intended rather than like a super niche thing, right? Where it's like you could do those things and you could never drain a single prayer point. You can do a Port Khazard 57 awakened Leviathans while, fucking taking his prayer. It's just crazy. You could do that, and it would be way more efficient, and you wouldn't need to use prayer pots, even if, especially as an Iron Man with Slayer. And it would be like 20, 30% faster easily because you're never refilling, you're never going back. You're flicking on your damage prayers, so you're doing more damage. But, and oftentimes that might be even more than 20%. But on the other hand, that's an emergent mechanic. And what I'm implementing here is a mechanic, right? Like an intended mechanic.
Right.
So it might feel more pressure to use it. On the other hand,
I guess my argument against that is that the game gives you ways to maintain those things in a way that it doesn't ask you to do something horrible, not horrible, but taxing. Like you can just bring prayer potions and leave piety on for Slayer and go 20% faster and costs you prayer potions. And that's just an option for you if you want to invest that, which I think is different than being like, it's like, imagine if piety only worked if you flicked it. Then it's like, oh shit, like, do I want to like flick this piety like all the time? I mean, it makes it so much faster. Like, I really should, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it kind of might feel bad in that regard. I can relate to that. I guess for me, as someone who played a lot of Iron Man in the past year and a half, is that man, I remember flicking blood velds for hours at early Slayer, and I hated every second of it. Not because the concept of flicking is tedious, but because I felt like I was getting so little out of doing that. And that's actually where this idea came out of, where I'm just like, I wish the reward for me actively doing something that's this like mind numbing was more tangible. So like when someone says, well, what, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but like when someone's counter to what my proposal is like, well, wouldn't this make Slayer like 30% faster if you do it? I'm like, yeah, it should be 30% faster if you're like playing actively. And because to me, if you're playing actively, if you're quote unquote like truly actively, not the AFK Slayer most people do, you should be rewarded. We already have those systems, right? The burst tasks are active tasks that you're like using a mechanic to complete quicker, and you're getting like quadruple the rates you would otherwise, with the bursting tasks. So doing them is very important. This would be like kind of like that, but for tasks that aren't just bursting, it would give you that opportunity to do it. But I of course agree with your take. I think it's an intelligent one of like, well, the pressure is still going to be there to always do it, and that might burn people out unintentionally because sometimes people don't know what's good for them, So that's the big problem.
If I can, because when you guys are talking about it, I was thinking about all kinds of ways to sort of tweak it that would not just sort of incentivize the way to do it that will be the most fun for you, which is don't make somebody do it on their like greater demon task that they're already like pissed off they're doing because they're like level 67 Slayer and they're like, I just fucked my life. Like, I'd rather just like sort of AFK this with a cannon, or just put on my prayer gear and do something else and watch a show. One of my ideas was to make it scale with the opponent's defense level or attack level, or I think that was what it was. Was that
attack level? Like probably,
you would gain their attack level, some ratio of their attack level to your counterattack, and so it's obviously by far at its best and would be balanced around being at its best in boss encounters, or the higher level Slayer enemy that you're fighting, the better that it is. You get more out of it the more that you are. It's also more like risk versus reward, right? So if you are doing this, because the idea is, we were talking about this, but people don't have any clue what we're talking about. I just realized.
Oh yeah, true. Good point.
The parry mechanic.
Yeah. So quick summary on the
so locked in.
So the quick summary on the parry mechanic is that the original idea I had was to add like I'm just gonna say the idea I ended up like agreeing with Sebe on and all that kind of stuff. It's a prayer essentially that you can use. You can like click, and if you use it on the tick you're being attacked, like you would be prayer flicking a protection prayer, it would act like a protection prayer of the associated type, and it would like grant you some kind of buff. It's a risk reward because you have to do it on that tick, and because it's only active for one tick, so you click it, and if you miss it, you take the damage of the boss hit. That will fuck you up. Or on the other hand, if you hit it, it'll act like the protection prayer and grant you some kind of boon. My original idea was it takes one tick off of your next attack cycle. So like if you're using a 4-tick weapon, it would be a 3-tick for the next hit, and et cetera, et cetera. But maybe that's too powerful. But the main reason I even pitched this is because I think something like this adds a lot of depth and skill expression into the game, just core into the game. And 2, it adds a lot of potential for itemization that isn't just like this weapon has 3 slash bonus over the other weapon. It's like now you can add bonuses associated with utilizing this mechanic, get 3 perfect parries in a row and regenerate 10 prayer points, or get a perfect parry and like grant yourself some kind of thing, or even get a perfect parry and maybe heal yourself a little bit. Stuff like that would be kind of interesting on the top end bossing, because it's so reliant on your like skill, right? Because you're not just going to go into a new boss and do it. That's just unreasonable. But when you're really familiar and good at a boss, when you're really in that flow state and you understand the mechanics, you might want to opt to doing it and speeding up those skills. And the last thing I'll say about that too is, another reason I was thinking about this is just my general disdain towards speed tasks in old school RuneScape. Old school RuneScape is way too RNG reliant to make speed tasks a thing, in my opinion. I think they're so weird that you have something that's like, oh, you have to get, and it doesn't matter how well you play, it's still just RNG. I don't like that. But so it's like, okay, you know a fight really well, you know all the mechanics really well, you have all the really good gear, and maybe there's a little bit of RNG too. Now you can more aptly or more confidently go for that Grandmaster. That's my yap.
So that's the parry mechanic that we've been talking about, and sort of the ways that it could be balanced to fit into the game in a way that would or would not, it would have the intended positive impact without any unintended negative impacts. I think just this is very like minor, sort of like almost semantics of how it would work, but I think it'd be great if the parry prayer was its own prayer that was like a toggle. You would flip it on, and then all of your regular protection prayers would have the effect that it's, it would have they would all gain that parry effect. So that I think it would be valid for it to cost some prayer points to use, especially if you're speeding up kills. You're reducing supplies used. So in the end, it'd probably be like supply net even to have it cost prayer points to have on. And also, I think it would make sense where if you have it on the parry prayer to add to that risk versus reward of it, it would make it so that the goal is to have it that you flick the prayer on the second that the boss hits you. And if you're just one tick flicking, theoretically that kind of gets around that. I think it would have some system where it's like if the parry prayer is on, if you flick early, you can't flick the next tick. And if you flick late, obviously you already got hit, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it has some kind of cooldown.
Something that really just
some kind of cooldown
reinforces. Yeah, it just makes it so that you can't it just makes it so you can't one tick flick at all. So it takes that away from you, from a risk perspective, and just makes it so you just have to do the parry mechanic if you want to pray correctly. So those are some of my ideas. And I think now I'm saying, you could use the monster you're attacking, or that the attack that you have parried is what is proportional to the benefit you get out of it, which would make it obviously really good for bosses. It could be tuned for bosses, and it would make it moderately useful at Slayer. It would make it really, really inconsequential at low level Slayer, which is I think would be totally fine, because that seems like just like you can use to speed it up if you want, but like these monsters are, you're killing like monkeys or whatever. Like it's
doesn't matter that much.
I mean, I think that its usefulness ramping up as you progress through the game would be a feature, a good feature. And I think that with those parameters to it, to me, I can see that being added and just sort of carte blanche, and just like you just add a whole new layer of complexity to high level skill expression. And also, I kind of personally find it pretty fun to lazy flick Slayer tasks. I just think it's enjoyable. And sometimes, like if I'm like trying to pay a little bit of attention, and I think it'd be kind of fun to be like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna like, oh, these like are kind of hard hitting, like let me just lazy flick this and have fun with it.
Let me parry it.
Let me parry it. Exactly.
Yeah, like,
because it already kind of feels like you're doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like if the thing I love about this, not to like glaze up my own idea too much, is that it doesn't add a new layer to the way you're playing. It just adds a new depth to the thing you're already potentially doing. That's the
Right,
part
right.
where I feel like it fits. I'm not saying like add abilities to the game. You know, we're not talking evolution of combat
Right,
here.
right.
Although surely if it was added, they're gonna be like, oh my god, it's evolution of combat again. But but like it's like you're playing the same thing. The combat's all the same. It's just now you're actually being rewarded more tangibly with the with what you were potentially already doing. That's what I really connect with this idea with. I like parrying as well in my video games, in my Souls games. And and I remember I initially pitched this idea to my group Iron Man, who obviously him and I always talk, and he's one of my best friends. And my original, like way back when, I believe it was my idea. If it wasn't Anthony, I'm sorry for stealing it. But it was specifically with rapiers, to specifically focus on giving them this something like this. Where right now, like the Grazi rapier from TOB, fucking useless item, like genuinely, completely devalued by the
One of those
Fang.
things you kind of forget is in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think his idea was to give it like a really cool spec that's like a parry, right? Like a 15-20% spec energy cost spec, where for the tick that it's activated, you like do a counterattack. You immediately attack back. And it's a spec, so it kind of works like it can be a bit more powerful. And that would be really cool. And such a cool timing thing to do with a spec, right? Like you like enter like a repost stance and then go phew, you know, and counterattack them.
Yeah, it would be really cool.
Yeah, it would be really, really cool. And imagine the depth it would have in PvP. It's kind of like a layer on top of Vengeance already. You know, like there would be so much cool stuff you could do with it. Like, you know, the guy's going for the armor spec. So you go a parry, take 50% reduced damage, and then counterattack back. Just really cool stuff like that. You know, it has a room for that. And this all, it kind of extends back, or I guess to pull back for a moment on the broader side of things of right now, there are 2 useful weapons in the early game and they all rhyme with fucking Mimitar. You know, it's like, come on, we can get a bit more creative with what we have in the early game. And I think sometimes people, especially people who've been playing a long time, overlook the value of that. They're like, why would you dedicate so much time into content that's skipped with you know, a quest? Why would you dedicate so much time to making the early game better when it's such a small portion of the game? And the answer to that is because you want people to play the game. And regardless of how small the portion of the game is, that's the first thing you see, right? No one's gonna wade through a fucking pile of shit just to get to like the caviar if it's like a mile of shit. Even if there's even more caviar at the end of it, it's, you know, it's shit. So I think that they can really, I think it's been proven time and time again that when Jagex invests into the early game, it's like a net positive. Every early game update of the past, God knows how many years, 3, 4, whatever, have been incredible, right? Like Scurious.
Totally.
I don't know if you've done Scurious. Because
amazing. Yes, I have.
Yes,
I love Scurious.
That's like an insanely
Scurious
good
makes you
fight.
feel like you are such a G. You're like, dude, I am so good at this game. I'm flicking these prayers. I'm dealing with these ads. Like, I'm
it's
cooking.
So cool. I fucking love Scurious. Scurious is what got me into the PVM in the game. Like I didn't have any opinion on it. And then I did Scurious and I'm like, now I want to do the PVM. Like, this is it. That's the effect that it has, right? Like you're actually playing the game mechanically. You're not fucking safe spotting Dagonoths or doing whatever Barrows is. You're actually like doing the mechanics. It's so cool.
Doing whatever Barrows is. It's so funny. No, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I keep saying this to people, which is that there's the concept of what a game is, and like when you're like playing a game. And for a lot of RuneScape, I would say with quite a bit of authority, because this is kind of my wheelhouse, that you're not really playing a game. You're not really playing a game when you're woodcutting. You're doing something, you know, you're contributing to a game that you play, but you're not really playing a game. You're just kind of doing a thing. But when you do Scurious or Perilous Moons, or obviously, you know, like a lot of end game PVM, but like, you know, in terms of approachable content that is accessible to a lot of players these days, Scurious and Perilous Moons, you are playing a game. Like, it's like you're playing like like a game, not RuneScape, which is a lot. There's a lot of not playing a game. You're like playing a game,
And
it's so cool. You're like, whoa, I didn't realize it could feel like this.
Right. And it's so rare that in the, and I guess you could say the early game of RuneScape is the end game for a lot of MMOs time wise, but it's rare for a game that where you're so new and fresh to it that actually gives you a tangible challenge to dig your teeth into for MMOs. Like that's a rarity in MMOs specifically, right? Like you think at retail, WoW, that there's 2 challenging pieces of content and it's like some raid difficulties and Mythic Plus. That's like the 2 hard things and everything else is a meme. So it's like, but here's RuneScape. It's like you're level 60, go do Scurious, like go figure that out. And it can kill you. Like it can straight up KO you if you're not careful. And that's what's so fun. I think that the 3 early game stuff, like early mid game, whatever stuff, Scurious, Perilous Moons, and the Twin Flame Giants, the Royal Titans, I think they're called, are just like S tier content, like genuinely S tier. And it's like undebatably S tier. Like you can debate Yama, you can debate Doom. There's been issues. It's a high end piece of content with a lot of nuance to it. But these 3 pieces of content are net positive S tier, so valuable to making people invested. Like you think the WoW players playing right now wouldn't have been as excited or would be as excited about RuneScape if they didn't have like Showback had that really close call with Scurious. Like it's heart racing and you just don't expect it for RuneScape because a lot of time before that you were walking around with low run energy, fucking, delivering buckets to quest givers or whatever. It's just such a different thing. And giving people a taste of PVM is really important. Something I always advocate for is give people a taste, like a little taste, not like right as you launch where you're max level or whatever, like I was complaining about, but like a bit of what could be incrementally, right? Like spec weapons are so cool. Like you get your Dragon Dagger and it's like the coolest thing ever, right? You actually have a spec. Matt Season discovered what specs are in their most recent video. So it's like, it's exciting. It's a different kind of it. Yeah, sorry. Spoilers, everybody. It's an exciting feeling. And totally. I would love to see more of that.
Here and just say, like, as someone who's played RuneScape on and off for many years, as a kid I played, and I mean, I don't know if I even had members as a kid. I think I was just dicking around with my friends. And then I started playing old school for a while. And like I said, I was very like detached from the scene. It was just something I did for fun. And I was like, I remember when I did like Morning's End Part 2, I was like, I'm the best at this game. Like it is so impressive to myself that I have completed this. I think there's a lot of players, a huge portion of players that we don't really hear from that are in that camp where they don't even understand what they don't know about this game. And PVM is a huge part of it. I mean, for me, like, I think, my legs were quaking doing like monkey madness. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to like die to these monkeys. Like, holy shit. I think you never had this because you weren't even play as a kid, but back in the day in RuneScape, I think a lot of players who are returning have this internalized sense of fear of death in the game.
Oh my God. Yes.
It's like back in the day, it's like, if you died, like, it's fucking over. Like, no matter where you died or where, what happened, wilderness, whatever, your shit was gone. Like, you just lost your stuff. And like getting over that fear of losing your stuff when you die, because you just avoid it. You just avoid it as much as you can. And anything that seems dangerous, you're just like, maybe I'll just chop trees instead. That was me for so long. Doing these like pretty, trivial quest bosses, like the end of Underground Pass, where you have to like throw the doll in the well and Ivan's attacking you and you're like, oh shit. Or like, whatever, just these quests that it's not PVM, it's just not, but you're attacking a monster that could theoretically kill you quickly, but it's quests, so it's cheesable unanimously across the board. You don't even know what you don't know. I think that when I got back into old school, like maybe about a decade ago, started kind of dabbling in, playing it on and off for a couple months here and there. If I had experienced Scurious then, I'm almost positive. Oh, like for example, so the like peak of everything I was just talking about, Fire Cape.
Yeah. These
are the players who are afraid of the Fire Cape. And I'm not saying that in any kind of like derogatory way. That was me for so long. I have a Fire Cape, by the way, just in case it sounds like I I have completed the fight caves. Thank you very much. Pretty impressive, I know. But it's like the idea of that is just so daunting, and even that isn't PVM. I mean, it is, but it's very much not. And it's like these are the players that is the reason why Scurious exists, because it's there to show these players that actually this is super fun if you try it, if you take that risk for just, low level, you can access it. If you've been playing for a little while, guarantee you can kill Scurious. If you're a new account, you can get there quickly. It's there for those people, and new players, obviously, also people, these WoW players coming in, obviously, but there's a much larger percentage of the audience. And I know this because of YouTube. You can look at Settled, his channel, so much bigger than every other old school channel. I think a big part of it is he's tapped into that market of people who don't play RuneScape, yes, for sure, but also those players who haven't played in 15, 20 years. They played when they were a kid. They played old school when it came out for a second, but these are people who, they haven't done a fire cape. Like there are so many of those people. I mean, RuneScape was massive when we were kids, and I try to tap into that audience too. And I think if you look at my channel, for a pretty young channel, it's a pretty big audience. And I think it's because I have put a lot of effort into trying to reach those people and make my content approachable for those people. And if they watch my YouTube videos, chances are that they also are people playing the game in the same boat.
Yep.
And I think it's why we need to continue to serve that audience, because it's a huge audience.
What you kind of like tapped into there is also something I noticed. I don't remember if I brought it up to Sebe or not, but what you're taking note of is super interesting. And it's something that I got tapped into because one of my good buddies was really big into old school. He got into it in old school, like, so 2015 was when he started playing it. But and I remember when he did, but like he maxed in old school RuneScape, and he maxed an Iron Man too. So he no lifed it for like 3-4 years, and he played a lot, he maxed, but he never once did any of the raids. At that point, it was only one. None of the endgame PVM, no Inferno, none of that. He got his Fire Cape, and he did Zulrah and Vorkath, and that is it. And not even that much. And like the reason for that, what that type is because of that latent fear. I don't know what to call it, but this like understanding that RuneScape is a risky game, and when you die, you lose something. In the olden days, as you said, you would lose a lot. In today's days, you lose a little bit, only a little bit. Death costs are pretty cheap. But even that fact, whatever the wires are, the way they're connected or interconnected, regardless, just that fact alone makes people a little bit fearful of getting into something that could potentially kill them. So I think don't remove that, just make the game more liberal about fucking killing you early. That's like my big way to integration. This RuneScape needs to kill people faster, because that's what's gonna get them used to that. I think, like, obviously hardcore Iron Man notwithstanding, my God, like that's what Scurious is great at. If you're bad at the game, you're definitely gonna die to Scurious, and you're gonna be like, oh, I don't even have a death cost yet. It's fine. It's chill. I gotta go and do it again. Yeah. And I think that's the way to kind of exposure therapy. That's my take on it. Just get people dead soon, because if you get
also
too comfortable
to start grappling with understanding how dying works, because again, you're relatively new, and I don't think death mechanics have changed while you've been playing. I don't think.
No, they haven't.
But there was a period there where they were changing constantly, and I feel like for a lot of players, especially that cohort of returning players, they just don't know. They don't know that you don't lose your stuff. They don't know how it works. They're afraid that there's a timer, or there used to be all these situations where it's like, and they still have these messages in game, by the way, which are misleading for the most part. I don't think any of these still exist, where it's like, if you die in here, you're going to lose all your shit. And you're like, wait, really? Shit, I'm not going to do that. Like, it's this big, interface that pops up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure. I think some quests
that's
have
just
that,
true anymore. And yeah, quests have it. It's just not true. Like they've made it so that it still grows to your gravestone. It goes like outside the instance area, but it was true for a while, you know. And so basically, it's confusing, and it's confusing even if you've never played RuneScape and don't have any of that background. You're like, wait, what happens when I die? Like, what my stuff? I lose it, but I don't lose it. Like, it's just confusing, you know. Like, why, you know? It doesn't actually make sense.
Yeah, that's the kind of friction that can be alleviated. It serves no purpose anymore. It's misleading, as you said, and it kind of just makes people less into doing content, right? And I think it's very easy to say, well, they should get over it. You can say that, but fuck, we want the game to survive, right? Like we want the game to live and survive.
They're gonna get over it by just not playing.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't want that.
That's gonna be their getting over it of choice.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's no reason to gatekeep some of the best parts of the entire game. There's just no reason to. And I think ingratiating people into those spaces is the number one way to do it. And that's something I talked about in the new player problem video, where I talk about raiding in old school RuneScape, right? There's 3 raids in the game, and my God, I cannot express how much I hate the party making systems of RuneScape. Not only are they just different in every raid for no reason at all, which just makes it unnecessarily confusing, but just using third-party stuff like Discord for raid groups is just so annoying. Like it works for like a world buff drop because it's completely optional. Like it's not content, it's just an emergent thing that happens that players put together. But raids are actual like intended content. You're intended to go in with other people. This is how you're intended to do them. So having virtually nothing that works properly within that, or at least intuitively, is really frustrating. The fact that there are specific raid worlds sometimes, but most of them aren't really pick up. There's no pugs in there, and the ones that are, it's kind of inconvenient to get it together, and like it's just really weird. The fact that you have to be in a friends chat for Cox, but I don't think you do have to be in a friends chat for Tob. Like it's just really, really, really badly designed. And a game that has figured this out is World of Warcraft retail. They have a great grouping system, the Mythic Plus. Like if you want to make a Mythic Plus, you just say the dungeon, you click start, and now you can see everyone who's doing that dungeon, and you can apply selectively, or you can list yourself as doing a dungeon of a certain level, and then you can filter applicants based on how they apply. It's super easy, and it's done through your interface. So for as much as I like the diegetic element of having a notice board in game, what I don't like is that it's driven by the world, which I think is just terrible. I don't think there should be a specific world where this thing is like used. I think it should be cross world to make sure that that it looks populated. You don't want to look at the notice board as a new player and see no one is doing this content because you might not be in the appropriate world. It should be cross world. And honestly, as much as some people hate this, it should probably just be in your interface too. There is something to say.
I mean, we have a tab that's literally called grouping.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And there is something to say about the old school interface getting a bit fucking crammed. And I'm hoping that Jagex is considering other options. I'm hoping that the new client that they're working on, their new like big newfangled client, will have like a RuneLite-esque like sidebar that you can start pivoting some stuff there. That was always been my idea when it comes to the UI in RuneScape. Keep it old school. I love the way it looks, but some of the new information like grouping can be on that sidebar like you would have in RuneLite, where you can have a grouping tab and you can click that and see all the groups or whatever. But the point is that it should probably be in the UI too. You want to get as many people in Chambers of Xeric as possible, especially TOB, which is way harder than Chambers of Xeric. You need to get as many people in there as possible. It cannot just be a niche subgroup of a subgroup doing this content that you put so much effort into. I think it needs to be opened up. The friction should be the difficulty of the content. It should not be like finding the correct world and group to take you and teach you.
Also, like committing to, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I've never properly done a raid. Everything you're saying right now is contributing to exactly why I've never done a raid, which is that I don't feel like sitting there and figuring out how to even start. It just doesn't seem appealing. It seems like a bad use of my time to be like, okay, what is the interface? You do this, and then you have to click that, and then generate, okay, in Chambers, and you can like generate layouts. So like and then like I've gone into an early an entry mode tab one time, and I thought it was pretty fun, by the way, but I had someone else making the group for me. And it was just like, I just don't want to have to figure it out. It's confusing. It's not, it's a barrier. So I am firsthand telling you, as someone who's played the game for many years and knows all of this content, like I know the mechanics of like Sodaseg better than I know the interface to create a Tob party.
Yeah, and it doesn't help the fact that you need to use a Discord. Like you need to use a third-party Discord to even find people, because you're not going to find bugs, right? You really aren't, especially as someone who's inexperienced and doesn't know what the fuck's happening. That's funnily enough, you bring that great example up. My group Iron Man and I have been like wanting to do Tob ever since Leagues, and every single time we like look at the PVME Discord, and it's a fucking awesome Discord, by the way. Like they are really wonderful. The We Do Raids Discord is fucking awesome. They're really, really great. And but even then, I look at the Discord, I'm like, I have to find someone to tolerate me being new to the game, new to the raid, and willing to like teach me and potentially wipe. And I have to message them. I have to like go out of my way to type in the Discord, then finding it in the world and and I'm just like, let's just go to TOA. Let's go do chambers. Like I learned to do chambers. And as much as I now have learned, maybe it's Stockholm, maybe not, but I've learned to love Cox. You know, I love it. But learning it though was the most I have never been closer to quitting the game than learning Chambers as Eric. I've never been close, because it was infuriating. Not only is every mechanic not the mechanic, you have to just break the fight. That's how you finish it. So that's unintuitive and on its own a little bit frustrating to like walk past. But the fact that now it's unintuitive and you have two other people relying on you to do it correctly, fuck me. And then on top of all of that, you have a reputation on the Discord. So if you're shit and it's such like, man, there's people in World of Warcraft that have trouble with like social anxiety when it comes to like finding groups, even though the grouping system is so unbelievably easy and forgiving in WoW. In RuneScape, it's like, bro, you have like 19 barriers and you have to like learn how to do the Olm skip, which is the best RuneScape guides on YouTube are like 3 hours long, where they're like meticulously they need to figure out how to get. I'm hoping that for Raids 4 we get a little bit of a grouping interface rework. I don't understand why we can't just have normal MMO groups in RuneScape. Maybe there's some coding issue. I would love to hear about that. Maybe I can reach out to a mod about that. But like, why can't I just right-click invite someone and now they're in my group? Why cannot that? You know what I mean? Like that would kind of solve the problem.
It's just that simple.
Yeah,
it's just that simple.
It would be cool. And there's so many cool ways to integrate that in the UI. You know, we have so many RuneLite plugins. I'm sure there's a plugin for that. You can right-click, invite. Now they're in your group. You can see their health. You can see their, prayer points, I guess. I was going to say mana.
So wait, real quick, just to throw something at you that kind of goes back to what we were saying. So one of the things that I think is so true about what we're talking about right now is that, you're talking about group content, sort of like high stakes PVM group content. And I'm tempted to say that one of the things about this that kind of is another barrier, besides the grouping thing, which definitely for sure, and that also is true with what I'm about to say, is that none of the game prior to that moment shows you this content. They don't, it's never experienced until like multiple hundreds of hours deep. And you're like, oh, I guess I need to like figure out how to like make a group and do this like group bossing stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like, you just never encounter it. Now, this is where I'm circling back to our prior conversation about, so like sort of on the weapon skill thing and the sort of the context that is lost over time, which is that bosses in RuneScape were designed, pretty much every single one of them, the classic bosses were designed to be killed in a group of random players, people who are maybe friends, maybe not, probably more than likely not. They're just there, kind of like DKs, for example. Dagonoth Kings is, you just go down there and just like cheese, just everything you can, you're cheesing. And it's because it was designed to be done by minimum 3 people. Each one kills one of the kings. that's how it was supposed to be done. That's like how they envisioned it. The same is true with Corporeal Beast. Why is it this weird thing that you have to lower its defense and do all the shenanigans to kill it? Because it wasn't meant to be killed by one person. That's not how it's supposed to be done. The same is true for like pretty much every single boss. Back in the day, KBD, there's videos of like 30 people killing KBD at the same time.
Yep.
And so there's this history of boss equals group content just by nature. No party system, no grouping system. It wasn't invented back then because it wasn't needed. All you needed to do was just attack the boss. It was the same time as other people, and that was grouping. You were physically there in the game together. So they didn't have a grouping system. But nowadays, that's not how it's done. Nobody does it like that. There are mass worlds for some very specific bosses, but overall, it's not a thing that's like, hey, like, let's go find some pals and the three of us will go kill the Dagonoth Kings. Like, what? Who? Like, maybe if you have like a group Iron Man or something. But even then, I feel like it'd probably be pretty rare for three group Iron Men to go down and like trio DKs.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think it's just one of those fascinating things where it's like, why did we end up in this situation with these like very late game, like super detached systems that are just present nowhere else in the game that, go super deep. And it's because they were an extension of something that existed in the past. That was sort of like the natural next step. But now the ladder leading to that step has been completely forgotten. And so it just seems like a completely random and is experientially a completely random system that just like makes no sense and feels like, why the hell was this like this?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that my general perspective is grouping in and of itself is a form of friction that's great. Because I always say there's great friction and there's not great friction in game design, and grouping is, generally speaking, a great form of friction, right? It forces you out of your comfort zone oftentimes. It makes you develop relationships in game, which get you more invested in the game. It's, generally speaking, great.
It's the reason why WoW is successful, period.
Period. Exactly. That is what is, like, people nowadays say, well, WoW needs more solo content or whatever. And whatever, I have your own opinion about that. But the reality is that the only reason the game's even alive is because of its grouping scene. That's like what made WoW WoW. That's what made the raids. That's what made dungeons dungeons. And I think that RuneScape definitely had that and has that now. But the more difficult something becomes, the higher the pressure is, the more you need to alleviate the friction of like the UX. The UX needs to be silky, buttery smooth, because that's the only thing that's going to make people even remotely consider going into something that's even crazier, which is like, the actual difficult content. You don't want that friction in the UI, right? You don't want to get frustrated before you even get into the grouping part of it. That's
especially to throw something in there, especially when they're coming out with all this great new modern content that doesn't have any of that friction. And you're like, what do I want to do? Like this super jank raids, like blah, 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 or just like Perilous Moons. That's just like beautiful and seamless and like kind to the player in every way that it can be. Like, take your choice. Like, of course someone's going to pick this, newer content that, but that's obviously, it only gets you so far. Like the game kind of paints itself into a corner in that way.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm hoping, and I know they're likely in the previs or pre-production phase of the Raids 4 now, but I'm really hoping, really hoping that with Raids 4, we get more consideration in that regard, because the solution isn't always just make it soloable. That's not the only solution that you can have. I know that's a lot of solutions that people that hate the grouping side of Cox and TOB are like, just make them soloable, just make them easier to solo, blah, blah, blah. But like TOA, but there's a reason why, apart from the invocation system, that TOA is often considered the worst raid. And it's not unlikely because people have just more mundane memories of it. Because most of your time you're just by yourself in them. You're by yourself in the raid in TOA. Even though any individual fight in TOA, apart from Kefri, is miles ahead of every other. And maybe people hate me for saying this because, there's a lot of people in this community that do high-end content that love like the weird, like bizarre tile marker jank of like of an Olm. But every fight in TOA, apart from Kefri, is so much more intuitive, so much more visually pleasing, so much more engaging, like on a fundamental level of like, I can figure this out without 3 hours of guides, outlining the tiles I need to click on at what tick. It's like it feels great, but
it's like a game.
Yeah, it's almost like a game. Yeah, it's exactly. And man, the Warden's final fight in TOA has the best boss theme in the game. It has my favorite mechanics. I love that fight so much. And it just sucks to me that it's wrapped in like a package that's unsatisfying. And the solution of just make it solo, I think, had that result. Although I do it with my group Iron Man, so I can't complain as much. To me, I know they said Raids 4 is going to be more akin to TOB. I wonder what that means to them. Does that mean it's? I'm sure
it's just going to be more akin to TOB.
Yes, because TOB is like the most beloved raid, right? But it's also the one that people do the least, which is kind of interesting. So it's the most beloved raid, and I think that's because it's a gauntlet, so it's shorter. So it's definitely going to be more of a gauntlet, no puzzles or anything. But I wonder if it's going to be soloable, if they're going to force a group. If they do force a group, I wouldn't be upset by that. I think that has its place, as I said, especially in something called raiding. But they need to engage with grouping more, like the actual system of group. They need to figure that out. And I mentioned this to Arcane, so maybe I don't think I'm going to have any influence on what happens, but maybe he's like, oh yes, grouping, even though I know
think that's one of the beautiful things also is you get your voice heard, and it's, I mean, I've gotten the game changed multiple times.
Yeah,
there was they changed the portals in the
Wizards Guild,
in the top of the Wizards Guild, which by the way are still like that in RS3.
That's crazy.
They are literally still like that in RuneScape 3, 20 whatever years later. So
this is such a good segue
into the game changed.
And I, by the way, I will say that if they do add grouping system stuff, I am taking all the credit. Okay, only for this podcast. Like, oh yeah, they definitely every Jagex employee and developer is a membership on the Theory White channel. But I will say, okay, the great segue to RuneScape 3 because I do want to ask you a question on that. But before I do, can we take a quick break? We're back from our break. So it was a good segue because I kind of wanted to hear your thoughts on RuneScape 3. It's such an interesting topic for me. I've been thinking about it nonstop for the past couple of weeks. And for some background, I have a little bit of experience with RuneScape 3 actually. Before I started playing old school RuneScape, obviously, I would say I had more experience with RuneScape 3 because I've dabbled very casually in it many years ago. But beyond that, though, what's been kind of interesting is some of the conversations, some of the discourse surrounding the game, from microtransactions to its prevailing everything to its monetization is microtransactions, as well as its upcoming leagues. Do you have any, for a general sense, any general thoughts on RuneScape 3, or do you have any experience with it? Like, what's your take on it?
I mean, for me, my RuneScape 3 takes are really all just in relation to old school. I played RuneScape before it was old school or RS3. I remember the day that Evolution of Combat came out. Me and my friend, we went into like Edgeville Wildy, and he did the clicks and I pressed the numbers on the keyboard that did the attacks, and we had no idea what any of them were or what they did, and we just couldn't bother to read what they try to like piece it together. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna hit him with like a 3 and then like a 2 and then like a 6, and then like, you be ready, okay? And he's like, okay, yeah. And then, we were just being like real stupid about it. But yeah, I mean, we very quickly stopped playing after that. I wasn't very serious at the time in the first place. But yeah, so I mean, at this point, my takes are really all in relation to old school, sort of like, oh, wow, old school has this, RuneScape 3 has this. Or, I'll bring up skills every now and then, and people will be like, oh, yeah, that's in RuneScape 3. It works really well. And I'm like, oh, amazing. And I listened to the podcast, the Sebe cast with RS guy.
Yeah, I listened to that one too.
And they talk a lot about RS3. Yeah, I figured. and very enlightening to sort of hear about the game. You know, like I said, in relation to Old School, he was like, RuneScape 3. Sorry, RuneScape 3. It doesn't have nearly the creator and tools that Old School has. The ability to get the models of all of the NPCs. There's a website for that. There's the creator kit plugin for that. I mean, there's RuneLite. Obviously, RuneLite is just incredible. But yeah, so that a lot of my takes are like that, in that vein.
For sure. And so first of all, that's also, I also listened to that podcast. It's very interesting. That was a very interesting one. I really enjoyed listening to that. And I also just want to shout out the RS guy. I've been kind of following some of his content after the fact as well. First of all, I feel like he's carrying a lot of the community on his back. It seems like he's really like in the influential space for that game, for good reason. He seems super, super down to earth and like a nice guy. I've not spoken to him yet, but he seems like a really great guy. So props to him. Also, man, that story he told about like winning the golden gnome and not wanting to show the clip to his parents because everyone was trashing him for being a RuneScape 3 player. That broke my heart. Honestly, I was listening to him, I'm like, fuck, that's super so sad. Like, and he seems like such a genuine guy. So shout outs to him. And but it's very interesting, right? Because the comparison between two games is very one-sided, especially if you're in the Old School RuneScape community. Old School RuneScape is obviously a lot more popular. RuneScape 3 is struggling a lot for many reasons. And I think that, and for full disclosure too, I'm also probably I'm gonna try the leagues. I don't know how long, but I just want to kind of just go in like I did with Old School RuneScape leagues and just not look up anything and just see what I can do. That's how I have fun. So, but it would be interesting to talk about maybe in a future video of mine. And I think something about RuneScape 3 that's very fascinating, right, is that it's almost like an issue of execution for that game in many of its systems, from what I can understand, right? Like they implement the evolution of combat, which you could argue was a misstep, right? But I think also more importantly than it just being like a misstep philosophically is it's a misstep of implementation. Everything I've ever seen about the evolution of combat is that it was just rushed out. Like it wasn't balanced. It wasn't considered all too much. And it completely broke the game. Maybe I'll give you a fun RuneScape fact. Did you know that they removed specs from the entire game when the evolution of combat came out?
No, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, they removed them entirely from, and it's like a way to like totally gut some of the coolest parts of your itemization, right? And they just couldn't find a way to implement them. And they've since added them back to my knowledge, but it's just stuff like that. It's like you didn't have time, you couldn't figure it out, and you released it anyway, and you've suffered the consequences for it.
Yeah.
So it's very fascinating to see the game because it does look really different to Old School, right? Like the way you play it, but it still also kind of still feels like RuneScape 2. It's alternate dimension RuneScape, or I guess Old School would be the alternate dimension RuneScape. And it has abilities and like a World of Warcraft, right? It has GCDs. Yeah. So I almost wonder if some of my skill set for WoW, not to toot my own horn, but I'm good at World of Warcraft, would translate more so than RuneScape or Old School, because man, I like, kind of tangential topic here, my apologies, but I look at some of the best players that play Old School and I'm like, they're playing a different game than me, right? Like I can't even, like I look at the settled, Nightmare Man, Nightmare series, crazy. I look at the big thing for me though is the PvP scene. I think the PvP in Old School RuneScape is the coolest thing ever, but it is like intangible. You look at a clip of of Oda Block who's locked in, and you're just like sitting there like, so he flicked his melee prayer on. Like it's just like what is happening?
Right,
What gamer is he playing? Right? Like I love that.
Totally. I was telling a friend this recently. I was like, oh, I just put together why they're clicking so much. You click on your offensive gear for your hit, and then you click on your defensive gear when they're attacking you. I just put that together. Like they're just clicking so often that I just don't even know what's
so
going
precise.
on.
It's often, so it's unbelievable. Like seeing the top end of the PvP scene, it's an awe-inspiring. That's why I loved All Stars so much. The first All Stars that came out, I don't know if you followed it last year. I got so into it, and I'm just still very new to the game, but I got so invested into it because it was so cool seeing all these crazy people, these insane strats, and these high skilled players. And yeah, man, like holy fuck! Like there was that 2 or 3 minute long video of Odablock fighting Port Khazard in like LMS or something, and you're just watching him play, and it's Port Khazard, like of all players, right?
Right.
And he eats like 2 food. Like Odablock eats like 2 food, and he just fucking obliterates. He kicks him to death at that, and you're just sitting there like, there's such an immense skill gap between the best overall player in the world and like Odablock, right? One of the best, or the best PvPer, right? And it's crazy. It's a different game. And the reason I bring that up is because RuneScape 3 feels that way in some ways, maybe, right? Like it just feels like a completely separate game. Like, is that how you look at it? Do you look at it as even RuneScape anymore?
No, I mean, it's hard to, I think if the more I look at the game, the gameplay itself, I can draw some comparisons, but I definitely see it the same way of just like, that is its own game. It's doing its own thing.
So I guess I'll ask you this question, and consider this very hypothetical, I guess, because obviously you have your Chunkman, you have your YouTube channel. You're not gonna not play old school. So imagine you didn't have any of those things. Imagine you are, Josh isn't YouTubing. That was so dumb.
That's the name jokes. They're infinite.
Yeah, of course. What is something that RuneScape 3 can change, like right now? Not to say that it can be a fantastic, like as in like, what would it need to change for you to be like, you know what? I do want to play this version of RuneScape. Like, what would it need to do? What would it need to change?
That's such a great question, because I feel like the answer is nothing. It would have. I can't think of a thing that that would do that for me. I guess like revert. I mean, I just say old school. No, like you know what I mean. It's the way I see it, and I think my sort of like hater card on RS3 has definitely diminished recently, especially listening to that RS Guy podcast. Just in that it's like, okay, yes, that's a game. The people who play it are just reasonable people. They're not like stupid or whatever. They're just people playing the game. Because I think that's how a lot of people see it. People who have been in the old school scene for a long time. But I think I see it as just like that game has nothing for me. I couldn't conceive of a world where it has something for me. Personally,
what's interesting about that answer, to me, and I will also say that like I feel as though, this is not me attacking you at all, but I feel as though like any vitriol felt toward RS3 is so misplaced now that old school RuneScape exists and is insanely popular. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
totally.
The timeline of where we're at in old school is infinitely better than the timeline would be in if EOC never came out. Maybe that's a crazy take.
Yeah.
But
no, that's true. 100%.
Yeah.
No, I've heard people say like that EOC was secretly the best thing that ever happened to RuneScape because it then led to old school, which is obviously the best thing that's happened to RuneScape.
Exactly. So, because like think of all the missteps that Jagex made at that time, monetization wise, update wise, removing Wildy, removing free trade, then reverting that. But it took the game essentially dying for them to learn a better path. And without that, we'd still be on that treadmill, I guess, of mistake. And as long as the game never died, as long as an EOC never happened, I feel like the game would be so much.
It's like death by 1,000 cuts type of situation.
Exactly. Like I don't think we would be in the same place we are today. So that's one thing. But the second thing is it's interesting to hear about like, revert it like, back to the original thing or whatever. And the reason I say that is because I get that from like a old school RuneScape player's perspective, but I know you play WoW, so you're like familiar with abilities and like all that kind of stuff. Like you're not turned off by the fact of an
to be clear,
bar.
the abilities don't the abilities sound kind of fun. Like I don't really know what they are, so it's hard for me to like.
There's a damage one for sure somewhere in there, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's the Sinister Strike or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's more so that I think it's the same reason that I haven't touched retail in a long time in modern WoW. I keep up with retail WoW, like what the expansion is generally, but I haven't played. I've never played what I would say seriously retail in my whole life. As a kid, I played through like TBC and Wrath, and it was like hitting level cap was like the goal. So playing seriously in WoW is raiding, engaging with endgame content. And I've only ever done that in Classic. And I think for the same reason, like retail WoW and RS3 both share this thing to me, which is that they are so far from their source material, from the era that is the games that I enjoy, that I can't enjoy them anymore.
Okay,
and not because they're bad games. Like just period bad games. It's that they don't pay their respects to the type of game I like to play. And for that reason, it's the same reason why I don't play I've never seriously played or really honestly played basically at all any shooters. I've never really played COD. I've played like 2 games of Halo. It's just not what I've done with my gaming time, and I will never seriously play a shooter, I don't think. So, and it's not because I think it's a bad game, it's just because it's not the type of game I want to play. Different reason than RS3 and retail WoW.
Yeah, it seems as though it's their connection with something you do enjoy that's putting you off playing them, because if the games were disconnected, maybe you could see yourself at one point give them a shot, but because they're so connected, like inextricably,
right. Well, I think also there's this thing I'm talking about with like source material, like the history of a game with so much history that has basically from my eyes just trampled it in both cases. Or just disrespected it. That turns me off from playing them a lot. That what was once classic and what was once remembered fondly is inaccessible or is not invalid in some way.
What if they added a 5th combat style that was shaman?
To RS3.
Yes.
It's the same reason why I don't play retail shaman. I think people say shaman was like the best class in whichever expansion. I think in Mists, right? Because Mists is the current classic, big air quotes around that expansion. Yeah. They're like, yeah, enhancement shaman was like amazing. I'm like, oh shit, my favorite class is like the best DPS. I have a level 80 shaman in on classic air quotes server. Like I could hop on there. I'm like, but I don't actually care about that. Like that's not what it is. That's
it's a vibe. Else. It's a vibe. It's a vibe thing essentially. Like it's a kind of like the association is more than just like your moment to moment gameplay. It's like what's inhabiting that. I in some ways get that. I feel like for me, I have the privilege of not having that connection because I'm so like fresh to it all. So I just look at them as like, I don't look at them as totally different games, but that's part of what I'm interested in seeing is how similar they are. But I definitely understand that because while I played both classic and retail, I do have really, really, strong feelings about certain changes they made in retail, to the point where, my two most controversial videos are both, retail and WoW related, because they're super, super, super harsh on certain things about World of Warcraft, because I feel so strongly about, as you put it, like a company kind of trampling an original vision, whether it be for Classic or Classic Plus or Season of Discovery or retail WoW. And fun fact, I also fun theory wise fact, for my recent retail WoW experiment that I did a month or two ago, I played a shaman. It was actually pretty fun.
Hell yeah, nice.
Yeah, but yeah, so I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's for the same reason why I'm okay with playing a game, a new game. Not new, but a game that is not derivative of some other version of itself. Why I'll pick up a Hollow Knight and be like, yes, this is the game Hollow Knight, beginning with Hollow Knight. You know what I mean? Like, not like, oh yeah, this is like Hollow Knight 2.0.3, expansion, like, and to like understand anything that's going on here, either you A, just ignore it and don't understand it, or B, you do understand it and then just get sad that it's not actually part of the game. It's one of the things that Old School has done so amazingly well, is create this thread through all of the elements of the game and string them all together in this like really beautiful, weird, complicated web. And I think it's, the fact that other games don't do that, I think that's why I wouldn't play them. I don't know if that's really the case with RS3. I guess I'm kind of making that assumption.
I'll get back to you on that. I mean, I don't know if Leagues will be a great.
Yeah.
I don't know if Leagues will be a great example of it, but it's an example of it. It's funny because I think there's so much to say about the monetization in RuneScape 3. That's the thing I know most about the game. It's the thing everyone talks about, and it is awful. Like, it genuinely is awful.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
But,
I mean, I think maybe that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, is because the game has trampled its history in that, whatever
in the worst
skilling
way.
methods that were added to the game, they've just been invalidated. At least WoW was doing it through more gameplay. RuneScape did it with money.
Yeah, I think that the monetization is terrible. It really is. But things might change as I investigate further. But my perspective right now is that seems to not be the main issue, though. Like, while the monetization is really bad and it has ruined elements of the game, like the economy, but from what I understand as well, which is why they're changing stuff with the monetization now. But the core issue to me is that the game has failed, like, presentationally, as from a marketing standpoint, because there are plenty of games. Yeah, like there are plenty of games that have as bad, if not worse, monetization models than RuneScape 3. I mean, every single gacha game ever made, right? But people play Genshin Impact. People love, Honkai Star Rail and Withering Waves and all these other gacha games. And these games are made for you to spend like $25,000 on them and then, take out a second mortgage in your house. Like, they're made to siphon money from you. That's what they're invented to do. And RuneScape 3 is similarly greedy, but like it's as bad, if not worse. And yet people play them because they are pretty, they have satisfying moment-to-moment gameplay, and they are accessible. They're free. RuneScape 3, to me, has failed from like a experiential standpoint. Like, the game looks ugly. That is just a fact. I don't know how many people...
It is a fact.
It's so weird. I looked up like images of RuneScape 3 out of curiosity, and I found one that genuinely looks fucking awesome. And I'm like, this must be the new area. And it's like a new graphical art style. And I'm like, yeah, this looks fucking sick. Like, holy shit, they really nailed it with this one. And then I looked up Yanille, and I'm like, what is going on right now? What game is this?
Yeah. So that's part of what I was saying, and it's kind of confusing because it sort of goes to what I was saying and actually sort of goes against what I was saying, which is that like RuneScape 3 has just done a really bad job of managing its history, and like I would say that Old School has done a similar job, but it just works better in old school for some reason. We could unpack that at some point. But like, do you know what the Black Knight Titan looks like in RS3 from the Holy Grail?
Yeah, they updated his model, right?
Well, there is an updated model, but that's in a different quest. In the like quest Holy Grail, which is a quest.
Yeah.
Old school, and also in RS3, it looks exactly the same as it looks.
Crazy.
As it looked in RuneScape Classic. Okay, I think that's hilarious, and I actually love that conceptually, but it just doesn't fit in a game that is overall going for a more, realistic, photorealistic look. It's
or a different art
stylized,
style,
but it's just a different art style. It's doing something different, and it's just it feels like it's layered things on in a way that is upsetting, as opposed to old school's thing where it layers things on in a way that is very charming and sort of like upholds the sort of fun and whimsy of old jank stuff, as opposed to like putting this sort of weird glaring magnifying glass on it.
I think that
like
and maybe I don't know how much of a hot take what I'm about to say is, but I love the way old school RuneScape is beautiful. Like, I don't think it's like people say it's ugly and it's janky or whatever, and that's what makes it fun. Like, no. It's good looking. Like, that's the fun part about old school RuneScape, is that it's so cohesive in its aesthetics for the most part that you get really enraptured in the style. You begin appreciating it. And some people hate it, but especially in some of the recent stuff. Like, Varlamore looks incredible. Like, they did so much, like, they've like perfected the art style of old school RuneScape, in my opinion, right?
Totally.
You look at the DT2 bosses, the Desert Treasure 2 bosses. I don't think you've done the quest because you said you haven't done some of the more like quote unquote recent
but I know what
content.
they look like.
Yeah, like, first of all, the best quest of any MMO. Mark my words, I'm going to make a video about it. But on top of that, they look incredible. Their animations are amazing, but they're not like Unreal Engine 5 like Call of Duty fucking animations. I'm saying like they're just amazing for the way they capture the style and the aesthetic that the game's going for. I love the way old school RuneScape looks.
Totally. I think any indie game or new game that is going for a stylized look would love to capture what old school is captured in Varlamore. Like, it's like the caverns inside Perilous Moons. Imagine like a a non-RuneScape like indie game set in a setting that looks like that in that art style. It would be amazing. Like, imagine a whole game that looks like that. It would be amazing. It's just like this really cool stylized thing. People would love it. The internet would love it. Like, it's becoming that's just become a style that is very much beloved. And I agree, they've made it work for them.
I took note of this a couple months ago. I think I talked about it in one of my videos. Something about RuneScape being forgotten. I think it's called Why There Are No MMOs Like RuneScape. It's just a video about influence and like why like RuneScape is like one of the most popular MMOs on earth, but there aren't RuneScape likes, but there are WoW likes. So that was what the video is about. But a huge portion of the video is talking about, or a portion of the video I should say, is talking about art and the popularization of different art styles within the independent gaming scene, the indie scene. And the indie scene has always been like retro in some ways. And back like 10, 15 years ago, that was manifested as like 8-bit and 16-bit games. But now, because a lot of the independent creators, a lot of the indie developers are our age around, and were inspired not by Mario, like Super Mario or whatever, but more like, the PS1 era, the Dreamcast era, the early 3D, why am I blanking on the name of this game? Regardless, that's the style they're inspired by, the early 3D,
like the early Final Fantasy, early like Mario 64.
Exactly.
Ocarina of Time.
And you get so many indie games that are within that style, right? Lunacid is one of them that immediately pops into my head that captures the Kingsfield vibe. I think of what was one I recently played? Iron Lung. I don't know if you've ever played that game. unbelievable.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
It's so good. And it's only like an hour and a half long too. So very worth playing. But it's all that PS1 era Z buffery, jittery, low poly vibe of it. And old school RuneScape is very tangential to that. So it's very in regard to like people appreciating the art style. And with RuneScape 3, it's like 3 or 4 different art styles, like patchworked, quilted together, and it just doesn't work. Like even this picture that you sent me, it's obviously a low res picture, but like there's like 3 or 4 different art styles within it, and that's a huge issue, right? Like you see some of the newest stuff in RuneScape 3, like the graphics of some of the newest stuff, and you're like, this looks really good. I saw a recent picture. Let me, man, this is awful for a podcast, but let me try to pull it up. What would I even fucking find? Hold on, I know. I think I remember what it was called. Let me just like send you this image, and you're like, damn, this is crazy looking. Let me see if I can pull up a picture here. Like something like this, I think looks really cool. Here's a picture. You're like, damn, that looks fucking cool. Like that's a vibe, you know?
That looks great. That looks like wow, I guess that's what I would say.
Yeah, like it has that same like very like cartoony, soft style that World of Warcraft uses. And if anyone is following along and wants to look this up, it's called the Gate of Elidinus, I'm assuming. But yeah, so very, very, very like, I love that. If the whole game looked like that, I would not be saying the game is ugly. I would say it's very different than old school RuneScape, but I wouldn't say it's ugly. But the issue is that you have character models from like 2011, you have textures from like 2008, and then you have this new art style on top of that in very specific sections. They recently, I'm assuming recently, updated the Fremnik province. Let me just like, it looks like really, it's a very interesting way they've updated it. And I can't find the picture now, of course. Here, here's the picture. God damn it. Sorry. This is such a terrible podcast, everybody. I'm sorry. But like they recently updated the Fremnik province, and it's interesting because like you have them going back and changing things and making them more in line with the kinds of aesthetics that the game is, associated with today. And that's a positive step, but it's also meshed with like cosmetics that, my God, it looks like a mobile game. And as you said, with the graphics, it's like this layer cake of shit that's obfuscating something that's potentially kind of good, right? Like you have all the
it's like the bad next to the good makes the good look bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that in a vacuum it looks bad, but you're like, I don't feel comfortable looking at these two things.
It's such a challenging concept, but I guess that's part of the issue with being a sandbox MMO that has evolved graphically. To a certain extent, World of Warcraft
been around for so long.
Yeah, exactly. Because to a certain extent, World of Warcraft has also evolved graphically. Like Classic looks pretty different than retail, but I guess the nice thing about being a theme park is that you're mostly spending time in the new zones. And my God, they are gorgeous. Like the new expansion that I played through, or within,
you just get funneled very quickly to the parts that they want you to see the most.
Exactly. And dude, they are super, super pretty. Have you seen some of the new zones?
I have. I mean, if I've heard one resounding positive truth about retail WoW, is that it is beautiful. I do genuinely feel like I'm missing that. In fact, even that's not retail, but like, seeing all the Mists of Pandaria stuff going on right now, since it's the current classic expansion, I'm like, damn, that looks kind of good. Like, I could be tempted by by the way this looks. And to be clear, if RS3, if you showed me this image, this Gates of Elidinus image, and you're like, yeah, the whole game looks like that, I'd be like, okay, I'll try. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just true.
That's what I'm saying, where I'm like, but the crazy thing is, like, I think it's Berthorpe is the starting area in RuneScape 3. I could be wrong, but like, you zone it, and it's just like, there's so many different aesthetics happening. And like this, in my opinion, this should be their number one priority, is fixing stuff like this, because this is the first thing you see. It kind of goes back to that early game thing that we talk about, where like it's like sure, you can say, oh, well, it's only the first part of the game. Shouldn't they be focusing on the end game? But it's like, you want new people in your game. This is the first thing they see. And if the first thing they see is like people in like beachwear cosmetics doing like Naruto runs, which is a thing in the game, I guess, next to like a model from 2006, next to a model from 2022, it looks like a mobile game. It just looks like a patchwork mobile game. And that's not in a
also, I think it's one of those things I was saying where like there's this layered history that it's immediately forcing you to reckon with like, how much of this am I supposed to, like, what information am I supposed to be getting from this? It's like, am I supposed to like, almost like, to me, it almost has the question like, oh, like, should I like try to sort of go chronologically? Should I like try to follow the art style and like, start with what looks the oldest because it's, the bedrock of the game? Or like, to me, it's like you try to derive information from that, because usually if a game is presenting something to you like that, it tends to be trying to communicate something, but it's unintentionally communicating just a completely, wrong message.
Oh, for sure.
That's one of the reasons why it's like it's got this history that's like a detractor,
Oh, 100%. And we'll put a pin in the RS2 conversation until later. But the last thing I want to link you is just the picture of the lighthouse from Relica. This is the one I saw earlier, like the comparison. And I'm like, I'm glad they're doing this, because it's like the fact that the left was in the game before in 20 whatever, whenever they changed this, and now it's the right. It's like the entire game needs to look like the right one. And for people that are listening to this, it's like they updated the Relica region. And on the left side, it pretty much, would you say, looks exactly like old school RuneScape with some textures. And on the right, you get something a lot more. Yeah.
The left to me looks like if you went into like Unreal Engine, for those of who are familiar, and drew in some really, like, literally it took like, I'm not exaggerating, like 10 seconds to draw in like a vague shape of a hill, and then went in and got the octagon tool and did like some super basic like polygon manipulation, and we're like, yeah, that's like loosely in the shape of a lighthouse. And then like brought in some like default lit water, and then there's some okay looking, those like weird basalt rocks that are there that are they look kind of like how they look in old school. They're just like these weird hexagons in the water. They look fine though. I think that's okay. And then the right just looks like just looks incredible. I mean,
I looked at the picture on the right and I'm like, dude, this looks fucking awesome. So if this was the image associated with RuneScape 3, I feel like getting new players wouldn't be that hard. All you need is a well-edited trailer where things look like this, and you're kind of gonna get some traction. Just advertise it on YouTube. You're gonna get some level of attention. But the issue is that it's hard to make a trailer when the first thing you see when you zone in is, as I said, Naruto running in 2013 Birthorpe. So yeah, pin in RuneScape 3 conversation for now. But yeah, it's interesting to consider, and I wanted to kind of start the conversation because I'm sure that I will be updating you in DMs. But so I do want to.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, I do want to. And again, always feel free to cut me off if we've been going on too long. But I do want to touch on the world of Warcraft a little bit. We talked a lot about RuneScape. I think the people that are listening for RuneScape are very excited, very happy. But I do want to hear about.
You better be happy. You better be grateful.
Yeah. So my quick summary. My most recent video is called Classic Plus Will Never Work. That's it's very.
Yes. I watched half of it and then got distracted, but I was enjoying it. And I liked your sort of scathing, this is basically fucked. Like that was your take that I got in the first.
Yeah,
half.
I try to be a bit more positive toward the end, but yeah, that's kind of like my big concern with Classic Plus is that the people that play WoW don't know what they want, and they have not like been curated in the same way that old school RuneScape players have. So they haven't like developed a slightly more long-lasting foresight because they play a theme park MMO. That's not their fault. That's just what it is. And two, the idea of it being a theme park fundamentally does not cater to it being anything like RuneScape, and fundamentally does not cater it to it being sustainably classic, right? Classic is a time and a place, and by it being a theme park MMO, it's gonna leave that time and place. By it, RuneScape is a sandbox, so it can stay within a time and place, but WoW will, it can't. It's impossible. So eventually, what I say, spoilers for the video, is that the they need to either fundamentally restructure the way classic WoW works, and we talked about a bit about this in DMs too, or they need to accept the fact that it's going to be popular for 2 years and then fall off a cliff. Because I don't think it's sustainable to just release raids and dungeons and maybe some zone reworks.
It's absolutely not.
Yeah,
and it's so disappointing to me that to think that there are people, a lot of people out there, and I don't know if it's true, but I get the sense there's a lot of people out there who that's their vision. Like, add a couple new races, maybe if you're really ambitious, add a new class, probably not. And just like toss some new leveling zones and raids in there, and that's classic plus, baby.
Yeah,
no,
and it's weird because are you familiar with Turtle WoW?
I am very much aware of what it is. I've never played it myself, but I've seen a good amount of content on it.
Yeah, but my comment section in this video, because it's more controversial, the most frustrating comment I've been getting, and I just stopped responding. I love responding to comments, but I stopped responding to these where it's like, has this guy ever heard of Turtle WoW? And it's like, guys, I literally talk about it for like 8 minutes in the video. Like, it's like a quarter of the video. But regardless, it's just YouTube comment shit. But but yeah, Turtle WoW is interesting. They're being sued right now. Have you heard about that?
I have heard. I don't know the details, but
so yeah, they're just being sued. It's a private server. They're profiting off of it. Blizzard has the right to sue him, and they have to. It's like their IP. So they're suing them. They're gonna cease and desist. They're probably gonna stop producing it. On one end, that's inevitable. It's a private server. On the other hand, it's kind of fascinating because Turtle WoW kind of showcased the most tenable form of what a Classic Plus could be. I don't think they've added many new raids or anything, even though they've been around for multiple years. But what they've essentially done is just broadened the leveling, broadened the professions, added new professions and all this kind of stuff, new skills. And people seem to have really connected to that. And my take is that this is the most tenable version of what Blizzard could do, but also it's a very narrow demographic, you know? It's very specific. And I think Blizzard can't sustainably have 100 developers working on a Classic Plus if there's only 40,000 concurrent players. It's just not going to happen. And that's Turtle WoW at its peak. Blizzard will probably get more than that, of course, especially on launch. But like, that cannot be a vision in the long term either. But it's interesting nevertheless, right? Expanding leveling content, adding new professions that like really broaden what you can do in the game. All of that stuff is really cool conceptually, but like, we still need to consider the fact that people are going to level one time, and they're either going to do the one of the 2 raids in the game and then quit, or find some kind of other emergent thing that really connects with them. But based on what, are you familiar with Season of Discovery?
Yeah, I played the first season and a little bit of the second, dropped off for the third, and I don't think I came back at the end of the third and was like, yeah, no, I don't really care.
And that's valid. I think that Season of Discovery, and to be clear, I'm always very negative on it, but to be clear, for what it was, I think it's cool, but like, it kind of showcased some of my fears that Blizzard, that their current team, whatever, the developers, they're trained by retail, right? That's their point of reference, really, it seems. And so they're just doing retail again. And when I say that Classic Plus will never work, it's a very like in your face title, and that's half the fucking negative comments are just reacting to that. But what I really mean is that in the current context with the current Blizzard, I don't think it's going to work. Is there a world where it can? Yes. And that's what I want to ask you. Like, and we kind of talked about this a bit too earlier on, but what do you want from Classic Plus? Because I'm sure just like me, you're going to be playing it when it releases.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a Classic Plus that is like has some of the horizontal progression of that, reminiscent of old school is like one of my dream games for sure. I love the world of Classic WoW so much. I feel like it's like I was saying, it's the opposite of the complaints I was saying. It's this game that just really embraces its history and really embraces all like the weird stuff. I love that. And a classic plus version, for me, I mean, we both of us were the types of guys who sit there and write up a whole document of ideas of like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if they did this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And even systems are like, okay, here's a system that could fix it. And here's a system that could fix it. And I kind of agree with you that I don't know. I don't have the answer for what the appropriate level of ground up redesign is the right, versus how much width you get out of that, talking about horizontal progression. Because you could redesign it entirely from the ground up and be like, just like your RuneScape, it's like everything is its own level to 60, and it's like you level your melee to 60, and you level your health to 60, and you level your whatever, like your lightning bolt to 60, like, what I mean, like you could do something crazy like that. But is that worth it? Like that's sure, it's a lot of width, but like do the players want that with that being an attractive game for people?
That's my biggest concern. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like that's my biggest concern is that what might be the path to a more sustainable future might also be the game that players will immediately react negatively to, because it's such a short-sighted, with all love and respect to the community, short-sighted community that just wants like a raid and dungeon.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I was telling you this in DMs that there's a WoW content creator, mostly like news and like trivia guy, Willie.
Yeah, I know Willie.
Who I love. And he did this video about, just going over like the most recent Classic Plus survey, and was like, do you want like Draenei Blood Elves? Do you want playable shamans on the Alliance and paladins on the Horde? Do you want new leveling zones? Do you want new dungeons? And it's just like this stupid survey of just like the most dumb questions. It's apologies or whatever, but like just like duh, yes, but like this is irrelevant. Like this is not even close to the questions that need to be asked. Yeah, and one of them was like, I can't remember what the question was exactly. I think to me it was like, do you want cross or like account wide progression? Right, so that's one of the possible trajectories for horizontal, a more horizontal version of Classic is account-wide progression, where you're unlocking things on one account that allows another account to use that, and sort of like character. The RuneScapification becomes that rather than having fishing and hunter and player and mining, you have 10 different characters who are your shaman and your priest and your warrior and your mage. And, each one kind of needs to achieve independently. That's an option. And so I left this comment on this Willie video being like, because a lot of the comments were like, I really think that Alliance shamans would be great for blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, guys, like, you are being so irresponsible. This is so not the point. Like,
it's really literally a switch. Like it's like you're talking about them coding a fucking line. You know what I mean? Like it's not like they're not developing anything. They're just activating something that already existed in TBC. Sorry. Oh my God. That survey triggered the fuck out of me when I saw it. Like I think I ranted about it in like 3 different videos. Okay, continue.
And just seeing the audience response, be like, oh my God, if these people, if these players are responsible for sort of driving the future of this project, it will die. It will for sure die. I think that's the point of your video, or one of the points of the video you just made, you were talking about. And I think that, maybe it's a little egotistical to be like, we're the enlightened OSRS players and we know what's best for Classic Plus because our game is excellent. But I also kind of think it's true. Like, I kind of think we have a lot more, at least a lot more experience holding the reins of the game we're playing. You know, we have this polling system. You know,
Yeah.
we have systems in which that we influence the game.
I think like the polling, it's kind of it's like a double-edged sword, because in the hands of the incorrect community, it will kill the game. And the nice thing about RuneScape is that, for as much as I criticize how careful some polls are, especially back in the day, that's kind of the general trajectory. The game died essentially with EOC, and now people are extra cautious when Old School RuneScape came out. And it was a tiny investment because it's like 3 developers or 4 developers working on it. So small investment, very cautious player base. So things started very cautiously, and they started creeping out and becoming more risky and more adventurous and more designed. And finally, the developers had a dev kit to use. I think it took them like a year and a half to get that. So perfect. Now we can now we can create new content that's actually new content with new assets, and boom, boom, boom. And we're growing out of that and gaining confidence as we are. That's kind of what my Will Old School RuneScape Fail Again video talked about, is how things started very narrow and broadened when the developers and players together gained confidence in one another. I said that the players, curate, or sorry, I think I said that the players decide content and developers curate it, because like the whole idea is that you need that synergy to work, and that was developed over the course of 10 years. And maybe it's kind of recency bias for me to say, but I feel like it really hit its stride like in the past year and a half or 2 years, right? Like this recent growth is that.
Yeah, no, I think people would agree with you.
Yeah, but a big point of this video about WoW Classic Plus is that Blizzard doesn't have that time. A theme park MMO needs a lot more immediate investment to work, because it needs a more strict content cadence. Because a sandbox is like, you have 2 developers work on mastering mixology or Herblore minigame. That's like a tiny thing of the game. And then maybe it takes them a few weeks to develop, maybe a month or 2 to develop. But that's like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of content for thousands of people. But a new raid in WoW kind of gives us a similar amount of time spent, but requires like infinitely more development time to create. You chew through content much faster in theme parks, and as a result, you need to develop more content. So the investment needs to be greater, and as a result, the input also needs to be greater. And that's the problem, is they can't put 4 developers on the game, because what's going to happen is they're going to have 4 developers, and just like in Season of Discovery, everyone's going to be excited on launch, and the game's gonna fucking die like instantly. Like in 8 months, we're gonna have 1/15 the player base we had before, and a resurgence may not really happen, because it would need a bigger development team to have a resurgence. It's kind of a self-fulfilling cycle due to its subgenre. That's a huge issue with with theme parks. Yeah.
One of the, as we're talking, I'm thinking about the things that are when I sit down and think about some of the core issues of like something like Classic Plus, especially, so much of this is an old school player's perspective, but it's like, to me, one of the things I've thought a lot about is the fact that what the game asks of you, sort of at its base level. So like when Old School launched, there was, what the game was asking of you included maxing. I don't think the max cape was in the game, but it was like, you can get every skill to 99. Like that is a thing, and it's a good thing to do. You get these skill capes. I'm not sure if skill capes were in the game when Old School launched, but point is, the amount of time, game time, potential on Old School's launch was like, 10 times like current Classic WoW, Classic on an axe patch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just in terms of like what you can aspire to. And then that's not even including something like Iron Man, which obviously just takes that and lengthens it and creates, more impactful milestones along the way. And so one of my thoughts is, Classic WoW, what it asks you at its base level, the part that's the most fun, is just super easy. It's just not challenging at all. And because it's not challenging, So before I say that, old school was like, yeah, you can get to level 99 mining. Good fucking luck doing that. Like, it's gonna suck ass. It's gonna just, have fun mining like power mining iron for like 300 hours or whatever. And then all of a sudden they're like, hey, by the way, we just introduced a new mining thing like 2 years later. And you're like, holy shit. Like, the goal that I have is now more achievable. Like, I'm inspired to try again. And the problem is if you try that same thing in classic, so classic is like, all right, goal is get to level 60, maybe get some raid gear. But the fun part of classic is get to level 60. I strongly believe that. And they're like, guys,
agreed.
Guess what? There's a new leveling zone, level 35 to 45. It's going to fill in some of those gaps. And you're like, cool. I can't wait to see what there is. But this does not meaningfully impact my ability to reach this goal. It just doesn't. It's like, okay, cool. It'll be like a little less annoying, slightly. Maybe it'll save me like 5 to 10 hours,
But I want to add to that of like, as much as I think adding expanded leveling content is fucking awesome, like conceptually, in practice, I feel like it kind of ruins other elements of the classic magic, which is, having 3 quests in Desolus and 3 quests in a zone fucking a continent and a half away and making that journey, on your shitty 60% speed mount. And by just having,
you could add that. You could, it's like you could triangulate the locations where it's like, you've got your Desolus quests, your Stranglethorn Vale quests, and your Arathi Highland quests. You're like level 37, and you're like, fuck my life. I have to like run so far around to get to all these places, and it's just like, do I just do Scarlet Monastery instead? You have all these decisions.
But I just love the idea of being a little fucking bottom feeder. You have like 6 quests and everything else is out of your leveling range. So you're just like vacuuming it up in all these different regions. It makes you not only accustomed to the world, but connected to it. In some ways, it's kind of like old school RuneScape and just RuneScape in general, where the more you play, you become very adept at navigating the world, and that becomes a skill, not like a 99 skill, but like a skill in and of itself. Learning the different teleport routes, where to teleport to that puts you the closest to X, Y, and Z. Which is it? A magic teleport? Is it a necklace teleport? Is it a fucking whatever it may be? And it becomes something you think about, something you manage, and that's what really makes you connected not only to the game but to the world that you inhabit in that game. That's what makes Gielinor so fucking cool. And why, in my opinion, outside of it just being big, why I think you and I and a lot of other people love the original classic Azeroth, because you have to go there a lot. If you're just going straight up, Elwyn, Westfall, Duskwood, Stranglethorn. If that was just your path, I don't think anyone would really care that much about Azeroth. And I know this because that's what retail is now. You level through 4 zones in your max.
Right. You don't even notice where they are, or what they are, how they relate to each other.
You have to go. Doing quests in fucking Swamp of Sorrows
right now.
Yeah, sorry.
I love that.
Yeah.
No, totally. I'm that guy, by the way, who will just go find every weird quest. I'm like, oh shit, like I don't know I've ever done that quest, and just like it's like literally so far away, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna like do it just because.
You kind of have to get that XP, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So one of the things you're saying here is Azeroth, as it is pretty appropriately scaled to the amount of content in the level 1 to 60. Like it's pretty well scaled in that there are times of tension, there's times of abundance. Sometimes you're like, damn, I really need this dungeon to happen right now because I don't have any quests. So like I need this, these dungeon quests to like make it make any sense to go to the next zone. And sometimes you're like, hell yeah, I'm level 38, Stranglethorn Vale. I'm gonna just like blast through all these quests. And on Horde side, you're just like, dude, I'm cooking. And so this isn't a super highly thought out systematic change, but just as an idea, what if you just made leveling twice as slow?
I kind of agree. And the And I think I want to say TurtleWow did something similar as an optional mode, or maybe it was Ascension. It was one of the private servers. But on top of this, and I will like answer your proposition with an additional proposition that you can build off of. And it's not mine, it's actually Idols who pitched this to me in the prior episode of Fireside, where
I can't wait to listen to that.
Yeah, it fascinating. He said apparently he got drunk one night and just came up with it, and it was so simple. And I'm like, I kind of love it. I don't know if WoW players would like it, but I love it. Where his idea was that you would still go 1 through 60, whatever level, but you would just continue leveling after. And it would go like old school RuneScape 92 to 99, where it gets incredibly slow with like a cap of like level 100. But like everything you do in the game is still granting you some tangible experience gain and progression after the fact. And his idea, he gave more ideas after, where like, well, then you can scale the raids separately. You can have the raids be bracketed more. But just the idea of having more leveling to do after you quote unquote hit that soft cap, that's what I would call it, a soft cap of 60, just by doing a raid. Like you do Molten Core and you're getting experience while still getting everything you would in Molten Core, which gives you a reason to still do quests, would still give you a reason to explore the world on your own. It could just they could just add more content, and it wouldn't just be inherent power creep because you're not getting like talent points from leveling up. You'd just be getting maybe like tiny stat modifiers, but that would give people that whole quote unquote like 99 achievement of like this far reach goal that you would be stupid to try achieve, but you could, and you'd be recognized for doing so with a marginal gain and I guess cool outlook. And that could facilitate the slower leveling speed without just doubling the time it takes to get to level 60, because I feel like as much as I would like that, I feel like a lot of WoW players would be like, what? Now I can't do raids with my friends. Like, what the flip? And then Blizzard's like, fine, we'll add the level boost. And then there's a $60 level boost in the cash shop,
Yeah. Yeah, all the guys being like, some of us have a wife and children. It's like, okay, so you don't want to. All right, man, like whatever. Like, yes, true. That can be true, and you can play like old school RuneScape. Like, there's a whole lot of. It's like,
yeah.
There's like thousands of people who do that, but okay, sorry or whatever.
Dispelling the myth that you need to only be at this specific thing to experience the game is like, in certain ways it's not classic, but in other ways it's still that prevailing mentality for a lot of WoW players. Sorry, you can continue.
So another idea that to play off of that one, which I do like and think that it kind of achieves a similar thing of like, you just need the goal to be far more aspirational than it is right now. The goalpost needs to be much, much, much further away if you want a game that has room. It actually reminds me so much of what we were talking about with the mega rare itemization thing. It's like there's no room to add stuff to the classic experience because it was scaled to be what it is. Like it makes sense. Why would you add a leveling zone to a game populated with leveling zones that has been leveling people from 1 to 60 for 20 years? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So, the idea of creating a 60 to 100 sort of leveling scale, I'm on board with that. In that it's very much the same ideas as what I was just saying about making leveling slower. I think there's some considerations with that, but one of my big ideas that I keep pondering on how to do right, and we talked about a little bit in DMs, was this idea of putting max level players back into the leveling zone, lower level leveling zones in a way that is non-disruptive. So like, I pitched you this idea where you like sort of like reincarnate as a level 1 and can like level up a side class along the way, something like that. Not sure if that actually makes any sense, but maybe with this idea, you hit 60 and now you sort of unlock this ability to I don't know why, but whenever I imagine the system, I always imagine Red Ridge Alliance. You're like level 60, you go to Red Ridge, you like toggle something, and you are level whatever 20, and you can just keep doing the quests there that you didn't do in the past, or wherever you didn't do quests. You know, let's say you were doing quests in Westfall and you didn't do Lochmaden, and so you are level 60, you like toggle something, you go to Lochmaden, and your level is like scaled down, or somehow made it so that the game is scaled to you, or you are scaled to the game, basically. Like whatever powerful you are, you sort of get like level squished down to keep progressing through this overworld content in the way that you can group with appropriate level players who are leveling for the first time. And you know, you might look like, you know, decked out as hell, but you're like level 15 or whatever.
It's interesting. It's an interesting topic, and I do have an answer to that, but it's traumatizing me that you pronounced it Lochmaden. Is it pronounced Lochmaden?
Modan? I don't know. I've never been able to pronounce that one.
I mean,
Lochmadan.
I'm ESL. I pronounced it Lochmadan. Or sorry, I know. Did I? Now I'm really brain fucked. It Lochmadan. Are we going to Lochmadan? I think I said
Wait, what's your first language?
Russian.
Oh, okay. That's so interesting. I would not have known.
Yeah. I mean,
not that that matters, but just that's so interesting.
Yeah, I've been speaking English for many years now, so I got my master's in it, so I kind of have to be decent at it.
Okay.
But like honestly, I always say I'm ESL whenever I get something fucked up, something wrong. I think someone in one of my comments is like, I forget what word it is, but I mispronounced it like 6 times in the video, and he's like, bro, you suck at this. And I'm like, ah, shit. So now I have to be really careful with that word.
You suck at this.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus. But to answer your thing about my big concern is that I am always turned off of scaling. Like that's like the big thing for me is I hate scaling.
I hate the idea of scaling. I agree. I'm just trying to think of any way
to do it. Yeah.
To populate the leveling zones with players who have been playing for 100+ hours. So I agree fully.
I guess for me it's you could do something like the FF14, and I think I brought this up. Like you could do something like the FF14 thing where the class is now associated with like an item rather than like a choice in the character selection, and that item when you equip it is your level, but when you unequip it, you could revert back to like a classless level, and you can equip like a item that's level 1 because it's a class you haven't leveled, and that way it's kind of like immediately like washing you clean of that bracket or that level.
Yeah.
But I guess the issue is of gear. Like all the gear would need to be unequipped, and you need to get like starting gear again. You have to get starting gear again, I guess. Because yeah, it would be weird to have gear with like super high stats and at level 1, or even and on top of that, gear in classic it wasn't created with scaling in mind. Like a lot of retail gear, not a lot, every piece of retail gear is invented or created to be scalable. It has like 2 stats, 2 primaries, 2 secondaries, and everything is created to be perfectly scalable from item level like 1 to 10,000. Like it's supposed to be super linear. But with classic WoW, because of the way itemization, it's super wonky and all over the place. That's why people love it. That's why I love it. You can't scale a 2% crit buff on a ring to early game. It just kind of is. So that could be the issue there, that I need to unequip all the stuff. But that would be the way to do it, because to me, the big immediate like disconnect is any kind of scaling would need a rebalance of the world, and that would potentially like mess with the, I guess, investment people have. Like I wouldn't want like to see someone with like crazy armor do a level 15 quest, but I would be fine with someone in like that has a max level, I guess, do a little. Does that make sense? Like that's my main issue with transmog too. Yeah. But it's very interesting to think about ways to implement a system like that, because I like the idea of keeping people invested at their, even if they spend a lot of time doing something, and that gives reason for Blizzard to create like expansions on leveling zones, you know, rather than just a one-time thing. That, like, how do we get those max levels back there without like just forcing them to make new characters, I guess. Like I am super in support of that. And like maybe like it could be something as simple as like the expansions for these zones are essentially only quote unquote accessible in some diegetic sense. If you already have a max level and have gone through the quote unquote reincarnation process.
Right.
So then you're like in those new zones with only people of your quote unquote skill level that also have max levels. So you kind of you unlock alternate leveling paths with new characters. That could be kind of interesting, although that doesn't repopulate the world, that adds new sections to it, but that could still be a really
like splintering.
That could still be kind of cool though, you know, like having like, oh, we're in this new like prestige zone, you know. But yeah,
right. I think there's something to that for sure. That gets to my number one, my top idea for classic, and this is not a systematic thing, which is why I didn't lead with it, but my number one favorite idea, and I think I DM'd you about this, is the most satisfying thing in RuneScape, like progression, is unlocking modes of transportation. Obviously, because RuneScape, you run around everywhere. But it's so fun and it's so satisfying, and that does not exist in WoW. It's just you either have a mount and you have a flight path or you don't. And so my favorite idea is there are a bunch of, and the crazy thing is that I'm not even adding anything. I'm just sort of like almost following their lead. I'm like yes-anding classic WoW. Is like boat path between like Booty Bay and Steamweedle in Daenerys that you unlock with a quest and some sort of like resource item sync situation. You know, they're like, yeah, man, we like really need to like build this boat that for, you know, to like do this boat path, but we don't have enough lumber. Like, can you buy us some lumber or something? And you unlock that new method of transportation that you can use not only for yourself, but also, then this is where I really feel like that cross account stuff would be effective. You can use it for your other accounts also. So you're like, it's not, and the thing is that it's still deeply integrated into the world. You know, you're not cheapening the experience. You're just creating new, like, sort of hubs, you know, new places, new like ways to interact with the world that are still in the world, not like you're like extracting the world from it in the way that a lot of like sort of efficiency things are, where you're like, yeah, you actually like don't need to run here, you can do this and that. It's like, no, you still need to run somewhere, you just need to run somewhere else, and it's going to be slightly more convenient.
I love that idea. I think that like this really builds on furthering systems that could create a level of horizontal progression in WoW.
Thing.
Yeah, and I've been always thinking of ways to do that. And unfortunately, the more you think about it, the less it becomes WoW. Not to say your system isn't WoW. I think that perfectly fits. But like the more you think of different horizontal systems to implement, it is a ship of Theseus thing. I say that in my video where it's like
right.
You just stop making WoW at some point. But that's, in my opinion, this is the conclusion of the video too. It's like, you kind of have to, if you want a RuneScape-esque thing.
What else could you possibly do?
Yeah. So to bounce off of to build on top of what you're saying here, an idea I had too was to like, I want them to just ditch the rare mount, epic mount, you know, dichotomy or whatever. And I want them to implement an entirely new like bracket of the game. I keep saying the word bracket, but a new section of the game, system of the game, where you grow your mount properly. Like instead of 60% invest a lot of gold, 100%, it's like you start with a base mount. Like let's say you could even go crazier, instead of level 40, level 20, 40%. I don't know, but like you start with your base mount, and then you can like itemize the mount. Like it has its own set of inventory, its own things. Everything about the mount is you have professional blacksmiths can create new fucking, what are they called? The things you put on the horseshoes or whatever, on the horse, whatever it may be. Obviously you have to apply it to a lot of different mounts, but you know what I'm saying? Like to make it faster.
Almost kind of like playing that hunter class fantasy, but for mounts.
Yeah, exactly. And like you have a whole skill tree for mounts. You have it's essentially another character that you're itemizing, gearing up, not for combat, but for utility. Maybe the mount has an addition. You can equip the mount with a new backpack. So you have an additional source of stuff to have, and you can upgrade that backpack as you go. Or you can say, I don't want to store extra stuff. That's convenient, but instead in that slot, I'm going to put in like a repair like anvil that I can like use to repair my gear in case I'm doing hard content. Or no, I don't want to do a repair thing. Maybe I'll do like some kind of like gatherable tool where like instead of running around, your mount just passively gathers stuff on the ground, like herbs and stuff for you as you're running around. Like all these different tools. And what really inspired me, as you might figure, is like what Jagex is doing with sailing, right? Where it's a completely horizontal system where you're upgrading the boat to do boat stuff more conveniently, to transport you more conveniently. And in this case, it would be applied to World of Warcraft, where in my preferred world, it would be deep and engaging enough to warrant people getting invested in the system without ever needing to step foot in a raid. Because that's my whole thing, is that World of Warcraft can't just be raids and dungeons at max level anymore if we want a Classic Plus. And to do that, you need to create systems that are as engaging as raids and dungeons, but they aren't raids and dungeons. And because it can't just be power creep, it can't just be gear for your character. It needs to be another thing. So I'm like, let's do the Skyrim thing, gear for your horse. Fuck it. Let's make it horse armor if we need to. But like, it would be really cool though. Like instead of going 60, 100 for your mount movement speed wise, you could go like 60 and then you get an item that puts it up to 65. And then now you get a little bag on your mount or a repair kit on your mount. And then you could like progress with your mount, and you could do progressively harder quests, go on quest lines to unlock a cool, like, fucking billowing, I don't know what to call it, like a saddle for your mount if you want to make it even cooler. You could really, and that saddle might have a enchant that like gives you like stun resist for the first days that you face, so you can run away from mobs the days. Like you could do so much cool stuff with that. And then eventually, if they want to go really crazy with it, they can move past 100%. Maybe the best mounts, the ones you've invested the most time, go 110% movement speed, 120% movement speed, like give them something even more oomph. But yeah, that was kind of an idea I had to like influence utility while still playing the game as you would normally.
Totally. Yeah, I love what you're saying. And I'm like, I think going faster mounts, I'm sitting here and being like, why is there even a hard cap? Like it just, I mean, like 110, for example. Like I get why we don't go like 500% speed, but like, is there a problem with 110? I don't think so.
Yeah, like it could be fun. It just needs to be long-term enough.
It's just a valid area of exploration for progression. But yeah, I mean, what you're saying here and sort of what I'm saying in the combination of this, it gives me hope that what they could do, and it would be a little bit like tenuous for sure, but doable, is over time just introduce enough of these sort of freestanding systems that you kind of create like an OSRS-esque web of decisions and just create a bunch of options for how you want to spend your time progressing when you log in each day. Because I think that's the critical thing, is options. And like raiding and new raids would be great if it's an option. But like if it's one area in which you are able to progress your character, and there's also other areas, as opposed to all areas are just the one singular funnel to raids.
And I don't want to make this entire section me complaining about some YouTube comments, but what you tapped into there is a very common sentiment that I wish I maybe did a better job addressing in the video. Because like the idea of just saying, well, just add more raids, but make sure they're all horizontal. Like itemization does not work this way in Classic. Like, you cannot do that. You cannot have 10 raids that all give the same loot, because at the end of the day, people are just going to do the raid that gives the best loot. You know, like, no one's going to do 10 raids that give the same stuff. So a lot of people are like, well, just scale the raids.
I mean, I think it could be fun to try to sort of like OSRS, like nicheify raids, where it's like, yeah, this raid, like melee damage, no melee damage. And warriors, you can't come here.
And
fuck off.
And that's kind of like that's the direction they need to go, right? Like, because they can't just go full upward like they were wanting to in the original game, because that's what they wanted to. Like, the reason why Molten Core gear is still good in Next Ramus isn't because Blizzard is genius and they fully figured it out. No, it's because they didn't understand their itemization that well, which is fine.
Know better.
Yeah, like, because in TBC, that is how it worked, essentially. And in Wrath, it worked like that. So, like, they were further sorry, I just hit my microphone. But they were further, finding a route to make things more accessible. But I think they lost something big in that regard. So for Classic, the goal should be, as you said, to create niches in the raid and to further create wider and deeper points of itemization in the game. Like, as you said, no melee damage or no physical damage in this content. But then give, and this is maybe crazy, but then give warriors the ability to not do physical damage. You know, like, that would be kind of interesting, right? Maybe not like as good as a mage, but like, imagine if there were entire sets of gear you could collect that would like, convert X portion of your physical damage into arcane damage, and then you would stack all of that gear as a warrior. You know, like, stuff like that could create some more tenable kind of future paths,
or even literally just like figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, no intentional system would be like, you gotta go, it's sort of a what's the slime boss in AQ?
Yeah,
that, like,
I know that
you get the
frost
freezing shit. Yeah. Shit like that, where it's like, just figure it out, make it work, like, find a way, and there will be some warrior out there who goes and like gets every like weird fire damage proc potion enchant, and he's just like cooking, and you're like, how is this possible? And everything's critting because he's got, Scorch shenanigans with the fire mages, and it's like, oh my god. It creates some moments for the, like you're saying, emergent.
Yeah, and I think like the way to do that is like, they need to add a lot into the game, like a lot of new items into the game that open up that potential. And the idea is that like, you add such a wide diversity of items that someone, and you don't even know, but someone could figure something out with them. Add some batshit insane items that feel totally useless until in 15 years, someone's like, oh, fuck, this is really good. And it's like, oh, now we're using it. So like, that's the kind of stuff.
What was that thing that was like clam twisting or whatever?
Oh my God. With
like
the DKs.
DK meme.
Yeah. I love that. That's kind of like, but that kind of like fits that. And I was always thinking, what was that potion in Classic, or that trinket that a lot of people used? You would like drink it and it would give you like healing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Diamond Flask?
Diamond Flask. That's a great example.
Yeah, I used Diamond Flask. I was a warrior in 2019 Classic.
Yeah, but that's a great example of an item that I don't think Blizzard intended that item to be as ubiquitous as it became.
Oh, absolutely not.
But that's the kind of vision, or lack thereof, I guess, that Blizzard needs. And unfortunately, this all goes down to a total lack of synergy between Blizzard and the people playing the game. Both are kind of struggling right now, because on one hand, maybe Blizzard's okay with doing that. We don't know. They don't talk to anyone. But the players are clearly not in agreement over this either, because the amount of, and my video is not big, it has like 30,000 views now, but the amount of people that are like, no, make every class viable in every raid. No, I just want them to rebalance classes. No, make every class like it. It's like, no, like, but that's even how do you expect something to work if
we've finally come full circle to you think you do, but you don't is just genuinely real.
But that's the part that's always annoying to me, where it's like, Why do you think Blizzard added flying mounts? It's because the players wanted them. Why do you think they took away flying mounts? It's because the players wanted them to. Why do you think they added them again? It's because the players complained. It's Blizzard, like people like, and this is the most positive thing I'm going to say about Blizzard this year. Blizzard has always responded to something in game design. They, like, regardless of what people say about Blizzard, of them knowing better than the players or whatever, I would say the best parts of the game are occasionally that, where they kind of go, they really trailblaze like they did with Legion. But a lot of the changes in WoW, for better or for worse, are in response to players. Like the players are like, well, what if flying mounts? Blizzard's like, that's pretty cool. We'll add those. Or even like, what if reforging, like in Cataclysm? Okay, that works. That's pretty cool. But then players are like, but now every item is just me going to a vendor and doing a reforge. And Blizzard removed it. And now players are, lo and behold, complaining about not having reforging again. And so Blizzard's like, shit. Okay, so now we need to maybe just simplify the stats to make things a little bit more scalable. And they did that. And now players are like, well,
retail, they should just get rid of stats. They should just get rid of them.
Essentially, that's because they essentially have already,
just put a number on there, and it's like 2, and it's like, okay, well, I'll look for 3.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's frustrating, but that's kind of like where it's at now. But that's always in response to something. So, in my opinion, Blizzard has always responded to players. It's just players are. I said this in this video and also in my previous WoW video. Like players are patients at a hospital, right? They know that something is wrong. They know that they're sick. They know that something hurts their arm, their leg, whatever. But they don't know how to fix it, right? They just know that it hurts and they want the pain to stop. It's the developer's job, or the doctor in this case's job, to diagnose and give them the correct fix. The issue that we're noting is that Blizzard, as the doctor, has been giving them the incorrect fix.
Blizzard has been giving them morphine over and over.
Yes,
Blizzard's just like, oh, like you just need to get blissed out and like just forget about it, and it'll all be over soon. And the patient's like, hell yeah, and then they do, and then like 2 weeks later, they're like, doctor, I the pain is back, and it's like, I got just the thing for you. Same shit as always.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Like,
you say morphine, because I essentially said the same thing. I said it's just like, it's like feeding their patient painkillers even though they have a broken leg. Like it's not going to heal correctly. Like they're going to be limping for the rest of their life if you don't set it or set it back. But you're just giving them painkillers because they say it hurts. You're giving them the incorrect option. It's the developer's job to synthesize the correct a choice between the multiple different options that they have to diagnose their patient. The option, the kind of like example I gave in my prior video was like, imagine you're a game developer, and I'll posit you this question just for the fun of it. Imagine you're a game developer and you're creating an open world game, open world action game like The Witcher, for example, or Elden Ring or whatever. And you work very hard to create it, but once it's released, you take note of the fact that while players are like, the combat's fun, they hate traversal. They're like, this sucks. I hate moving in this game. It's so annoying. It's so inconvenient. So as a developer, let's say you have 3 choices. Choice A is to give them the opportunity to traverse the world at any pace they want. They can open up the map and click on any location and instantly be zapped there, in a second. Option 2 is to create more points of interest to explore during their traversal, to add more diversity in their like exploration and give reason to traverse better. And 3 is to create a more interesting navigation system, add more mechanics to navigation to get people as invested in those mechanics as they are the combat. So of those 3 options, which one would you choose as the game developer?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, number 1 is undermining your game, all the work you put in. Number 2 leans into the open world element, but not the action element. And number 3 leads into the action element, less so the open world element. So, yeah, I mean, between 2 or 3, I think to me they seem equivalently viable.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly what I said. I said 1 totally, it like it fixes, you know, the complaint, but it negates the vision for the game. Like, you created an open world for a reason, not like an instanced, you know, corridor, but now you've removed that because of your failure of implementation. So instead of fixing it, you take the lazy route. This 2 and 3, it's personal choice. Do you want more interesting navigation or more interesting points of interest? Either can work, or ideally both, but the first one is the incorrect option, in my opinion. And Blizzard, to me, for a long time now, has been only doing the first option, where the players complain about something and they take the most boring route to
Well, I mean,
fixing that.
it's like level boosts.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like, oh, leveling is slightly inconvenient. You just skip the whole thing.
Yeah.
Let's just delete it from the game for you. You can just, yeah.
You can skip it, and here's the thing, right? Like, level boosts, if people say they're greedy because you can buy them, but the thing is, I don't think a lot of people buy level boosts because Blizzard gives them for free, right? You get them for buying the expansion. The real thing that level boosts allows Blizzard to do is ignore the issues of the leveling experience. They're allowed to ignore because you can skip them, right? That's the nice thing about the level boost. I also have you heard about the one button rotation?
Yes, I saw it in, I think maybe a Mad Season video or something, or maybe it was one of your videos. I can't remember, but it was just like, now you can play with a one button rotation, and then it's just like, is that true? And then
they might have actually seen that in my current video. I think I did an offhand comment on it in like my.
Okay, it must have been that then.
Yeah, I made a whole video where I used that as like a bouncing off of point. That was my prior WoW video. Both of my most controversial videos are specifically focused on WoW, which I think is funny. But I guess that's expected too, because it's kind of like I'm a little bit harsher on WoW, and I do it out of love. I really do. I want World of Warcraft, and I'm sure you can agree with me here, as I want WoW to be the best it can be, and sometimes, in my opinion, tough love is what needs to happen. It's a post EOC kind of tough love needs to happen. I don't think complacency gets you anywhere. Also, it's funny. It's kind of not relevant, but Guzu reacted to my video recently, and it's funny because both the videos of mine that he's reacted to are both like really negative about World of Warcraft. So he's like, man, this guy really doesn't like World of Warcraft.
Dude hates WoW.
And I'm like, no, that's not my point. I had to clarify on X. I'm like, no, dude. But regardless, one button rotation. Yes, that kind of inoculation is what I was referring to when I say like you said giving them morphine. That's exactly it, right? The issue with retail, as said by the players, or at least as noted by Blizzard, is that not a lot of people are really engaging in the combat. A lot of people aren't doing their rotations correctly, or are just not opted to do them at all. And the classes are complicated. The skill trees are huge, and it's difficult to get into for a lot of players. And their solution to that was to create something called a rotation assist, or the one button rotation, where it's a little button you can drag off your UI onto your action bar, and it literally contextually cycles through an optimal rotation for you on a slight GCD delay. So it does the optimal rotation depending on if you're cleaving, if you're single targeting, or if you're AoEing. It registers the context and does the rotation. And based on the data that we've seen, the rotation that it does is better than around 70 to 80% of the WoW players currently playing, which is insane for just being able to spam one fucking button over and over again. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't have to like do a video explaining why this is bad, but like so many people seem to just be whatever blasé about it. Dusty, stop. Sorry, my cat. But it's like everything wrong, in my opinion, with Blizzard's current design philosophy, where it's just like, it's literally the give them the ability to teleport wherever they want by clicking on the map meme, right?
Totally, I was gonna say the exact same thing. It almost feels the same thing if it's like in old school. It's like, man, I wish I had level 99 Slayer. Like, if it was like, okay, yeah, you can have that.
Yeah, exactly. Or
It's like,
even,
what? Like-
even those posts after leagues where it's like, man, wouldn't this be cool if the game was like leagues? It's like, not really though, right? Like it's just kind of fun because it's a limited time game mode, but this removes so much depth and complexity and blah blah blah. And I really kind of bounce. I use this to build a greater point of onboarding. The issue with WoW isn't that classes are too complicated. That I mean, yes, there is levels of complexity to the game in retail. But that's not the problem. The problem is that the problem is that Blizzard is incapable of teaching people how to engage. Like we talk about Scurious, and I use Scurious as an example of like an early game boss that teaches you how to prayer flick, how to or do early movement, how to essentially engage in the game very early in your playtime in a way that's going to be relevant forever as you play the game. In WoW,
Totally.
in retail, especially, you are not doing anything even remotely challenging unless you're going out of your way to pursue that through like end game dungeons or raids. Everything else is a total farce. It is like goo goo gaga baby fucking sucking on my binky
Yeah.
mode. And then you go into Mythic Plus and
Yeah.
people don't want to do that, right? Like no one wants to like not know how to play the game and then be forced into like bricking a key, like or bricking a keystone.
Well,
right?
it kind
Like,
of feels a little bit to me. It reminds me of PvP and old school.
Yeah.
Where it's asking you to do something that you just are never even, it's never even like a whisper on the wind. It's like, yeah, by the way, if you want to do this other part of the game, it's just like, that's just a different game. Like that's just something else entirely. So yeah, just have fun, I guess. It breaks the contract, between the player and the developer, where it's like, hey, we're going to ask you to do something and we're going to like make that an interesting thing to ask you. And like, we're going to do that by making it so that you feel like adequately prepared to at least approach the challenge.
Exactly. And I say I use all the talking points we just kind of went through, like from how the leveling experience can be ignored by Blizzard because they give boosts, how as a result of giving boosts, the first zone in every new expansion has to feel like a tutorial because new players might be going into it never having played the game before because they just used the level boost they got for free for buying the expansion. So it like the game is so perfectly pushing you in the direction of never learning your class and then doing the surprised Pikachu face when you don't know your class. It's just bizarre. Like you don't have to use interrupts, you don't have to use CC, you don't have to use your rotation to do anything other than the instanced content. And then like, okay, that would potentially indicate to, I guess, reasonable people that Blizzard's main kind of focus is on casual content. Like you would think that would be the case if everything in the game never pushes you to anything more than that. But then you look at the casual content, which is like the overworld shit, and it is like the laziest, most rehashed, most boring, pointless, mundane nonsense humanly imaginable. And the only even semi-engaging stuff in retail is the instance content. Like we're talking the overworld stuff is like you get one hourly event every patch to do hourly, and you can only get loot from it like once a week that's relevant to your character. Like you get an hour of content maximum as some like it's so
as in like the world overworld progression like
yes.
at max level.
Yes, it's like now later in the expansion you have like 6 of them or whatever, or like 4 of them, but in the beginning you had like 1 or 2, and you get a big cache every week when you do it one time every week, and every other time that you do it you get like a much worse thing. So like the really big reward is doing it once a week. So once a week you can go and AoE some mobs for like 10 minutes with a bunch of people, and then you get a big like dopamine spike with the reward. And that's like the level of overworld content. I call it overworld slop, where it's just it's such nothing. It's just nothing. It's like an intern just fucking did it, right? Like it's such nothing content. And the entire game's overworld and quote unquote casual content operates this way, where I would bet on this stuff being like an afterthought of an afterthought compared to how much effort they obviously put into their dungeons and raids. Like the new raid that I did on normal difficulty in a pug was like really fucking cool. Like visually it was awesome. The bosses were cool. It was well designed. It's just so good. It clearly put so much effort into it. And then you step out into the overworld, the new zone they added, and it is like 8 quests that are just go here, pick up this, go here, kill that, and you get some green items that are completely irrelevant, and some like recolors of a cosmetic set that you can collect if you like cosmetic recolors of sets. And that's like the depth of engagement there. So it's like, how are you expecting people to engage, right? Like, why?
It's really that's why. I mean, it sounds like retail is just really going in this direction of like there are just 2 different games, one of which is more like a sort of interactive cutscene, and one of which is like a high skill ceiling like action, like group game.
Yeah, and I'll even take it a step further in regard to it being an interactive cutscene. I wish it was an interactive cutscene, because that would mean they would put some effort into cool cutscenes. Instead, it's like wood cutting in RuneScape if every log that you chop deleted itself after. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it feels where it's like it's so mundane and there's just like, no output.
It's like DVD bonus features.
Yeah, like it just feels like so slop. I hate it. I hate the overworld stuff in WoW. And I think you'd think that if there's this issue with people connecting to the game, if you add the 1-button rotation, if you're not really focused on pushing people into experiencing the harder content, that would indicate you put a lot of effort into not the hard content, but it's the opposite. So I wonder what's going on there. Like, what is Blizzard seeing that I'm not? Because all of our raids data and dungeon data seems to indicate that the scene has totally stagnated. It's either shrunk or just stagnated completely. More people aren't doing this stuff. So clearly it's not growing, and you'd kind of want them to figure out how. And my biggest fear is that Blizzard ends up having this 1-button rotation and then also simplifying the classes. So eventually you get super simple gameplay in the top end and you get the 1-button slop rotation. So ultimately you just kind of get both sides of something that ends up being really boring in the end. That's my big concern right now, where I'm like, man, it feels
almost a little reminiscent of like the EOC changes era, where it's like, let's just sort of like solve these issues, a big air quotes around solve, and in doing so just like gut what is actually going on in this game.
Well, it's interesting you bring up EOC because, and I might be totally wrong here, I'm just preempting everything here, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but in some ways the issues that I'm describing now, I don't know to what intensity, feel like they're also within RS3, because and I'm not sure if you've experienced this, but I feel like if you ever ask a RS3 player what they love about RS3, if they're, if they're skilled or whatever, they might say this, like, the AFK skills, but I feel like the prevailing answer is the PvP, or sorry, the PVM, right? Like, even No Monkey,
like the end game PVM.
Yeah, the end game. Like, even No Monkey says that the PVM in RS3 is like top tier, like top tier. They put so much effort into it. And I tuned in. They did like a world first race of one of their newest bosses. I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at, but I tuned in just to see what was going on. It was like the host was the RS guy with a bunch of the mods that worked on the fight, and he was interviewing them, and they were looking at all the different groups, because it was a group boss, all the different groups that were attempting it, and they were commentating over it. It was a pretty cool event. And what was similarly really cool about it is that I kind of got a peek into what the end game like bosses look like. And like, yeah, dude, like this new fight anyway that they released, it had like 8 phases. It was like 10 minutes long or like 8 minutes long. It was tough. People were fucking dying. And I'm like, yeah, this shit looks crazy and really, really cool. And they clearly put so much effort into the game, into this part of the game. It's just a shame that this is RuneScape. So the rest of the game needs to exist too. And if no one's talking about it, it indicates to me that it might have a whole host of issues associated with that. You can't just have good PVM in RuneScape.
Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting thing. I feel like it's something that comes up all the time. And what you're saying is also true in old school to an extent. And I think that thankfully the old school devs have identified that and are doing something about it to some extent, where it's like the most interesting and best designed part of the game is accessible to the smallest amount of players.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I think that because usually the best designed and content, like the content that is probably the content that takes the most effort to create, is the most systemically complex. And the most systemically complex is always going to be difficult to attain for a new player or someone less experienced, because systemic complexity like begets a level of knowledge that you need to have a level of knowledge to engage in it. So like if Jagex has a great idea for a raid boss or any kind of boss or any kind of piece of content that has a lot of depth to it, I think that's always going to feel kind of inaccessible. And on top of that, RuneScape is a very long-term game. So whatever people in the end game are accessing, that's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours away. That would be like my assumption for it. Although I will say that I think RuneScape can do a better job at creating more depth in its skilling processes, like apart from tick manipulation and stuff. And I say that as someone who's really enjoyed a lot of the recent skilling activities they've added. Like you haven't done it, but Veil Totems that they recently added for fletching.
I have heard really good things.
Dude, they are amazing. Like it's seriously just, it not only does some cool stuff with like repurposing resources, kind of like Giant's Foundry, but it's just a really cool and chill kind of activity to do with a small level of depth there, with like stepping on specific areas to get buffs and stuff. Like they did a great job with that. And now I want them to take that framework and then add like a zoomer version of that, where like it's like that but times 11, and it has a really high skill cap for even better XP rates. That would be my ideal, where like there's the AFK stuff, then there's like the chill flow state stuff, and then there's the really high skill cap Hollowed Sepulchre stuff. And these three need to have their own separate niches. And in my opinion, the lattermost high skill cap Hollowed Sepulchre stuff should start to encroach a bit earlier into the mid game rather than only be end game. Because I think the faster you can introduce people to some of the most complex stuff is the faster they're going to get invested if they like it. That's my take on it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing that sticks out to me is like, because I'm with you on a lot of that, and I think that sort of the one outlier of, because the question is, why is it that the content that like you were saying, like gets the most attention, gets the most polish, is just the best, most compelling stuff in the game? Why is that tend to be the least accessible? And I think a great example of something that is somewhere a lot closer to a good balance of that is like we already said, Scurious or like Perilous Moons, where it's like, this is good content. It's fun to do. It feels rewarding. It feels like you're playing a game and you're succeeding, and it's accessible too. Like it's hitting a very tricky sweet spot, but doing so very well.
Yeah, I
think.
Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Just the thing that's comes to mind for me is like the thing that makes these pieces of content, the Mythic Plus, the end game PVM in RS3, like that makes them the things that are worthy of the attention and the polish and the places where they put their resources, their dev resources, is that gaming culture as a whole, I think, has just really evolved to this like very intense main character syndrome. And I think a lot of that is the age that our demographic is, these MMO players demographic is, I think that, being 30-ish, like there's something about this idea of like a visible achievement that is, intentionally built to be inaccessible to everybody, to keep it exclusive. Because, back in the day, for all of these games we're talking about, the thing that used to be impressive when we were kids and got the attention, like getting to level 60, for example, that used to be pretty impressive. Someone who's level 60 was, you know, a sight. Or like something like rank 14, for example, in classic
Definitely.
was like, holy shit, like mind blowing. And these days, a lot of people, like, I feel like half of the level 60s that I see are, like some level of rank 10 plus. And like just the fact that we have all aged to this age group where we're all competent, we can all achieve at the base level of the game pretty, pretty much without question. They need to set the bar higher, and they need to give it some level of sort of manufactured exclusiveness. I don't know if manufactured is quite the right word, but they want the thing that is exclusive to be the coolest, to create these aspirational goals. That's my take on it. I don't know if that feels like there's any truth to that.
Yeah, I think that, it's well, the answer is really just like intersectionality of like everything we're talking about, right? Like it's everything and anything in this space is like everything that we're mentioning. Where oh my god, I'm sorry, my cat is like going crazy and like purring all over everywhere, and just like I don't know if you can hear it, but
I heard a tiny bit.
Yeah, he's just like walking around my desk right now. So what I was saying is like, so the most complex stuff is the hardest to create. So it's going to be a bit exclusive in that regard. The exclusivity also stems in for MMO players, as you said, from a need to like stand out. And the reason for that is because MMOs are generally more time investment driven. And when you invest a lot of time into something, you want that time to be rewarded. And the way to do that in the real world, as well as in a fantasy world, I guess, would be to have a signifier of that. You spend a lot of time, you earned a lot of money, and now you want to buy a Lamborghini. You say, hey, look at me. I spent a lot of time, earn a lot of money, now I have a Lamborghini. In MMOs, it's the same thing. Spend a lot of time, earn a lot of GP. Look at me. I got a quiver. I got a, Inferno Cape, whatever. And I think the kind of achievement associated with that and needs to be difficult to attain to be aspirational. And because something that's aspirational requires a lot of time, it's a self-fulfilling thing where because of that, the players also want it to be a signifier of that too. I also want to add that like in regard to like difficult to attain or even just complexity or why is it always in the top end, like Scurious is super well polished and an amazing fight. As we say, it's like S tier content. I love Scurious so much, and same with a lot of the early mid game stuff. I probably wouldn't imagine that Scurious was difficult to design. I would say it was probably like waiting on a lot of art assets. It was like the idea for Scurious is 3 mechanics. It's the ads, it's the 3 attacks, and it's the a falling roof like AoE. I guess you could say also he walks over and eats a little bit. Everything else about Scurious seems like relatively straightforward, so it can be pretty accessible. I would say the hardest content in RuneScape to design or to implement is the stuff that's really pushing boundaries in regard to the way you engage with it. Yama, Doom recently had a whole new system with the Delve. That was probably a lot of development time was dedicated to make that function on Oldschool Runescape's code. Or even just raids in general. Each one requires so much time, not even just from like a design standpoint, but from implementing all the unique bespoke mechanics associated with that raid. You haven't done TOA, but like there's a mechanic in TOA where you're fucking rolling like jars of water at rocks that are covered in poison, and you have to shoot the jar before it's close to the rock, so then it explodes with water and the water clears the poison. That alone probably took a lot of time to code and make sure it functions well with the fight. So like stuff like that probably wouldn't be approachable if added to Scurious because it's complex people. It's maybe too hard, but it's a very good level of difficulty for that content later on. But because it needs to be harder because it's later on, they come up with more complex systems. You know what I mean? It's like a Ouroboros. It's
I guess so. I think my only pushback to what you're saying is that I think that Scurious probably from a like a technical dev perspective was probably the significantly less difficult to design in terms of like coding it into the game. But I would argue that that type of content, that even though it is mechanically more simple, probably took quite a while to get right, because the target audience was, you know, that's a different parameter of design that they usually don't have to deal with. And I think it's one of the things that you're talking about that Blizzard doesn't do is doesn't use that as a parameter of their design to be like, hey, like this needs to, you know, properly educate a new player so that they can understand X, Y, and Z, and do so in a way that's fun. And like those, you know, those parameters are probably just as time intensive, not in a programming way, but in a, you know, balancing and ideating way. And I think that that's the work that it sounds like is missing from the WoW leveling experience, probably a lot of the RS3 leveling experience, and, you know, things outside of PVM. And I think it's the thing that's working really well in RuneScape right now. Is they're like, how can we make this achieve this goal and make it really good, as opposed to how can, you know, this is okay, you know, it's wood cutting, like they can sit there and chop a tree, like they're gonna get it. You know, this is WoW leveling content. Yeah, it's like face roll slop that you just kill 12 boars or whatever like 100 times. But you know, is that's not doing what we were just saying, like properly educating it, you know, being good content, you know, for the goal of, they're good at executing on good content when the goal is challenge the player mechanically, but they're seemingly bad at good content when the goal is anything else.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that it very well could be the case, and I would love to get a developer to talk about this stuff too, like just to like elucidate like some of the speculation. But like I would say that you're completely correct that Scurriers probably took a lot of like ideating on what are the best mechanics to teach new players. What are the new players? What is like the first few mechanics that new players need to learn in the game for bossing, and how do we implement them in the most visually clear and like immediate fashion, while not making them too easy to be able to ignore. That's probably a really, really difficult balance that a lot of QA had to go into, without a doubt, 100%. So like the premise of Scurriers is very simple probably to come up with. Prayer swap mechanic, add mechanic, avoid the tile mechanic, but QA testing that and making sure it functions for the new player probably took a long time. I would say that for like the more complex content, that like space for considering new players is instead space donated to considering end game players, and still how to make like things identifiable and difficult, or sorry, identifiable and approachable and intuitive while still being incredibly difficult. And I would argue that that may be even harder. I don't know, but
Sure. I think it might be harder.
Yeah, like
I mean, I think part of it also is if you're pushing boundaries, like I think it's the difference is you're operating in two different spaces. One in which you understand very well, and you need to, you know what you need to communicate. Another where this is new, so we're gonna optimize it for, you know, for newness. So for being splashy, for being attractive to get players in there, and obviously they're going to do their best in both cases to make it intuitive and exciting, you know. But I think the effort goes into new content to be content for new players to be intuitive and educational, and content that is never before seen to be exciting. And I do think that ends up why we end up with a lot more bugs, a lot more unintuitive things. You see a lot of changes early on. No hate towards the devs. They have a hard job there, and they do an amazing job of then fixing those things. But I think, we do see that.
It's also like a maybe not grass is greener, but maybe kind of similar that we talked about earlier, where, well, two things. So first of all, I think that some of the bugs that happen with OSRS, especially in the endgame PVM stuff, some of the unintended crazy stuff, I think it's because they go out of their way to implement completely bespoke mechanics to each individual new fight. Like there's stuff in every single fight that is just never before been seen. And for as amazing as WoW bosses are, as great as the Blizzard encounter design team is, we're generally playing in the same sandbox that we were 10 years ago. Like every mechanic is pretty similar. It's the stack mechanic, it's the spread mechanic, it's the split mechanic. You know what I mean? Like we're not seeing a completely bespoke mechanic in WoW unless we're talking about like one or two specific things in individual fights. Like the final boss in the recent raid is really cool. Dimensius, in like the phase transition, you literally get teleported out into outer space and you have to like mount and avoid boulders that or like meteors that are flying at you. It's really cool. That probably took them a long time to implement. But back to RuneScape. So that was that like complexity of implementing a totally unique mechanic to every individual fight and probably struggling against the code of the game. Maybe that counts for the bugs. And the second thing is, and again, I'm mainly using WoW for reference here, but my God, I played 11.2, the patch 11.2 on release. It was borderline unplayable with how many bugs there were. And not to say that excuses the bugs in OSRS. No, it doesn't. There should be more QA, but it is like night and day again. It's crazy. Like, I swear to God, and I'm not sure if it was just because I was grouped with my friend, but every second quest had a bug to the point where we had to like restart half of them, where they weren't loading, where they weren't progress. It was just insane. And these are WoW quests. So they have stayed the same for like 20 years.
It's like, as in like kill 12 boars.
Yes. Like literally go loot this thing, but the thing is actually like across the map for some reason. It was crazy. To the point where I'm like, what is happening? Like, how did they spend this much? I'm not going to speculate. The point is that, man, as much as these bugs need to be ironed out, and I think Jagex does a good time in doing them, and as much as they shouldn't exist in the first place, I'm grateful that this is where we're at in RuneScape by comparison to where we could be at in WoW. That's my take on it right now.
Totally.
But still, I would always support more QA and better QA in that regard, because yeah, I feel like Doom, for as much as I think it's mechanically one of the best fights they've ever made, probably one of my favorite fights in the entire game. I've done multiple, Delve 8s, and it's very, very, very hard. But it's incredible. Even then, it had many of oversights conceptually or in practice that they ended up fixing within the first 2 weeks. So that was nice. Something to do with intuitive stuff that I wanted to ask you. And again, I know that like maybe you might not feel like you're the best person to ask just because it's like, it's very relevant to like current end game stuff, but I'd love to hear his perspective on it anyway. So there's two, and I asked this to Idle too, because it's like, this is something that I always love talking about. I noticed it really early on, but there are two kinds of damage registrations that occur in RuneScape, right? There's on hit and there's on animation, I guess you could say, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
where the older stuff tends to be like on the animation is when the damage goes through, while a lot of modern content is on hit. Scurious on hit, Inferno on animation or whatever, and Fire Cave too, or Fight Caves. So to me, and this is a hot take for a lot of the old school RuneScape peoples, I hate this. I wish they would just commit to one or the other, because it's really weird going from like something that's very intuitive, like on hit, to something as unintuitive as on animation, which is literally you're not even looking at the game. You're just counting in your head or looking at a little tick counter and to know when to switch prayers, which is I think that's worse though. Like I know a lot of people love that because there's some emergent stuff you can do with it, but like I just think it's worse. And I think it's really unintuitive to new players that there's identical mechanics that work completely differently. It's really bizarre. And the number one example of this, and I brought this up to Idle and he was about to bring it up to me, so I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking about it, is the fact that like, so you know Leviathan from DT2, the boss Leviathan?
Yeah.
And like he shoots all the different balls, different colors.
Yeah, I actually fought a little Leviathan on leagues.
Cool.
I'm not a big leagues player, but I did do some Leviathan just for fun, just to be like, what's this all about?
I love Leviathan. Very cool fight. But so he shoots all the stuff, you have to pray against it, and it's all on hit. It's all on hit. And then you have Colosseum, where there's an enemy there called the Manticore, and he shoots 3 projectiles at you that are, by the way, color coded and almost visually identical to the Leviathan ones. Like genuinely, like they almost look identical, but they're on animation. And you're just like, obviously they weren't thinking about this when they created it, but you have to look at this and go, this is unfathomably unintuitive, and the only reason no one has called it out is because we're so accustomed to playing the game with like a wiki on the second monitor. You know, like this is so unintuitive to the point where people have to die just to know how it works. That's a weird way to do a mechanic. So I wish they would standardize things a little bit more. That's my hot take on it. What do you think?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, when I was trying Scurious out just to see on my Iron Man, I was aware of what you're talking about with the, is it animation? Is it like fight caves where like you see the guy do like a little wiggle and you're like, okay, I'll flick my prayer on now. Hopefully that worked. And then you get hit a 0 and you're like, I think it worked.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God.
Versus Scurious, where it's like you can flick it on right before it hits you and you're like, yeah, I've blocked that shit because have sick reactions. I'm flicking like a god. Like, you get to feel like you're, doing something as opposed to like, I think that worked. Yeah, I also totally hate that. I think there's some part of me that's like, okay, all the OGs do, learned this way. They learned how to like perfectly flick a major in the fight caves and not feel no fear, and like I could do that if I really wanted to, but also like, wouldn't it be nice if it wasn't that?
Yeah, and like the difficulty of this conversation, and I brought this up to Mod Goblin the other time, like weeks ago, and he was staunchly against my suggestion. He was like, no. This is where like the fun of that's where the complexity, that's where the fun happens. The game would be too easy if everything was on hit. And, I respect that perspective because I kind of agree. Inferno is much harder than other stuff in the game because you're not even looking at the fucking screen. You're just counting ticks, and it's really hard. And it's unlike anything else that currently exists. And I get it. That's people have really fallen in love with that. And they've learned it to a T. And it would be, objectively speaking, a lot easier to, as silly as it sounds, look at your screen and be able to react to stuff happening on your screen. Like, I feel like RuneScape is one of the only games where saying that is a bad thing for a lot of players. Like, no, I want to only think about ticks, and that's fine. But
yeah.
It would be easier, right? It would be easier if you were on fucking Zuck and you had a 2 majors and a ranger on you and they were off ticked, and it would be much easier to just look at the projectiles and be able to be on tick. And that might really ruin the content for some people. For me, in my perspective, is you can still make hard content. They have still made hard content. Doom is one of the hardest pieces of content ever released in the game, maybe even the hardest for some people. And all of the fight is intuitive. All of the fight's on hit. All of the fight operates this way. So you can clearly make content that is still difficult. You just have to do it a bit differently. You can't just rely on ticks and animations and stuff. But yeah, changing the Inferno would literally like cause a civil war to happen. So I'm not sure if
definitely.
And I said this to Idle, and Idle echoed this completely. Man, there's a guy that always comments on all my stuff that just makes fun of me for having a fire cape, and respect to that. I love that guy, but it's like, bro, the Inferno sounds like the most miserable piece of content ever created, and I know I'm gonna have to do it eventually. And I crash out of the Colosseum, which is like 11 waves and it's so much shorter. But if I spend 3 fucking hours getting to slogging through a piece of content only to get one shot, man, I would blow my brains out. So I get it though. I get it. But that's what makes it hard. But my God. So, and part of that is because it's so like not representative of other PVM challenges that I've done. Like I feel like I can do awakened DT2 bosses and get Blood Torva and not be a fraction better at the Inferno because it just doesn't operate like anything. Oh, I'm sorry, I keep hitting my mic. It does not operate like anything else in the game, and same with the Colosseum to a certain extent. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know if you feel that way, but
No, I mean, I it's not something I have sat down and formulated an opinion on, but I can absolutely agree that like on Scurious when it was like this projectile is coming towards you, put on your prayer, and I did, and it like worked, and I was like, oh, hell yeah, that just felt good to me as a player. That felt like I was playing a game. You know, I keep using that term, but I feel like it really is true. Like some of RuneScape feels like you're just sort of like sort of pulling the controls on the back end of a spreadsheet, and some of it feels like you're playing a game. And to me, that felt like I was playing a game and like doing weird shit where I was like prayer flicking the rangers in my fight caves run on my Iron Man. I felt like I was like, mechanically, I believe this is correct. That's not playing a game. That's just like a sort of a spreadsheet, a visual spreadsheet.
yeah,
to me.
And I you know, you get that impression. I think there's a meme circulating around where it's like a guy with like his entire screen is gray, but he only sees tiles, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of what it feels like sometimes, you know. And I always, you know, I'm a newer player, so I'm always gonna be biased to content that's intuitive, and I don't have that like retrospective element to it. But like I always think like, man, all of this stuff would be so much cooler if I could just if all of it was more intuitive in this way. And I always say like if Cox wasn't just, you know, breaking Ulm and then, you know, never getting hit, it would be miserable because you're just always getting like jatted and you can't avoid it and you can't predict it. And it's, or like, you know, or I don't know, fucking, I don't know how TOB works. I haven't done it much, but a lot of the older stuff like Dagonoths, man, it's so interesting to see, you know, like how Dagonoths would feel doing them all three if it was on hit. Like, I feel like you could go in there as a relatively newish player or someone with like little to no gear and do them like as they were intended to, not intended, but you could solo them, you know, by doing, I don't know, whatever. It's something that
no,
it always interested me.
Totally. I've had the same thought about KQ, where it's like KQ is she just fucks you up for no reason. No, it's inexplicable. You just take hella damage and there's no way around it outside of like flinching and like step under, but even then you still are just getting whopped. And it's like, what if it wasn't like that? Like, what if it was just a game there to be played as opposed to the game of eat sharks and try to deal damage?
Yeah, it was interesting. And I talked to Sebe about this, and he's very much pro keeping KQ. I'm very much pro reworking KQ. I've used KQ as an example of like content that to me serves no purpose right now. It's very artificial in that like, oh, but it's an elite diary. It's like, okay, dude. I'm saying like an actual purpose as like a piece of content that's fun to do or anyone who actually wants or enjoys doing. KQ serves none of that. So and my problem is that some people say, well, no, we should keep it like that because it's old and maybe just add new content that fills that gap. And I'm like, that's how you get bloat. Like what you're asking for right now is just bloating the game because you're adding a incorrect boss to do. You're just adding a boss that is not correct to do and you're dumb if you do it. That's a bad thing. And I think there's a lot to say about keeping the game old, right? Don't go back and randomly rework Yanille, right? There's no reason to do that. Don't randomly go back and change the graphics of Yanille. Because that's just, you're not like, there's no issue with the graphics of Yanille, right? It looks like it's part of the world. It serves its function. Maybe that weird like dip that you found or whatever that was patched out.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I would say, but tell that to the guy who leveled out my pond.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the pond. Yeah. Like beyond outside of the pond stuff, which was like a graphical error, I'm assuming. Like the structure of the city is fine. tangentially, the structure of KQ is fucking stupid. Like it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know, and it clearly was
Yeah.
intended for a version of the game that isn't being played today. There's no issue with changing that. And the part that's craziest to me, talking about leagues, is did you do KQ in leagues?
I was actually, I'm now recalling your guys' conversation where you guys were talking about Echo KQ and
KQ,
how it was
yeah.
like this amazing fight
Dude.
and like super fun, and
Oh my God.
I do remember now you guys
It
talking
was,
about this.
dude, it was peak. Like it was like peak. The fight is so well designed. Whatever developer sat down and did the KQ fight, knowing that they probably had a lot less time to work on Echo bosses as they would regular bosses, that genuinely was just such a fun fight in like the mid game ish area, early mid game area. It would be perfect. Perfect. And the craziest thing about the KQ fight, if I can recall some of the mechanics, is that like essentially like there's two phases to the fight where initially it's like you stand in the corners and she like does a attack that you pray against. It's on hit. And you know, and then she does like an AoE on the corner and you have to step out of the corner. And then once her bar fills up as she charges her energy, she starts doing this like 2-tick action where she like winds back up and then smashes down, and like the smash electrocutes the entire arena. So you have to step under her. And I thought that was such a genius way to like transpose the Red X KQ strategy that became popular because no one actually wants to fight her in a regular way because she does so much random damage. And it was such an interesting way to like keep that like philosophy or mentality or callback, whatever you want to call it, while making it a really cool mechanic, because like she winds back up and you're like in a rhythm. You step in, step out, step in, because when she smashes down, she does damage underneath her. So you're stepping in when she does the damage outside and stepping out when she does the damage inside, and you step in, step out, step in, step out. And it was such an interesting way to like translate that mechanic. I thought it was awesome. And for a fight that like clearly was developed quickly, they cooked so hard, and I'm so upset that it's not in the game. Like I genuinely of all I've done, I did like 6 of the Echo fights because I had 2 Leagues characters because I'm weird. And I did 6 of them, so almost all of them. And the KQ was my favorite one. It was like the best one by far. It was so good. And there's a lot of good ones, right? I thought KBD was kind of interesting. I thought the Dagonoths were kind of goofy, but kind of interesting. I thought Soul was a little bit weird because he's already a great fight, so they just added a lot of more stuff on him, and it just kind of made it a clusterfuck. But like overall, really loved it. But the KQ one, I told this to Arcane. I'm like, bro, just add this into the game. Like, make KQ an actual fight. Give her a cool, unique, like I had the idea of like an early to mid game stab weapon that you could bring into TOA early on.
Moons.
Or Moons too. Like, very cool. Anyway, man, KQ is the best.
No, totally. I mean, it makes me want to just think of ways, like, and it's not even hard. There's a million ways to do it. Just try to think of the way that's the least bloating to, like, basically have both. You know, the why not both meme. It's like Awakener's Orb version of KQ, but like not like it's necessarily harder. Just like it's a same boss, different fight. You know, counts for all of the tasks or whatever. And you know,
I'm sorry. I totally cut you off there.
Just I imagine that it would be balanced such that some of them would be easier on one, and some of them would be easier. Like there's KQ Classic and KQ, you know, Echo or whatever, and it's like, some of them would be easier on KQ Classic, some of them would be easier on the new version. If anyone wanted to like grind out KQ like the pet, they'd probably prefer to do it on the new version because it's like more like mechanical, and you sit there, you learn the mechanics, and you're like, you know, now you've got the fight down. You can do it with ease, you know, for your couple hundreds or whatever thousands of kills. But someone who wants to just like real quickly get their one kill out of the way for whatever diary that is, like, or whatever. I think it's a thing, right?
Yeah, hard diary, I think.
Hard diary, yeah. You know, they'll probably like just do a flinch method just because it's like that's you don't really need to learn
Don't
a
have to
whole
learn
lot
the
for
mechanic,
that
yeah.
compared to like a whole mechanical boss fight. So, there's reasons you would do one or the other.
100%. And like there are so many ways to like implement a mechanic. So, on this topic, my favorite way to implement hard modes of anything is to do it more like diegetically in universe rather than just have a toggle, as although a toggle is probably more convenient. Ulduar is like the pinnacle of this, right? Where every hard mode version of a fight in Ulduar is something you needed to trigger in the actual raid itself,
Right?
right?
Like you like pull a lever and then a boss comes out.
Yeah, like there is in the first boss on Flame Leviathan, you have to destroy all the towers on the sides to not trigger the hard mode. But if you want to go to the fight quick, you can keep the towers up, and then he spawns reinforcements as you fight him, which makes it the quote unquote hard mode version because there's more mechanics now. Or like, on Mimiron, as you said, there's a big red button in the back that says "Do not press," and if you press it, it makes him angry, and he fucking goes into hard mode. Like, it's just funny stuff or interesting stuff, or like in world reasons for the fight to be harder. And I feel like there could be a really fun way to implement stuff like that into RuneScape 2 with the Echo KQ. And you don't have to call it Echo.
Yeah, I mean, imagine like a KQ that's like you get like there's some doctor in the desert is like, or like, fucking what's her name? The herb cleaning lady.
Yeah, I'm forgetting her name, but I know who you're talking about.
She's like, hey, like I found this serum that like I'm testing on some cow fights, like inject it into them and see what happens. And you like inject it into KQ, and you just like, she turns into like weird, reminiscent of the echo sort of variation on how it's just a same general model, but like with some variations. And and it's just the boss fight's different. So like you have to get there, same boss, same area, everything's the same, but you just sort of have this item. It's like an Awakener's orb or whatever, but it's like the KQ serum.
Yep, exactly.
And
it could be as simple as that. Exactly. Like I was gonna say, like, you walk into her lair and like I don't know, destroy some of her eggs and she becomes enraged. But like anything works, right? Like anything works to like validate. I keep hitting my microphone. To validate the the actual implementation of something that worked really well, because I think that's what Leagues is the best at, is testing some new stuff and like making it work. Something I really hope they do, and I don't know if this is what they're planning, but what I really hope they do with Leagues is just grow on the things that have clearly worked well. Like I would like it if the next Leagues in RuneScape continued echo bosses and then just added something else on top of that, right? I want it to feel like it's additive in that way and keeps testing and pushing the boundaries. My favorite part about Echo fights, apart from the fights themselves, is like that they just added like really cool, unique items. I did the gargoyles too. The gargoyles were fucking awesome too, by the way. My second favorite Echo fight, really cool fight. But like that's another great example, by the way. The gargoyles are another great. It's so funny. They cooked so hard on the shittier fights, but then on the better fights, it just kind of it was like whatever. But like
they like took fights that sucked and made them amazing, and took fights that were amazing and made them only slightly better.
Well, no, or even worse. Like I think Soul, or the Echo worse. Soul, are worse because like the Soul is already an incredibly tight and like well designed fight. So just adding more mechanics to it that are just like stuff to dodge or stuff to shoot kind of breaks you out of the pace of the fight itself. Like if they wanted to go crazy, because the two mechanics they added for Soul is just more shit on the ground and then totems spawn that heal him, and you have to shoot them really, really fast so they don't heal him. It just kind of broke you out of the flow state. It didn't feel that good to do. It would be cooler if they added like more combos to his like actual like shields and spears and stuff. That would be really cool, but that's probably insanely hard to code. But the gargoyles were super cool because you know how the grotesque gargoyles work, or guardians work in RuneScape?
I watched a guide on it, so I have a vague sense of their different phases.
Yeah, it's like two bosses and they alternate. One floats, the other one falls. And they do individual mechanics based on where they are. It's a pretty tedious and not particularly fun fight. It's old, it's kind of janky. What I will say though, the Leagues version, dude, is insane. So instead of like there being a floating one and a whatever one, they're both floating, and there's like a big Giga Chad one in the center, like it's like huge, and he's just in this. He's just in the center, and they shoot stuff at you. The floating ones shoot stuff at you, and you have to dodge it. And while the guy in the center just smashes the ground, and you have to like move 2 tiles like diagonally to avoid the smash. And that's like the first phase. And in the second phase, he picks you up and throws you against the bell, and then starts like shooting out like fire that locks you in specific areas. So you have to make sure to avoid it. It's a really cool fight, and the best part about it is that it's shorter than the original fight, because the main fight is like really kind of tedious and long and has a lot of like delays and stuff, while this fight is like really fast paced and energetic and kind of crazy, while still being kind of like more difficult too. So it's a harder fight, but it's shorter. Anyway,
one funny thing I feel like we're doing right now is like we're like fixing air quotes around that PVM when it's already the best part of the game, and we're like applying like so many of the lessons of skilling that they're desperately trying to put out there to make skilling enjoyable, where it's like you can the trade-offs, the classic RuneScape trade-offs, like more attention, higher output or whatever, like more focus. In this case would be like quicker fights, or like easier fights, that like more intuitive fights. Like you're gonna have to focus more, but it's gonna be a lot more intuitive or a lot more engaging and quicker. Like that would be a really funny like way for them to like quote fix old kind of sucky PVM content, is like sort of use the skilling methodology of like, yeah, you can like flinch KQ. That's like the shooting stars of bossing, or you could do like something full attention. You could like take manip, do these like boss fights that are
and get rewarded for doing
high APM, but yeah, you get rewarded by having a shorter boss fight,
so
and a more fun boss fight.
You get rewarded,
and potentially in some cases maybe a more accessible boss fight if it's like KQ, where it's just like you're just gonna get your ass beaten if you don't have like high stats and good food.
You get rewarded for putting in more effort in the short term, and I agree, and that's why I support the parry mechanic. Let's bring it back to that. You can bring back the parry, or bring into the parry. Okay, Josh, we've been going on for 5 hours. We might have to wrap this one up.
Did we hit the 5-hour mark?
I think we hit the 5-hour mark.
60 seconds on my recording for the 5-hour mark. So let's talk for 60 more seconds.
60 more seconds.
Just
okay, so I will remind you right now, watch the House of the Dead 2 voice acting.
Yes, I have that written down. Oh,
and,
hell yeah.
And I also want to say, of course, thank you so much for joining in this conversation. It's been a fucking pleasure to have you. It's nice. We've been talking a lot in DMs, so it's been nice to kind of get you in voice and have a more like natural conversation, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is super fun. It feels like I'm just chatting with a friend. Like, I don't know. So much of what I do content wise is very like hyper structured. So do something super unstructured and just get to chat and sit down for 5 hours and have something fun at the end is really nice for me. So
totally. I feel like my content, it's nowhere near as well edited as yours. Not even close, but similarly, I put a lot of effort into structuring my scripts. That's like the main, my driving force. That's the one thing I think I'm good at in this whole YouTube thing is script writing. That's the big thing I always put in effort. And that's not to say I'm perfect. I have a long way to go until I'm like Noah Caldwell Gervais or folding ideas, but I'm trying. That's the part that I really am passionate about more so than anything else. And so similarly, it's very structured. It's more serious generally, apart from the odd joke here and there. So I really wanted to make something like this where it's very just nonchalant, unscripted, chill, and kind of make this like dichotomy of content. On one hand, you have semi-serious video essays. On the other hand, it's kind of chill conversations with very thought out and insightful people.
Hell yeah. I would love to I feel like we there's a lot left on the table
Always.
in terms of topics. I feel like we could do a whole one. In fact, I think we should do this. Let's. This doesn't have to go on the podcast, but let's set aside some time to do like a just fully indulgent Classic Plus like ideating session.
Let's do it.
Just say all of our like best ideas at each other and just like brainstorm some really cool shit. Like your mount idea. Just like really just like dig into some of those ideas.
I'm telling you right now. Okay, here's the pitch. Here's the pitch of the pitch. It's so yes, that'd be really fun. You know what would be really fun is having like individual sessions where we're just like, okay, in this one we're gonna rework smithing, in this one we'll rework agility, in this one we'll talk about Classic Plus, you know, and that could be a really fun thing to do because I feel like not a lot of people are talking about whether an update is good or bad, but not a lot of people are coming in and going, let's envision it if it was made in 2025, you know, like that could be kind of an interesting topic to do. So yeah, I'm totally down for that. I was going to say, and with your schedule, as well as, you know, how demanding your video creation process is, probably wouldn't be ideal. But I was going to say, what we need to do is shitty PowerPoint presentations and pitch each other's ideas. But with like those, what are those called? Those transitions you can do in PowerPoint where it's like, the star fade, you know, over
stock,
yeah.
Like
oh, dude, those are
transitions.
So funny. Yeah. Oh my God, that'd be so funny. I would like what I really wanted, like get with this idea is to like do something like that, where we get a lot of like content creators, and then they have to like present something that's like very specific and niche, and the other content creators kind of have to like determine whether what they presented is even remotely tenable. But anyway, this is totally off topic.
That sounds fun though.
Yeah, let's definitely talk about Classic Plus more. I want to hear more thoughts. We can rework some RuneScape skills as well. You know, you never know. Maybe we'll have a moderator join or listen and then go, that's a pretty good idea. Let's do it. It's going to be a health change or whatever they're called, not like a
integrity change.
Integrity change. Yeah.
Integrity update. Yeah.
Yeah. And everyone, and then
like, guys, we listen to this really good podcast and we just, for the integrity of the game, we're just going to listen to them.
We're adding a Sekiro parry to RuneScape. The game's like, the game instantly dies, goes to like 10K people. And like, that's what we're known for, you know? But anyway, thank you so much. We're over the 5 hour mark.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
It's been a pleasure. For sure. All right, man. Have a wonderful rest of your night.